Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on and behind the lines, this is your song.
Some of these bullets I just saw have an incendiary device on the tip of it.
All right, welcome everybody to our daily gun show. Come to you live every weeknight at midnight Eastern, and we talk about guns for an hour. And tonight is fun 78 to 12 elimination round for our Patreons. So we'll see if everybody shows up tonight. We got the screen captured here with all kinds of stuff to dig into. I want to say welcome to, I'll do this, Barbecue for jumping in. There's a link over on Patreon if you want to join in. Well, it looks like we got some people joining us right off the bat. Pants was in here first and had coffee. DTP's out there. See Walt out there. He was at the Second Amendment Foundation's conference thing the other night. Yeah, it was yesterday, I guess. What else we got out here? Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. I need to be looking over here, and then I can do this. Pants is out there. DTP is out there. Walt's out there. Chris is out there, and Trucker's out there. All people that are in the 78 number here. Let's see. Let's see what people are actually saying. Everybody's saying hello, I guess. Tell the people about that. Yeah, quite a few times. If you go over to the big channel, we went live during it. And well, I didn't go live. I didn't really have a chance to simulcast it, but we went live to let people know it was happening, put out links. I went to the first one, wasn't sure if it was like an invite only and they didn't want a lot of attention, but once it was clear that they wanted attention, I tried to get the word out as much as possible. It was on Zoom, so it's hard to know. I think they said 22 people were there on Thursday. So it's great to see an effort with them, but yep, did as much as possible to let people know about it. You can only lead a horse to water, right? You can't make them drink. Guys saying hello to each other. Feel free to get a room. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm struggling to stay awake tonight. I'm gonna head off, grab a cup of coffee. But I hear you. I don't know how hot it is. I don't even want to think about it. It goes to 107 today. 91 outside right now, so that means it's 91 in here right now. It was 106 today, and it'll go down to 70 something tonight. But it'll be, midnight before it gets under 80 or under 90 here, and then it'll be 4 in the morning before it gets under 80. This isn't bad though. I mean, it gets worse. So I hear you. So that gets pretty tiring. But it is also Friday, so hopefully everything going on, people are still able to have a fun weekend ahead of them. All right, so everybody's saying hello to each other. Let's see, work 13. Drop the muffler off the truck. Oh, I saw that on the Instagram. So we can mansplain to how to fix this muffler. I would take a tin can and wrap it around here and then weld it around the edges. Or good as new for a while. Same thing on this side. Tin can, flatten it out, weld it around the edges. You'll be good to go. You could probably use some kind of tape nowadays. They probably make high temperature tape. You could just wrap it up, put a piece of tin can in there, fold it open, wrap it up with some duct tape, some high temperature duct tape, good to go.
Well, they make these really nice band clamps now that are awesome for, they're actually just for exhaust. They're stainless steel. I actually used those on my pickup a couple of years ago, and they're still holding great.
Yeah, like I would have called no one for doing sewers, I think, but except without the rubber part, and it just, or maybe with some sort of asbestos pad or something you shove on there, and then tighten it up. It's like a splint, right?
Like a what?
Kind of like a splint or something. You're basically just wrapping another layer of stuff on the outside, because who cares? It's a muffler.
Yeah.
And I'm having my typical drink of powdered coffee, right? Dehydrated coffee, which is the cheapest way I know to get coffee, and then chocolate nut milk and a shit ton of water. So it's like a whole bunch of chocolate or powdered coffee, and then like a quarter of this giant cup of chocolate nut milk, and then the rest of it with cold water and ice. It's gross, but it keeps you awake and it doesn't cost much. And it's got a lot of water in it. And then I'll alter that once I drink like one of those a day now, I'll drink water for the rest of the day. Really easy to piss clear when it's like this. All right, so everybody's saying hello, hello, hello. It was volume of the stream, seminar low. Yeah, 23 was in there too, that's right. For certain people were. If you were there ahead of time, Alan, I don't know how old he is. I guess I do probably know how old he is somewhere. But, he's been around for a while. He started Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms in 1971, Second Amendment Foundation in like 74 or 5. So the fact that I was telling him, like the fact that he's in there being one of the 3 people in that live chat, it's pretty crazy. I mean, there's not people from the heads of organizations except for maybe Pratt I can think of that jump into their own live chats. So, the fact that he's in there and being one of the 3 individuals, and anyway, I think that's why the volume was crazy, because he's willing and he's doing it, but he ain't an expert at it, and he didn't know what buttons to push, and he was having trouble. I don't know how Zoom works, but you must have to hand off, I guess, the moderator status or whatever it's called over there. And I think he had the moderator status, so he probably had the volume controls and didn't know what was going on. So anyway, I think it was just sort of a technical difficulty based on old guy at the controls. But worst things can happen. Duct tape worked for a good week. But yeah, I think that idea of those metal straps, we got that mansplained for you. But yeah, tourniquet, that's what we did. All right, well, so if anybody does want to jump in, I see that Walt is out there, but I don't have a chance to go over and check an email. You can just jump in from here if you want. StreamYard's basically the same as that Zoom thing we were in or whatever. But if anybody else wants to jump in, feel free. There's a link over on Patreon as well. Let's see, it was there at 6:30 for anybody watching the technical. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So basically, here's what we got. So I went over to, it was actually a pretty good exercise. I wanted to say thanks to existing Patreons and people at the Gear Website store that have purchased stuff for letting us do this, right? This is a tough time for everybody. The fact that we're still here is not insignificant. I am grateful to be able to do this. So took some of the guns that I was going to be selling anyway and decided to offer that patch, quote unquote, to Patreon. So we voted on it earlier in the month and decided the mayor's leg and went with 300 over on Patreon and 500 over at the store, I think, right? And then went to the respective places and got the list, which was interesting because you know, whatever you're doing as a project, you've got X amount of time in a month. So I don't necessarily, my goal isn't to have customer retention. My goal isn't to scrutinize my analytics so that I can better sell people or something. I sell shit desperately 3 days out of the week so that I can do my 2A stuff the rest of the time. And then Patreon allows me to do, you know, that balance so that I don't have to scurry around for money 5 days out of the week, right? So I never really paid attention to those analytics or whatever. So I've been, it was a neat exercise to go in and see who all has been participating. And I suspect that there was people that participated both on Patreon for some amount of time, you know, either a long time or a short time, but then also bought stuff over at the store. And I didn't want to neglect anybody that was like, you know, right close to whatever I'm calling a threshold, right? I figured $500 seems like a good threshold. That brought it down to, I forget now, maybe 10, 20 people, you know, like a reasonable number of people. And then I figured the same thing over on Patreon. When I brought them together, though, like I said, I didn't want to miss anybody that was really close to being in the borderline on either side or that had been participating on both sides. So they would have got in there. So anyway, it was a neat. I went through and I looked at all the people that have been participating on the Patreon side, all the people that have purchased stuff over at the store. And then let's say that I made the threshold, was it $500 on Patreon? No, I made it $300 on Patreon, 500 at the store. So let's say on Patreon, they had already contributed $600 because there's people that have contributed that much money over the years on Patreon, right? It adds up. So that's part of the whole point here is to say thanks to the people that have been doing this for a while. So let's say that they participated $600. So I gave them 2 slots. I figure that's a fair way to do it. They've participated twice as much as someone who's participated 300 financially at least. So give them a slot. So I started doing that, and then that's how I was able to incorporate, like, if they're just out of the realm on both, but together they should have a slot. There's a couple of people in here like that. And then there's a couple of people in here that are like Yankee. Yankee is giving me like $1,700 over the years. Like, I'm not going to give Yankee however many slots that would allow, because I'm sure he doesn't want them. Plus, it's just, I don't want to give Yankee, what is that called? Like, weight for Yankee. He doesn't need the gun, or the patch, I should say. So, right. So I gave Yankee 2 slots as a thank you, but I don't think he's going to care. And then the same thing with, like, what's his name? Iraqi veteran and Sportsman's Guide. Like, Sportsman's Guide gives me $50. That's awesome. But I doubt they care about getting that thing, right? So same with Eric. He's given me like $20 since for a long time now. So it's added up. I gave him 2 slots, but whatever, I'm not going to give him a whole bunch of extra slots. But that's how some of these people have more than 1 slot. And some of them have a bunch of slots. And then I think they're all kind of together in this list. So there are definitely people that wouldn't be on it, but they are because of they're a mix, or vice versa or something. And then I gave a couple of people an extra slot here and there because moral support is worth something. Somebody like Smeggy, who's purchased a lot, and he supports me on Patreon, but then he's been there. Like, I slept on his couch, right? So there's some people that got a little bit, they might not have been bumped up for contributing in some other way over the years. So hopefully nobody has a fit about that. Anyway, it comes out to 78 people. So I figured we'll start out here by just going through and acknowledging those 78 people. They're by no means the only people. There's something like 200 people. A bunch of people jump ship, I guess, this month, which is kind of understandable, right? But there's like something like 200 people that keep us going, keep our projects online. But Rich, I don't know if he's ever asked to be, I don't know what his name is out there, so I'm just going to identify him as Rich. Financially, he's the biggest supporter that I've ever had. So thank you. Last year, Walt, you want to say thanks or introduce yourself? Thanks for jumping.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. So yeah, my name is Walt Anderson, and then just a little bit about me. I was an Iraq veteran back in 2011. Did about 8 years Army Reserve. Got out because I'm a little bit of a broke dick now. Nice and fat and happy on that veteran status. Right now, I'm going to school for philosophy, hopefully heading to law school. And then what I do with my channel is I just kind of talk about some more of the philosophical arguments centered on the gun debate. So I talk a lot about how arguments with gun control don't really make sense and that type of stuff. So it's kind of what I'm about. I want to engage those people that aren't in the camp and kind of bring them in and get some of maybe those, I guess, those minds, those academic minds out there. I want to really, I guess, engage those people. So that's kind of what I'm about.
Right on. That's an awesome introduction. Thanks. And thanks for your service, of course. We met, I guess, whatever you call me, on the comments of Second Amendment Foundation online they had this week. It was their first attempt at doing an online thing. And you had mentioned, I think you dropped a link to your YouTube channel and went over and looked at it. And a couple of the thumbnails intrigued me. So, of course, I subbed your channel right away, and we kind of chatted on email after that. I haven't had a chance to watch your videos, except yesterday I kind of looked at them in the show. But yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll be listening to them here as I work on things in the next couple of days, because definitely digging your approach. I don't think anybody's come at it. I've had people in conversations over the years bring up topics like you just mentioned, but no one that I know of has ever actually put it down as a project, presented it online that wasn't trying to be snarky or somehow being weird about it. So I'm really looking forward to digging into you don't have a lot of videos, so I should be able to grab them all.
Yeah, I try to keep them fairly short, just because I know brevity in the modern age. I feel like there's 2 approaches, right? There's the podcast format where you can sit there in the background and have those nice nightly conversations like what we're having now, right? And then you have that other aspect, which is people want information really quickly. And like one of my most recent videos, it was how Aristotle breaks down causality, and then you can approach that to see why you can't take away the guns and why you have to address behavior, right? And it's fascinating when you get into it, but that can get really dense real quick. So you got to make it in such a way that people can digest the content. Not everyone is coming from a college background, or sometimes people are just parroting whatever their professor said. You know what I mean? And so there's so much to just making sure it's in a presentation. And I just started YouTube again. I used to do like Battlefield 4 and video game stuff way back in the day, and doing the whole video blogging thing is definitely a pretty big shift for me. So I'm sure I'm gonna garble some things up and I have to fight through the nerves in the presentation. I record a dozen takes to take out all the stuttering and all that type of stuff. But I try to get there. So
no, don't worry about it. Value your what you're doing. First off, no matter what you do, there's drafts, right? Where they say having it complete is better than having it perfect. So allow yourself to do it in stages and drafts and take steps. You can't get feedback and understand the process until you get doing it. So in other words, don't wait till you think you're perfect till you start and you haven't. So I'm not telling you anything there. I'm just kind of saying it to the world. But also, I don't know if you've seen, I've been playing with the YouTube algorithm recently, but for a while there, I was getting fed some channel that would approach things like, how'd they do it? Like, I think it was like grades, grammar school, high school, college, professional or something like that. And they would talk about different topics and approach them in those 4 different kind of grades. So consider putting your content out there like that. Don't hinder yourself or hobble yourself because of what you anticipate somebody might want to have. Because what we need is, number one, people who are intellectually able to have those conversations, period, because they're having conversations with people we can't or talk to us. Number 2, having above people something to reach for. So there's validity there. And just giving people what's out there is going to inspire little kids and stuff out there to whole angle to where they're going. So don't dumb it down for the idiots. Make a version for the idiots if you want, but do your thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance, right? And so I the way that I like to do it, and I guess just like a little from my background, I did psychological operations for the U.S. Army. So that's kind of like being the propaganda man, right? Your job is to make all the media that goes out to the Iraqis or to whatever local population to help kind of win them over to your side. And a big obstacles come with that. And even now, like, I work in customer communications for my current work. I do customer experience stuff. So a lot of the analytics and tracking and the data and figuring out the vocabulary and stuff, it's what we spend a lot of time doing, because you gotta make sure that you're not talking down to someone. At the same time, you got to make sure, right, that whenever you're having these conversations, that communication angle, just being able to empathize with them and being able to use their language and be specific when it counts. Because a lot of times, people they'll get triggered by just a word being brought up in a conversation, and they'll go off on a tangent just because they heard the wrong word, And so there's a lot to communicating, and with guns being the heated topic they are to so many people, I think it's just that matter of making sure that we're listening and finding that balance in that public conversation. And that's really where I like to focus is just trying to find kind of that sweet spot. And then, like you said, if you need to go into more detail, you need to be more academic or up that game there. I think more power to everyone.
Yeah. So we'll chat more about that. Hopefully you'll jump on again. You're welcome. Like I say, I go live every night. I guess 9 o'clock for you, and I don't know. I don't even know how to describe this one anymore. We're on episode 1095, so the show hasn't had one consistent format for 1000 episodes. Right now, I'm in a mood where I'm just running the show to keep a conversation going, but I don't try to create a structured thing. But what I am doing today, we do a free patch on Fridays at our store to incentivize sales on Fridays. And today we are at the end of May, and this month we've been working on a project with our Patreons. And I guess you're over on Patreon, right?
I'm not yet. I'm so fresh and new to the game again. So I haven't done any funding yet, any ad money, anything. So right now
it's a platform, and you can support people over there. You can get supported over there, but you can also just watch. It's like watching what's it called? It's like watching public access, or it's like watching PBS, or maybe one of these new platforms that are developing for documentaries. Mostly stuff that's either politically or a topic, topic of interest that is either niche or, something that doesn't get, what would you call advertiser friendly? There's plenty of things that
Yeah.
are long tail, maybe computer stuff that's just generating views, or hairstyling things that aren't trendy. There's things that are going to be interesting to lots and lots of people, but aren't great for the giant platform. So there's this other platform where people can do the Kickstarter idea, where you crowdfund mixed with sort of a subscription service, like a subscription to a magazine or a comic book or something. Anyway, there's lots of different stuff over there, and we appreciate it. There's no perfect platform, and over the years, we've been doing this for a while. We've changed funding methods and what we emphasize. And for a long time now, we've been both appreciating the Patreon platform for what it is, and then the potential that the crowdfunding subscription-based thing has for 2A. I've been doing this for a while, and I got into it to share Second Amendment. Being an internet person and seeing a lack of guns, I just started, by reflex. That was what I do. So I started sharing gun stuff, and then as I looked around and realized that this new internet didn't have a lot of gun stuff, I wanted to lay down some gun stuff that was, like you said, just sort of palatable, consumable, and just useful, without all the flash, without sponsorship, or without trying to sell you nothing, just to inform. And then, of course, as platforms and people's use of the internet has changed, we've adapted and changed to it. So anyway, over the years, I've seen there's a lot of, what's the word, like phases, or I don't know what the word, like the fluctuations. There's swells. When people need to be active, they'll be active. When people are able to buy, they'll buy. I've been through this. We kind of started at the end of the assault weapons ban, so I lived life before and during the assault weapons ban as the internet was created, seeing that explosion after, and its influence on the internet and on guns and culture. That's what I started to share. So over the years, just having that angle on it, maybe in 2015, I probably paid a lot more attention to 2A as I became just aware of the importance to defend our rights after the grassroots success we had in 2013. Obama's 23 executive actions at the beginning of that year, the grassroots uprising that was able to squash, and just so effectively squash that, to where it really it should have been a no-brainer. He had everything on going his way except for public opinion, and the internet allowed that swell of just resistance to do something, and there was no orchestrating factor there. That was pure grassroots. There was no platform. There was no superheroes that can claim that. That was just what happened, and that stirred the community in whole different ways. And a couple of years after that, I started really getting into the activism side, because I started to see the wane, the disinterest, the apathy that comes without fear, right? And that's fine. Hard times, hard people; soft times, soft people. It's that kind of fluctuation, I guess, I'm talking about. So it's 2015, and I start to become aware, and then I start to get active, and I'm influential. I've got some good Rolodex. I've been around for a while, and I start to ask and then see people do and not do, and come and go, and audiences come and go, and I see a lot of people step up to the bar. Imagine if the Second Amendment was an old saloon, and I'm this old guy sitting in a corner. I started out being a young guy, polished in the bar and being happy to be there. And at some point, I lost a bunch of money gambling, and I won a bunch of money gambling, but I'm still hanging out at that saloon. And now I'm that old guy in the corner, and I'm not shitting on life yet. I'll give advice when I can. I'm still drinking, but I'm not a drunk, right? I'm still watching what's going on. And I see people come up to the bar and go, let's stop this. Why do we have an NFA? Fuck this. And then there's nobody there to give them a drink. And eventually they leave, right? Sometimes I see bartenders like screaming, I got drinks. And there's nobody there. Like, how long are we going to suffer through that? So when I see the Second Amendment Foundation, after 3 decades of having a gun rights policy conference where they bring everybody physically together, after years of me pleading with them to do that every single month online. Why are we doing that just once a year? It's valid and necessary to get together in physical life once a year, but Why are we not doing that every single month? Like we're in this chat room right now. Why aren't there people every single day, which there are by the hundreds of people sitting around talking about 2A every day? Why isn't that being distilled into an important, worthwhile conversation every month so that that once a year is so effective that I don't have people that claim to be 2A questioning them as to whether or not they're simply a financial suck off the community? It's ridiculous. So it's frustrating as shit. But anyway, so I appreciate Patreon. Patreon allows us to focus on shit like that, what the amount I can, without having to worry about then saying, now let me sell you a fucking revolver, or let me put a different kind of grip on your shit, or how about a trigger that wiggles differently, right? That you don't need, but I need to sell it to you because I want to pay the rent. So Patreon's pretty cool. Go ahead and say stuff. I'm going to take a break
Yeah.
and take the topic.
I was gonna say, on that note, I'm totally with you on that note of just gun accessories in general. So, it was in my most recent video. I kind of showed it. I think I'll do a review of it at some point. But I have a Marlin 795, right? So it's a very, very low cost, very budget 22 long rifle. And then what my dumbass did was went to Boyd's Gun Stocks and got a $200 walnut checkered stock for it, and then let's go get a $200 Leopold optic, and then let's go get a bipod, and let's go get an old like M1 Grand style sling. I don't even know what those are called. Those it's like a just a standard kind of sling, right, that the old school marksmanship stuff would use. And I was just like, this looks old and this looks cool. And I felt like I just put a Ferrari engine in a Ford Pinto, or maybe the other way around. Maybe I took the Ford Pinto engine and I threw it in a Ferrari and thought that it was really cool. Either it's really fun to shoot. I like plinking a lot, but yeah, it was completely unnecessary. Like right now, today actually, I just went to the store, and I think it might have been the energy from the Second Amendment Foundation conference, but I just went to the store to start building my first AR-15. And just a journey looking and trying to find all the parts and seeing what I want in there and what I don't, trying to keep it budget. And that's been a trip for me because I haven't built one before. So I figure the assembly is not too complicated. Lots of guides, lots of videos out there, but yeah, it's a journey, and it seems like everybody wants to sell me on the craziest parts for it. They want me to run this build up to $4,000 to have some competition AR if I look at a forum. And I will say that my budget's a lot closer to 600, 700 for this project. So so it's kind of interesting how the community reacts. I did want to say though, actually, you brought up something interesting. You brought up this scenario of kind of being at the bar and seeing these people come and go. And funny enough, I had a teacher, and they were talking about a different debate. They were talking about religion and stuff, and we don't have to get into that here. But the way he said it was, people come and go to this bar and they stop and they listen to the conversation for a while, and occasionally, they chime in and they say what they want to say, and they interact and they argue and they choose a side. But after a while, the night grows old and people get tired and they leave with their opinion intact or not. But at a certain point, there's, I think, a public perception that the conversation has to stop. And I think you're exactly right for pointing out that it doesn't, that's not really the case. We can always have the debate. We can always have the discussion. Debate itself, right? Like when we talk about debate and going back to philosophy, the origin of that is in a dialectic. And so get into some fancy Greek there, but basically the idea is to have a conversation where you approach truth together collaboratively, which is what we should be doing if we're having good faith conversations. We should be listening to people, and we should just be treating their opinions with respect and going through what we can take from them that's good and addressing what's bad, and just working on making things accurate. I feel like today, especially 2020, and we brought up like 2015 and 2013, we've been seeing things get more and more polarized, right? And that's kind of the big thing every pundit talks about, is how polarized media, right?
I'm not sure, but go ahead. I'll disagree, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and let's come back to that. But I think that now more than ever, to your point, I agree with your ends. Like we need to be meeting more. We need to be talking about this stuff more. Um, and maybe maybe the polarization is just something that we see because the media and the powers that be are dividing us, and when we get to the core of our opinions, maybe we're actually a lot closer, say, as like the American people than we think, right?
Yeah, that's
And
the only reason I disagree. Is what you just said, right?
okay. But yeah, that's kind of where, that's kind of where I think we find ourselves, because I've noticed that people will talk a lot of shit in Facebook comments, and I love stirring the pot. Right? I'm one of those guys. I love trolling and debates a little bit online, and I like poking holes in arguments. That's my bag, and I get not everyone's into that. But I can tell you, anyone that said anything rude to me online would never say it to my face. And I can tell you that anyone that I'd say something rude to online, I would typically only mean it in good fun. So I think that when we can get together and have these conversations and we're not apart, which is, maybe that's a bigger issue with COVID as well right now because we're so separate, it can really put a strain on relationships, and it can make it really difficult to collaborate towards that truth, that like shared reality we're all looking for, so that we can get to agreements on facts, and we can really, from there, choose a course of action that's best, and um, yeah, I know
Yeah,
that's a lot there.
without getting into that, like I say, the only reason I disagreed is because of what you clarified there. But with that last part, like you just said, you're just keep this in mind. I'm trying to talk shit or nothing, but you just jumped into the conversation. And I guess my analogy there was, if I use that bar analogy again, there are conversations. If we consider what this conversation right now, this room that's in El Pato, what I call the StreamYard, because of this snooty duck right here with a monocle, and it's a Canadian thing, but at least it's not Chinese. And anyway, if you call this room that we're in right now a poker table or a table in that bar, there's tables in that bar that have been going, conversations, poker games have been going on for a long time. There's open tables and people come in and use them for an evening or for a couple of weeks or for even a month or a year. And then it breaks up and there's a different group of people, or maybe it changes to roulette, right? There's different platforms. These conversations have been going on forever. So I'm with you, but just keep in mind that what you're saying there is true, but you're not the first one to come to that conclusion. It's been come to since 2007, honestly, over and over and over and over. And that's where, I guess, number one, we got a couple of things we can take off, but I'm not going to, so I got to jump back on the Patreons. But in future conversations, let's dive into that repetitive conversation and how to let people who come to the bar know, here's how you get up to speed, because we don't live in the old days where you have to experience everything just to experience everything. You can get caught up to speed, and we should be able to do that as a convenience and as a courtesy to our next generation, our offspring, right? And to new people coming up to the bar. But in addition, I was going to say, what was I going to say? I'm trying to stack too many things there, but yeah, I was tagging too many things. Go ahead.
I was going to say I'm with you on that. I think we're actually agreeing more than we're disagreeing here.
Oh yeah, I agree.
For sure. But yeah, yeah, we need to make sure that people know that they can stay in this conversation for a while, that they can engage, that they can participate. And to your point, yeah, like, there's a lot of young blood in the game right now. There's a lot of old blood in the game right now. I'd consider myself, young blood. 2A is something I've always been passionate about, but that I've never really spoken up about. It's always something that I've had arguments about since before high school, and like junior high. Like I always thought, gun rights were intuitive, but I think now, now more than ever, people are disengaged. A lot of them. I think a lot of people are tired of the argument and fighting, or they feel like they can't get that word in, and they definitely do. And I think we do need to facilitate that for sure. I'm totally with you on that, man.
All right, so I still can't remember what I was thinking there at the end, but we'll definitely chat more on these too. But there's a guy out there, a teacher from the Pacific Northwest, and we've actually, him and a guy who's now in California, we had attempted to offer some sort of a, presentation / document / basically for me, website, for him, PDF, but put something down that allows people who wish to improve their debate/conversation skills by understanding understanding the parts and the pieces. So that if we think of having a conversation or a constructive debate or whatever the words are, as a bunch of erector set pieces, what to call everything so that we could articulate better to ourselves. And that kind of stemmed from a gun rights policy conference discussion. Let me try to give credit to who credit is due. I can't remember. I can remember it was in Dallas, and I can remember which panel, but I can't remember which person said, or maybe it was Tony Simon. Let's just give it to Tony Simon. When you're having a conversation, you got to be willing to give 51%. Otherwise, you're just stating your opinion. Unless you're willing to change your mind, you can't expect the other side to change their mind. And if you're not, willing to go past that line, then you can't expect them. And therefore, that's the definition, right? And I'm paraphrasing, but that made me go, wait a minute, that's right. That makes a lot of sense. So when we the three of us, none of us being professionals and in conversations like this, kind of started that. So I'm definitely looking forward to getting into that. And with Woods in here, that'd be a great conversation. Like I say, I haven't structured these, but some of the guys you're watching out there are hosts who've been hosts for years. Bob and Jimmy are out there right now. So in the past, we've had this show very structured, like say 1,000 episodes. It's, I don't know how many years anymore. Every single night, though, we've had structured shows. So we could definitely schedule something where everybody's got on their calendar and we actually get together and start expanding on that. I have a thing called Minuteman University where I try to archive everything so that someone coming up to the thing, I'm not trying to call it a set of rules or a menu, but maybe what to call it, like indestructibles for 2A, so that people can get some ideas and then get leads to people who can give them more insight or more coaching on a specific angle they want to hit, and adding that group of skill set to there. I think, my goal is to create something that people have a place to find that stuff.
Yeah, and that sounds like a really great resource, and I'm actually really thankful. As I took some time before I jumped on to listen to some bits and pieces from some other podcasts that you've done, and what I've seen so far is just a lot of just this wealth of experience and just really good people.
Because I'm bored and it's a mess, but that's why I'm thanking my Patreon because I'm able to keep kicking. So here, let's hit Jimmy's question over here. Steer's question. The debate isn't worthless, and I hear what he's saying, but what would be the backup if that doesn't work? Stirring the pot is not necessarily progressing forward. So I'm not sure exactly if I'm hitting all that or, in a text if you're getting that across, but feel free to hit on that, and then we'll end it and we'll start talking about Patreons here because that's really what tonight is all about.
For sure. So, yeah, so how I would answer that is, first, the context of what type of so there's niche communication, right? And with any conversation, there's context. So one of the persuasive strategies that I've used in advertising, in customer communications, and then also in psychological operations, one of the things that I've done is attention grabbers, right? And this is something I think most of us learn in school. We'll learn ways to just try to grab someone's attention with that first line in the paragraph, right? Like, what are we going to say or do that provokes attention? That can backfire, right? And I think we've seen plenty of people try to be controversial in media in different industries or topics. So a more consistent backup that I think we could get behind is really education and exposure. So when we have a world where people are exposed to something different, something that before they might have seen as the other, right? So you talk about something foreign or kind of unnatural or not part of that environment, typically the more exposure they have to it, the more they begin to understand it and the more opportunities there are for them to empathize. So long-term education, a lot of my really lefty friends, and I have a bunch of very lefty friends that started out very assault weapons ban friendly and all kinds of stuff. Through conversations with me engaging on the Second Amendment, basically just we're hanging out at the house, we're playing card games, we're having drinks, whatever, and we're talking about stuff. They get to a note on, hey, police brutality is really messed up. that's an opportunity. Hey, did you know the Second Amendment is here to resist tyranny? You know that it's here for when there is overreach that's not fair or not right. LGBT friend might say, I'm worried about all this gun violence, but also I don't know what to do about hate crime. Hey, guess what? Got a great solution for you to take security in your own hands, and let's talk about this. So just by exposure and building those relationships, and then just providing nice, calm education, this is how this stuff works, or whatever. And if you don't know the answer to a question, tell them, I don't know. Let's look into it together. And we all got cell phones now, hopefully, right? Bust out the phone, do some Google searches, and see what you can find. But just by having an honest conversation that's consistent over time, you will see people move towards your position kind of naturally. So that would be my take there. That would be my most reliable backup. You don't have to necessarily worry about arguments and debate. Sometimes exposure to an idea is all it takes to start to move towards a certain direction.
I'm not gonna. I mean, like I say, we'll have future discussions on that if everybody's willing, because that's great. I'm not gonna try to divert again though, because I do want to get back to this just because of that's what the show's about tonight. And again, I'm grateful to be able to do what I'm doing here in the way that I do it, not like the way you have to do it in order to make the regular recipe work. So in any case, we've got Rich, who has a bunch of slots here. Got Yankee, and I explained why he would have more slots, but he doesn't. Foose, we all know, has been supporting the channel for a long time, both off and on. Chris, is our Chris out there, I think. I honestly can't keep track, and I try not to keep track because it's a frustrating part of this whole thing, and there's different ways to do it, I guess. But I try not to, whatever, like Bob or Smeggy or somebody it's easy enough to keep track of. I talk to them all the time. But anyway, I apologize if I'm missing people, Chris L or N or something like that. Anyway, Trucker we know is out there right now. Smeggy is past, or another host of this show. Ants is out there. Russ stole the dog off of him, so he's in here a couple of times. Sportsman's Guide, awesome company out of Minnesota, who supports our show. Mr. Wright is the people in red are no longer Patreons, but they had been, and I didn't want to not include them. So then I got Fine Ape, Iraqi veteran. Like I said, he'd probably have a couple more slots. This is Foss, because I got both a Foss and a Foose. That took me a minute to figure out, being dyslexic. Like I say, Russ is going to be in there a couple of times because I stole the dog off of him. Seven Wonders is sometimes out there. Night Prowler, who's been active on the Instagram lately. We got Patriot in the Dark's got 3 slots on here. Travis, there's 3 slots. Thank you for support out there, man. A couple, like I say, I don't know. Some of these people don't have names that are obvious in their emails. So somebody like Karen might be somebody we know, but I don't want to put their full name. I think Jim uses his name, so hopefully I didn't do anything crazy there. But anyway, so you get the idea. There's a bunch of people you've probably seen or remember. Angelina buys stuff from me. I would give it to her, but she buys it off of me. All right, so then what I think I'm going to do is take the list, because it just seems weird to have them stacked like that. I needed to do that to, what do you call it, get like the numbers right or whatever. But I'm going to go to this next one and paste it. So it's the same list, right? Except now I'm going to go to data and randomize. So it's just going to put them in a different order. So it's the same people, same number of slots. But to me, it seems like a random order is more random than, I don't know. But now I'm just going to go random, right? And wait on, that's a Polish AK factor. Let's not go there. Random. And I don't want to use Google's just because F Google. I'll use randoms because they've been around longer. And we've got 78 slots, and I think before it even happens, what I'm going to do is suggest the way I was thinking about this, and the way I'm going to do it, it's going to just be an elimination round, right? I'll just hit this button 12 times, and those 12 people will move on to the next round, which will be this weekend. Let's say Smeggy, he's right here twice. let's say that he comes up on the first one and then he comes up on the second one, I'm going to bring him up on the second one. In other words, I want them to stay weighted. I think that they deserve to stay weighted. I don't know if anybody has any better math skills than me, if there's a reason to not do it that way. So feel free to speak up if I'm doing something horribly wrong here or inappropriate or that would be not fair. But I think that's the fairest way to do it. So the people that have donated the most, if they get 2 slots, then they get 2 slots in the 12. So without any more further ado, I think I'm going to go to 78 there. And we'll just hit this button. So the first one is 8. You all know, what should I do? Just move it over? Yeah. Hit this button again. Fit a 7. Well, somebody who's not even a Patreon anymore. Some of these people left because they hate me, and some of these people left because they can't afford to just throw money at the world. Patriot is the next one. So I still appreciate their support. Got Karen. It's the good Karen, though, not that Karen. We got 44. Hopefully this is all still coming through. 44. Oh, I guess the one issue would be if it hits a number that's already been hit, I think I'll just spin again, right? Oh, and then how many have I done now? So somebody keeping track? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. And that was 44. So this will be 5, 6. It's 31. Smeggy. That was 6. This is 7. 78. That was 7, right? This is 8. It's weird when nobody's saying anything. I should have music on. There's Pants. I think he's out there right now. Give him Smeggy a multiplier. How many was that now? Is that 9? 1?
This is number 9.
The next one will be number 9?
Yep.
Thanks. Thank you. So this is 8, who we already had. So this one will be number 9. 53. Rich. Right on. Finance. So that he's number 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 1. This next one will be 11. 5. Yankee. He didn't not say he didn't want to be included, so I'm including him. And then this one, next one is 12, right?
Yes.
Nice. That's a good one to end on. Rich. So Rich does get 2 slots. Right on. It was really close to Russ. So again, thanks to all the people that have supported us. All right, so I guess we'll do some kind of show tomorrow or whatever, and we'll narrow this down even further. So if you're one of these people, I'm not saying you should poison or do anything harmful to these other people, but I'm just saying if there's some sort of fight to the death or what, not fight, maybe not fight. If there's some sort of a squabble and a couple of them are eliminated, that would make it easier for me, but whatever. I can hit random a couple more times.
I think an old Western duel would be pretty neat.
I was thinking about making it. Maybe I'll do a future one where people have to compete because this one I didn't know how to do it, and I didn't do it so that it would turn into do something to do it. I wanted to thank people that have already kind of done something. So hopefully it's a cool way. Anyway, so we'll grab these people and we'll just do another elimination. I guess I'm trying to think of too many things, but in the future, I might have a thing where it's open to all Patreons and there'll be some sort of tasks or feats of strength or some sort of things you have to do, like accomplishments. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. And then and then maybe like I can't do a game of gotcha because of the whole 6 foot thing. But we could do maybe some sort of scavenger hunt or something like that. And then that way the people that want to participate can, and there's no qualification on, pay to play or something like that. So anyway, this one will continue through over the weekend, and probably will end it on the end of the month. But we won't make them fight over it. We'll just appreciate them for making it possible to do our thing. I was going to do something like send the people that didn't win a patch, but this is honestly way too many people. I don't have that much time to do that. I might be able to do something. I really can't do anything for this many people either. At some point, we'll have an elimination where it gets down to the like 4 or 5 patches I did make, and the people close will get those or something. All right, so you're saying that Smeggy got in here because he manipulated the spreadsheet, or he used some sort of. I think I feel like if Smeggy really was manipulating the spreadsheet, he'd have been on slot 42 and he would have got in. Now, is he outthinking us all, and he intentionally figured that would be too obvious, so he at the last minute switched it with Rich? We'll never know, I guess. I don't know if he can even have it. Can he have a lever action pistol patch in California? Is that legal?
As a Californian, I can tell you no. So it's definitely illegal to have a patch.
He might not. I didn't think about that. I don't think any of these people are youngins, so I don't have to worry about that. I don't know about Karen. I honestly don't know about Rich. Rich could be Rich Kid, I guess. And I think Nick is older. And I don't remember who this is. I'm pretty sure Jason isn't a child. So I don't think we have any issues with anything except other than states. Where's Pacifist? He's out east someplace, right? I believe he's out east. Anyway, we'll say thanks again to our Patreons, and all of this is just an effort in experimenting with this stuff and trying to comply with all of the changing situations with compliance with the different platforms, of course, with all federal laws being complied with as well. But yeah, maybe next time we do this, we'll make it more of a scavenger hunt, feats of strength, obstacle course type of trivia quiz. Anyway, so with that, we can take it wherever we want. So Walt, if you're not familiar with this show, I don't know. This is about as close to structure as we've been in a while. I usually have just been coming on just to keep the show going and to offer my Patreons a place to chat. I'll throw the link out like I did tonight, just into the text. So anybody that wants to jump in is welcome. Nobody really takes me up on it because the show is a bit of a mess. And honestly, I talk about dry, boring subjects that most people don't want to talk about. I'm that guy at the end of the bar that ain't interested in talking about your brand new 6-shooter. What do they call the young ones? The young cowboy?
The young buck.
Yeah, like I ain't interested in learning about your neckerchief you just bought off the supply place in town. I might be interested in talking to somebody who came into town with bear scars like that guy. You've seen this movie where it's dang it, I should know the actor's name already. Anyway, this guy is the dad of some Indian kid, and then he gets mauled by a bear because he's an idiot. And then the rest of the movie, he's like crying about getting mauled by that bear. It's a new movie. I can't think of it.
Was it The Revenant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll talk to that guy. I mean, not that guy because he turned out to be a wuss, but that guy, if like a dude came in with like bear claws and a bunch of scratches, like I'm interested in talking to that guy. You got something to learn there. But when Whippersnapper, that's what I was thinking of. When Whippersnapper comes up with like brand new spurs and everything you can buy at the outfitter, like, okay, guy, go learn some stuff, and then let's start chatting.
Yeah, I will say that's been, I put so much weight in the gun community on experience, and I guess it would be kind of a reverse ageism. I feel like if you have gray hair and you've seen a war or two, you've been a cop for a while, something like that, I feel like I'd rather get my shooting advice from that kind of person myself. Those are the people who I want to learn from the most, because I guess the expression, right, and kind of Game of Thrones of me, but if you're an old man in a profession where people die young, it means you're good at it. And there's just something about that jumps out at me. I just latch onto it.
I would have said yeah to that 5 years ago, and then I would have shut my mouth for a few years, and now I'm about to do one of my 2A projects is going to be digging into that. So I'm going to keep using that analogy because I don't know where I came up with that, but now I really like it. I've been sitting at the end of that bar watching what's going on for too long. I've played poker. I've played whatever the new game in town is over in the corner where the new guy comes in and sets up, some kind of thing with marbles or cards or a spinning wheel, and I've participated in them. I've watched them come and go and not participated in them. And I've got the flow of the bigger, I keep saying when I go to SHOT Show for 16 years, it's the same SHOT Show for a lot of it in a lot of respects. Not like obviously everything's different, but a lot of things are the same, especially since it's been in effing Sands for the last 20, it's been since 10. So 10 years, it's been in the same building. It's horrible. So you can literally think of SHOT Show as a Polaroid picture to some extent. And when you flip through 16 years of Polaroid pictures, what you start to see is the changes, the differences in those. If it's the same picture, the same thing, you see that person get older, you're going to see the trees around them grow. That's how I see SHOT Show at this point. I see the trends developing and ending and the relationships and the way that I keep using this analogy, the way that when I started going to SHOT Show, there was people there with regular cameras with film in them, and they would develop the film, and then they would sometimes put that on a camera, but they would do most of their Photoshop shit in a real photographic lab with the real film, and then they would send that to a publisher, and 8 months later it would be in a magazine and it would be there to sell you, and there was $30,000 for a page being exchanged for that to happen. And that was literally SHOT Show media when I first started in 2005. And then I had to explain to them, well, I'm a guy on a website. And they said, websites don't count. We can't tell who owns them. And I go, yeah, you can. What are you, an idiot? Here's how. And then they went, oh, thanks. And then they allowed websites into SHOT Show. So, and that's not like I told SHOT Show. I told the management company that was managing media or the management company that manages the SHOT Show, NSSF. And that management company has changed multiple times because the management company that should run SHOT Show has changed multiple times. And that influenced the whole thing. So anyway, I've seen SHOT Show change from film cameras to digital, to apprehensive about digital, to video all of a sudden, to hell no, to they fast forward to today, they literally have a section of their very expensive real estate devoted to a backdrop to talk to amateurs with their cell phones. So it's gone from regular film to digital, and trust me, the digital cameras back then were 1 megapixel. They were the fuzziest garbage. It's just that we could get the pictures online that night. That changed the world, and it took SHOT Show about 3 years to catch up. And then as soon as they caught up, we were going with video, and as soon as they caught up to that, we were streaming live, and as soon as we caught up to that, we're today. So anyway, I've seen that happen, and that wasn't, and I keep using the same story all the time. It wasn't like NSSF said, this is what will happen. It's not like, Apple or Microsoft said, this is the way it'll be. That was audience, that was manufacturers, that was us as press, that was just hobbyists, that's more of me, just people doing things, and the world changed or whatever, and it evolved. And now we're at this different situation. And there's lots of different ways we can approach that. So when you're talking about what you're talking about there as far as training, taking it back to that, I'm that guy at the bar. The way I'm trying to, at first when I started to figure out, hey, there's more to this. You're doing the same thing that guy did, and he's doing the same thing that guy did. And you're about to get frustrated in 5 months, and you're going to be gone. And then I'll have to wait for the next guy. You ever seen Groundhog's Day? Maybe it's like that. Guy walks in, he's new. Hey, I'm going to blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. Hey, here, let me give you a shortcut or two. That only works sometimes. And then let's say you do get somebody, you give them a bunch of shortcuts, they figure it out, and then they're sitting there screwing people in poker. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell? Like, you're never going to live in this town. You help them out, they live in the town. Now they're screwing people. They're fucking people over who are trying to come into town, and they're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and they're getting fucked by somebody you helped. Once you see that a bunch of times, you start getting apprehensive on who you're going to help, right? Let's say that somebody comes in town, they're the sheriff, and you try to help them out, and they fuck people over. I mean, who do you start helping, right? So I guess sheriff was my analogy for the gun rights groups organizations when they come in and just act horrible or drop the ball or just do dumb things, or they just keep moving people. So you have a great relationship with XYZ, and then he's gone because he got frustrated because jerk over here was a jerk. And then, okay, you're starting from scratch again. And at some point you go, well, there's no point in talking to that organization because jerk over there is going to squash out any bright light they get, you move on. And at some point, okay, well, if half the organizations are like that, half of the organizations are effective and useful, you only talk to the useful ones. So anyway, so that got me into how do you explain all this? And I've been working on how to explain all this. And I started out with Second Amendment, and I don't know if I've been successful or not because no one's really listening. They just deal with me because I'm the old guy chanting over here about whatever I'm chanting about. But I'm about to start doing it about training. I suspect that will allow me to hopefully clarify a little bit what I'm trying to get at in the broad strokes here. Why I would disagree with the idea that been there, done that is better or gooder experience. I don't know what the word would be over, honestly, kids coming from video or something. So I guess that's my long answer. And I'm going to stay open-minded to the potential of shortcuts and the potential of getting it done, while understanding that just because it looks like a shortcut doesn't mean it's perfect. And just because you can jaywalk today doesn't mean that's a great idea. There's a reason there's a jaywalking law. So once you understand the system and you find a legitimate shortcut or change, that's how evolution happens. And I think a lot of the problem is you got old timers are like, you do it this way and you question, and you get young, like, I got a question. And why have it there? This is the age of, we don't need conflict. If we were trying to get something else done, we'd figure out how to get rid of the conflict. We've got a whole bunch of people that come to the table and go, I'm going to shout out my way of doing it. But the problem is, they're not new to that. They're saying song other people have sang, and because everybody got tuned out to it, you're just singing to nobody. How do we? I don't know. I've been going off on analogies all over the damn place.
No, I think you're dead on, and I agree. And one of the big things with any kind of experience argument is exactly that. Like, the experience has its value undoubtedly, but also you cannot disregard the value of innovation, right? And sometimes, hey, that does come from the new guy. Sometimes it does. More often.
Look at the way these rallies. You kind of alluded to, and I didn't want to go off on a tangent because I wanted to hit the Patreon, so I appreciate you letting me kind of do that. But I'm going to jump back when you talked about the what's useful going forward from kind of the circumstances today. The juxtaposition of the rallies and the protests and the riots that are happening in real time now. Up until now, we've had to say, look at this situation from XYZ circumstances in state, and look at the circumstances from here, decades apart sometimes, totally different social circumstances. Now we're getting a lot closer. It takes a kid to experience something to be able to put it in perspective. And when we're saying, draw this from before I was born and draw this from before when you were born, and that's why what I'm telling you now is so important. Nobody's going to believe that. When we were 18, screw that. I got to experience it. Well, they're getting experience right now. So when you can show them, here's a Virginia where a lot of people showed up and were angry, and they were angry about it with guns on, no violence, and then you got it happening over here, and it goes crazy. I don't know. There's got to be silver lining to it. Is that the way to say it?
Yeah, and I think that there is. I think right now for the 2A community as a whole, and and I want to double back to that 2A note because I don't think that we get our rights from the Constitution. I don't know if you agree with that. Some people don't believe in innate rights. I do. And that's worth doubling back to, but just our right to self-defense, our inherent right to self-defense, as I'd like to call it, right now, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, with the current political climate, George Floyd, all this stuff going on, that's just, it's insane. Right now is a great time to win people across the aisle on gun rights and on that right to self-defense. Like, hey, look, if the point of this is that you can be free. The point of this is so that you can do what you need to do without fear, that you can bravely face the world ahead. The world that we're looking at, and I don't know if you'd agree with this, but this is how I'd put it. The world that we want isn't some cowboy libertarian, dystopia of the Wild West, right? Where everybody's just getting in gunfights all the time. We don't want that. I think most of us want to have peaceful, harmonious communities where we're happy and we're excited at the end of the day to see our friends and neighbors, and we feel like we can trust them, and we feel like we can reach out and make a difference in their lives that's positive, where we don't have to use our guns, but we have them for if we need to. I think that's the world that most most gun owners want to see. And I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but that's what I've seen when I've been observing these conversations, and that's personally where I fall. I don't want to ever have to use my firearms defensively. There's a couple times where they've come in handy for me, for sure, where they've definitely added confidence or they prevented something from escalating. But I don't want to use my firearms, to end someone's life if I can avoid it. They're here to defend, and they're ultimately, the goal is to have a sword but keep it sheathed. That might be the analogy for it. So I think it's like when we get back to these commonalities and we talk about this path forward and we talk about finding common ground, don't we want a world where we're treating everyone better than what we do now? Can't we find ways to do better than what we do now? And are there other places that we can look to do that we can get behind? And I think the answer is probably yes. And it's just like these Brady gun violence groups. Like, nobody wants more gun violence. Like, it's insane to think like, oh, you're either for gun rights or you're anti-gun violence. It's like, that's not the dichotomy. You're either for the right to self-defense or you're not. That's the debate right now, and we need to pull that out of people. And
can we let's talk about that, because you're saying things that are worth saying, and I'm not going to disagree, but to elaborate. Or maybe you know Alan Corwin?
I'm not familiar with that name.
He's a writer, Bloomfield Press, and at things like gun rights policy and other places, when he's asked to talk, at times he'll be asked to talk about language, and he's an advocate for not letting the gun prohibitionists take our words. For example, acting like a shooting, blah 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 blah. It's a murder. Right, we go shooting on weekends, that kind of clarification.
Sure.
So we don't. When you mentioned before about position, I think when you talk to people around here, because I'm pretty much whatever hardline, whatever the word would be, I'll try to always say the rights protected by the Second Amendment, because I don't think that anyone wants to gloss over the fact that it's not a piece of paper that grants us rights. It's a piece of paper that prohibits a government from infringing on a right that exists. And because we look at it differently, we got to remember that other people don't have to. There's no law in there that says, and you got to look at it this way. This is the way you got to interpret it. So we do live in a free country, and you got to understand other people are going to interpret it differently. Allow them to, right?
Totally. And to that point, that's where, you can dive in on some other topics, right? So someone rejects innate rights, which is fine. And that there's lots of credible philosophers that do reject any kind of natural rights or innate rights, right? One of the ways that I like to kind of press them, when the question that I ask is, well, where do you get your rights from? Why do you have rights? And they might say social contract because we've agreed, or they might say, my rights are based off of anything I do that doesn't harm anyone. I'm like, well, if you can arrive at it from some kind of necessity where you can, or some sort of reason where you just kind of arrive at that right, it may not technically be innate, but it kind of functions like that. If we're just going to say, these kind of things ad hoc, then like, where do we go? And so a lot of the people that are anti-gun in general, the gun prohibitionists, a lot of those people are going to be, say, like using certain other methodologies or ideologies for their ethics. So like one of those is consequentialism. So they'll say, well, the consequences of guns being present is X, Y, Z. This is undesirable, therefore we shouldn't.
But they're allowed to, right? I mean, you're allowed
totally
to live with that premise or that set of standards or rules, or whatever you call that. I mean, there's words for that, but yeah, exactly. But how do you explain it to them is the key, right? Because if they're coming from it from that angle and you understand that they got all the right in the world, but they're coming at it from that angle, here's how you talk about it to that angle. It's better to have a set of index cards or recipes that might work with that person that ain't going to work with the person that whatever. I'm thinking of a person, as you said that, who I can't remember anymore. It was a while ago, but I remember either listening to, I don't think I actually talked to him, but it might have been in a chat where we were actually talking to the person, and they said something to the effect of, I forget what the challenging question was, but their answer was something to the effect of, if that was my time to die, then that's my time to die. You can't tell me that I'm not allowed to live with that, whatever. And then, if that was when it was meant for me to end life and it was due to that set of circumstances, then, I'm allowed to have whatever opinions I want on blah, blah, blah. And I was like, whatever. I never thought about it that, you can't tell somebody how they want to, just like you wouldn't want to be told how you have to interpret whatever. You don't want to kind of infringe on somebody. So how do you talk to that person, understanding that they got all the right to, and they're gonna be willing to die instead of having guns on a planet? And yeah, I mean, you can't say to them arguments for your position, how you would tell your side. That's just stacking a bunch of stuff up that they could care less about. It's totally ineffective.
Well, and I think you're exactly right on that. So one of the big things, and you'll hear me use, I'll sneak in their language, I'll co-opt their language, and the reason that I do that, it's not, I promise it's not as stealthy or as trollsy as I might like to be, but the reason that I co-opt their language is because I want to understand them very well, and I think the path forward is always going to be empathy and understanding. So in this case, where a person says, "I'd rather die than live in this world," my question would be, well, what makes you feel that way? What makes you feel that dying is preferable to, the concerns over dealing with these concerns over firearms? What makes that way for you? And I would just want to really learn where they're coming from, and then from there. And I don't know if you've ever followed Chris Voss at all. He's a former FBI negotiator. Highly recommend some of his books on communication. He has one called Never Split the Difference, but he talks about drilling down on some of these questions, and you start to ask those calibrated questions. And so the first goal really should be getting to know their position, where they're coming from. Like you said, everybody is coming to this table with different knowledge, experience, background, with deep moral, philosophical, religious, principled positions that they have, things that they're passionate about. And you can't just wish them away, but you can absolutely talk to someone and see where they're amenable to negotiate with you. And then there's also the other school of thought, which is, well, there's some things that I cannot negotiate. There are some things where I draw a line in the sand. So for us, that might be the idea of come and take it from my cold dead hands, right? Like the line in the sand that I'm drawing is you cannot take my guns. And if you come past that line to take them, this is where you've crossed the line and there's no turning back. It is a point of no return, and that point might be different for everyone on different issues, right? So we do have to play the game and keep that dialogue going. And I think that's why asking questions and learning, like, I'm humbled by the amount of experience you have and your audience has. And that's something where it's like, yeah, I want to continue the discussions and I want to continue listening and hearing, because that's how I'm ultimately going to understand more. And then when I come in, eventually, maybe there's a position you and I disagreed on, but after I've listened to you talk and explain things in your own words, one of the big things that I can do there is then go, oh, okay, you said this is like this, how would the future look if this aspect changed? I can ask a question that maybe provokes something. Chris Voss would describe what we're searching for as the black swan, right? There's an idea hidden in the conversation, and if we listen carefully to whoever we're talking to, we can figure out what matters to them really well. And if we have that, then we can win any negotiation we go into. And it's not about creating a win-lose negotiation. It's about getting everybody moving forward on a win-win. So a negotiation is not just manipulating this person into agreeing with you or winning a debate with snappy rhetoric and good lines, right?
That would be manipulation.
Exactly.
A successful negotiation is both sides walk away with what's the word? Positive.
They're happy, right? Yeah. So so I'm definitely in that camp where it's all about continued listening, and that might mean hours of conversation. It might mean minutes or seconds, but if we can arrive there, I think that's just really good for society. I think that's really good for our movement. I think that's good for any issue, any subject. It's also a great way to make friends at work. It's a great way to get a raise, to to buy a car. There's a bunch of good reasons to learn those listening skills and to practice them, because a lot of us know them, and I think most adults, most people that have been in business have learned these skills. but oftentimes these basic communication skills, overcoming distractions and obstacles or emotional triggers in conversation, we forget to focus on those and listen really well so often. And I've seen that so many times. So we have people that know how to be good listeners, but then don't practice it. And those types of things, yeah, that's what interferes with our ability to communicate. Like it's like talking to I'm a millennial, so I can say it. If you talk to a millennial while they're on their phone, they are not listening to you. If you talk to me while I'm on my phone, I'm not listening. I can promise you that. So making sure that you get the distractions out of the conversation, you address them specifically, and making sure that you're not using language that they find to be emotionally loaded, which is why, like, for instance, I don't like the term assault weapon at all. I believe the only context that belongs in is maybe a legal discussion. That's a personal belief that I have, because it's such an emotionally loaded term that it just makes conversations go haywire and they cease being productive so often. So I don't like it. You have the right to use the term. We have free speech, right? But it's that type of language, that's so emotionally loaded. I prefer to avoid, so I can stop creating obstacles to listening. So that's my take anyway.
I dig it. Barbecue has jumped in and out.
Yeah, it just kicked me out for some reason. I just got
around. I could have been turning around. So.
One, when you got going on your bar analogy earlier, just wanted to say that those rants that you get going on are exactly what made me realize I wasn't doing enough and inspired me to start doing more. So just want you to know, when you get going like that, people are listening and it does make a difference. Then for Walt, one, I don't know if you said it at the beginning. If not, what is the name of your channel? And two, you had talked about being more on the philosophical side, which I am really interested in. But I don't want to. There's no good way to say it. Some less educated people are going to find your videos and they might try and quote you on some things. And if they're talking to somebody that is more educated, they might run into a snafu where somebody tries to hang them up with another philosophical quote or something. Do you address any potential arguments that you might get for what you're talking about, and how what you are discussing knocks that down?
Yeah, and that's a great question. So I want to make sure that I answer this well. This is on kind of potential roadblocks or objections that you might get if you're using, say, like a more complex argument, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what I try to do is I try to keep my arguments themselves very simple. I prefer that whenever possible. In my academic reading of philosophy work, there's some really fun tools that you can use to do that. So there's what we'd call like a syllogistical argument, which is something that you could maybe use a Venn diagram for, or something that maybe something that's really easy. Say, all tigers are cats. Tony is a tiger, therefore Tony is a cat, right? And you might be able to just use really basic, simple logic that follows very easily and intuitively. Whenever possible, I think that's best. So I try to keep them simple. In regards to the objection note, how I like to deal with that is by presenting what I believe to be the strongest objection to my arguments. Typically, the strongest example, I think the strongest argument against guns in general, and you guys are free to disagree with me here if you want, because I'd love to have this conversation on what arguments you guys run into the most. The strongest argument I could think of against firearm freedom would be, say, like a pacifist argument where all violence is inherently wrong, therefore any tool of violence is wrong and must be restricted. And that moral conviction, those kinds of things, those can get a little tricky to deal with because those are well-established philosophical positions. You don't have to go find You don't have to go find like gun-specific philosophy or something like that. You can just go look at various religious ideologies or various philosophers throughout the ages and find tons of ammo for those arguments. So, so generally speaking, I'd say just like, try to keep it practical at the same time. So I don't want anyone to just parrot me, and I don't want anyone to just be parroting other people. I want to hear what they have to say. And so if you just took
teach people the pieces, right? Teach them the tool, teach them the terminology, and then they don't have to parrot. They can
exactly.
But that's the problem with part of the society we live in today is that's all people do is parrot. I love getting to.
Hold on. Don't get discouraged because it's been like that forever. There's always a certain amount of people who give a shit. Then there's people who know how to talk good, and they want something to say, and they know who to listen to, and they know how to paraphrase and they manipulate. But if anything, today it's actually, I think, the other way. I think that we've got more ability to have conversations like this to put the truth, whatever, good valid resistance to the garbage. And there's more alternative. You can turn off. I don't even own a television. I have a television forever. I can't imagine I'm the only person like that. And I'm not the first or nothing, but there's people that still have landlines. There's probably still people that have VHSs or something. But eventually there won't. And these conversations, anyway. I interrupted you. I was off on a tangent there. I was just trying to say, like, don't get discouraged. It's today it's worse than it was. But I think I sidetracked.
But yeah, to that point though, I do agree that now more than ever, information is moving towards being democratized. Right? Anyone can be a source. Anyone can be a voice. Anyone can research just about anything for free on the internet. Right? So with that, just open accessibility. I think it's also kind of changed how we've learned or how we've approached learning. So if I was to talk to my dad, right, a very, very boomer generation, right, I know the subjects that I know like the back of my hand. I don't need to look anything up because I have been in these subjects for 40, 50 years and I know what I'm doing. And then if I compare that to my approach, which is I've had to learn so many different subjects to stay competitive throughout my life that if I haven't touched this in the last 3-6 months or last year, I have to go Google a whole bunch of information about it, bring myself up to speed, and then I can have a competent discussion. I think one thing that we do is like we rely on search engines like Google to give us that first answer, and then we just say, oh, that's the truth. Obviously, there's problems with that. And we can't necessarily control how people are going to take any material that we give them. I think what we can do is prescribe it with instructions. I think as content creators, our responsibility is to make sure that our audiences know the context that we're speaking to, understand that, what's true of our argument is not necessarily you can just copy paste this somewhere else, or what we're saying about this handgun or this rifle is going to be the same for all the others. Very little in this world is absolutes, right? There's lots of shades of gray everywhere, and there's so much information that if anyone claims to know it all, I think that's a sign that they're not trustworthy. With that said, there's a lot of experience and knowledgeable people out there. So, so I think it's about finding that balance, and I don't know that there's super easy solutions to that, to be honest. And if there's some paths forward past providing context, I'd love to hear some ideas for that.
I don't know if there's something in the past that answers that. I don't know it. So I'm not saying there isn't. I just don't know it. But barbecue, meet up again. You get like a weird reverb here. But feel free to unmute anytime you want and kick in. You don't have to wait till the end. Don't be polite. You guys are both kind of fairly new, and I have no, manners. I've been in live chat for too long. If you wait for a pause, you'll never get one because it's a person's tendency to not have dead air. So you'll say your point, and then you'll think about, I think most people's mindset is you say whatever you're going to say, and unless somebody is saying something, you're going to have a chance to think about it and go, no, let me clarify that. So you're going to keep going, and everybody else, if they're going to try to be polite, they're going to let you keep going because it sounds like you're still going, but you're really just going around the bend again. You're saying it again. And now there's silence. So what's your tendency? I'm going to clarify that again. And everybody's like, oh, wait. And we don't need to do that. That's nice if we've never met each other. We have never met each other, but let's assume we're all brothers or angry cousins. You just have to start talking, and that lets the other person. If you got something you really want to say, here's what I do. I just keep talking, and I talk louder because that allows the other person to know, nope, not done yet. Let me finish. And if they're not weird, they're going to go, oh, and then they're going to let them finish. Now, sometimes I'm not going to say it doesn't start going in weird tangents, because if someone finishes and then someone addresses it, whatever that point you were going to make sometimes can get lost. Don't feel like it has to get lost. As soon as there's some kind of pause, or if you think your point is more valid than whatever's being said, or somebody's just reiterating it for the 5th time, feel free to cut in, especially in my chats. I'm not here to, there's that 3 rule thing where if you say things 3 times, somebody's going to remember it. I'm not trying to manipulate nobody. If you can't keep up, then go listen to the rewind. So nobody has to say nothing more than once in here. Feel free to overtalk us. But with that said, mute for a second, because you were asking, is there a result? Is there an answer to the fact that people have to learn, I guess, in order to speak authoritatively, to have a rational discussion? And where do you get the information and all that? Was that a bad summary?
It's similar, right? So I think my question is more, how do we make sure that people are using our language in the right context? So as Barbecue was saying to me, that idea that, hey, someone can just take that information and parrot it and get it wrong, and now they're in a world of hurt where they're losing the battle, so to speak, because they didn't understand the nuance or understand the context of that argument. There's only so much
on that. Conversations create nuance. They give you that.
Yeah.
And listening to other people ask questions. So if 2 people are going to get up and go blah, 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 spew garbage, that's what you're going to get, a bunch of spew. If you have a conversation like this, and look, I've got this conversation up over here. I don't give a shit about Facebook. Some people have their Facebook up, right? If we had a gun streamer chat, it would be up, right? If there was a Pro 2A chat that should exist, that would be up here on the screen. But these, I don't know, 12 people right now who are on this, in this chat are part of this conversation. So where were we going? So those people, where were we going? Fuck, I just got lost on a tangent to talk about how great these people are, and then we got this.
But yeah, to that point, right? Yeah. So on that note of nuance, and we're talking about, those people are seeing where this is. Yeah.
To the conversation. So now there's people that are going to witness this who are never going to chat in this thing, and they're going to experience it. If you are one of those people, you're not going to chime in. And if you were one of those people, you might chime in, but whatever, right? Then there's going to be people that watch this in the future. And depending on how long I leave it up, and depending on how long the platform exists, that might be any time for a long time into the future, including when AI reads everything on the internet and interprets how the humans are. So we might be putting the equivalent of photographs into the future, the same way that we try to figure out what happened in 1920 something by a couple of sparse photographs here and there and some crap written on just grading pieces of paper. You're creating in any way, shape, or form what the AIs are reading fair enough out there, as long as I keep my channel up and this platform exists, unless we put our stuff out there on the internet, on real websites, on multiple platforms that maybe one of them will last, but more importantly, websites that are going to be there forever, right? Because there'll be a carbon copy or a image of the internet over time, and so we're going to leave stuff behind with what we're saying. So it doesn't have to be just the conversation that we're in or whatever. As far as you can't, I think you were saying you can't expect people to just mimic what we're saying. You got to give them, I was kind of alluding to it before, you got to give them pieces to the erector set, Lego pieces, show them what the idea is so that they can build their own argument correctly, or at least with logic or whatever the words are. I don't correctly, is probably a bad way to say it, but like, in a way that's appropriate for the person they're talking to, so it's not ineffective. And then everyone wins, because like you say, now you had a successful negotiation. We didn't even get into the real topic here of how to have, what to have these conversations, but how, or what to have in, the topics of these conversations, but to give yourself the skill set to get ready for these conversations, to prepare for these conversations. That's sort of your question. And I think that an answer is not from the past. I think that we see over time the same struggle, the same problem where certain, what are they? I forget the numbers. It's 3%, 10%. Everything, every social change that's ever happened, like every war, everything always happens by a bunch of noisy people. And then somehow they either intentionally or manipulate or influence or something happens and everybody else says, okay. And then
Are you a fan of that theory, by the way? So like when I was doing my AIT back at Fort Bragg, right? The theory that we were told, because they said, oh, no conspiracy theories. Like, I don't want to hear any of you psyop guys going talking about conspiracy theories and men who stare at goats. It's funny, whatever. But the reason everything happens is because of fog of war, you know. And so the idea behind that theory was more like when you see weird things happen, you kind of get into opportunities for unique situations are made in the chaos, right? And so people identify these opportunities because they might not be able to see 20 moves ahead like a chess master, right? They might only see the next move or two moves, but they find themselves in these strange positions, and it's just strange times. And then all of a sudden there's beautiful or strange or horrific things born from those moments in war, just because of how chaotic everything was, that were totally unpredictable. I don't know how you approach that kind of thinking, or if you have anything, but that always stood out to me as kind of an interesting way of looking at chaos.
That would be an awesome one. I'm gonna get my spreadsheet going again. You want to see what a spreadsheet used to look like when this show had life in it? I would go over to YouTube over here and I would click on, where the hell do I even have it now? It's like stuck under some pile or something. Where even is it? I have it on the other computer. I haven't used it in so long. Oh, it's under podcasts. Where the hell is podcasts? I literally don't even have this stuff up there anymore. But dang, where is it? It's got to be up here somewhere.
Also, I just want to say, while you search, there's a guy in the chat whose name is The Pants. And I know I don't know all your patrons or subscribers yet, but that is an amazing username. I love it. The Pants is amazing. I don't know you, Pants, but you're great.
What's that? Shit, anyway, I got a massive spreadsheet somewhere that I guess I can't find here on the screen, which I just showed a bunch of people's names in. Sorry about that. There's no way to edit this. I'll just quit talking about it. Anyway, I have a giant spreadsheet where I used to have this show really scheduled out for many hundreds of episodes. I would say easily 700 episodes of the 1,000 were decent shows where they had a schedule. So another awesome topic as far as, I guess, mindset on strategy. I listened to Book of the Five Reigns and Art of War maybe monthly. And every once in a while when I come across something either on a history topic or, out of the blue, you'll hear things that just make you think of something. So yeah, I'll read something from the military side every once in a while, but not exclusively. I've never been a student of military thinking or strategy or anything, but certainly sounds interesting.
There is a lot there to learn. So I mean, and I don't know that much about it, and it's kind of weird to say that. And I guess it kind of goes back to that humble mindset, because like, even though I was in the Army for 8 years, right, and I was reserve side, right, I did do my tour, but I only got to see so much of the Army, and it's such a big world. When people are just like, oh, this is how it is in the military, unless they're talking about wearing your uniform, or something like that, like, it's like, no, this is such a big world, like, and that fear to comment on something, even though it's something and something you should feel confident in. It's like, I can relate because I feel so humbled by other people that were in the service and how much more they contributed to the military or to the mission than I did, and so I try to respond with humility for most subjects because of that. In everything in life, I like to approach it like a beginner, because there's no real way to just say that you're the best. There's always going to be someone that knows something you don't, and I try to just take that into account with whatever I say or whatever I do.
And so let's see. So one way to angle off here, because we've had a lot of angles, like I said, I could probably go back and listen to this show actually, and then just have a spreadsheet open, and as I listen, come up with a bunch of ideas, or anybody should do that. Feel free to do that. That's a great way. Just go to somebody's playlist and look at the most popular videos, or listen to this conversation, and just as you're listening to a conversation, think about you're out there looking for topics. So you can create topics like that too out of nowhere. But anyway, I'll go back and pick some of these things to talk about. But yeah, shit. Started talking and totally lost where I was going to go with that. But yeah, we've been having a great conversation. I'll stick around as long as you guys want. We're about an hour and a half in, just out of courtesy. I'll play host a little bit. People have been jumping in and out. Honestly, this show has been, kind of hit or miss, even though that's a technically copyrighted show from Tuesday nights. I do the show because I want to have a conversation, but I don't want to have a conversation about your new trigger or whatever. And it's not that I hate all that stuff. I'm just super bored. I don't care about all that stuff. I got a couple of guns I like and I'm done. I don't really care about debating all that stuff anymore. I've chatted about training and stuff till I'm blue in the face over the last however many years. So I'm just kind of been tired on it, but I do like and value conversations, and the conversations like tonight are why I stick around and have shows for all boring nights. I get projects done and work on tasks and stuff, but I'm more than willing to kick the show back in if this is a time frame. We've had a couple of people that have been, again, hit or miss, that have probably been willing to have conversations like this, and I would have no better, I can't imagine a better present than to have a conversation like this every night. Because what I was going to get to, I guess I finally remembered, having conversations like this and having them exist is useful on multiple levels. I'll talk about this to people all the time. Value your fucking worth. Value what you're doing. This is going to allow us to have a conversation. We're all going to change from it because we're literally having it here. Guns is either going to eventually get a better mic or coming from a computer or something, so he doesn't have to mute and worry about it. Walt's figuring out the community and what's going on. Go find other chats. Maybe I'm a jackass. There's tons of people that hate me, dude. Like, go talk to other people and find out if there's other chats that you can click with better or whatever. But right, you're learning your thing. But yeah, that's something that we're doing here immediately, but we're leaving something behind. Even though this channel isn't huge, it's out there being hit with all the different search engines that are out there. So somebody 6 months from now, 6 years from now, whatever, comes along and looks for something, and by then the the closed captioning of this will exist. It's just next. They've already read every book. Think about that. Every book, from like rickety old rusty books in churches in the middle of nowhere. They've read every book, period. It's all online. Think about that. Every effing book. So how long is it going to be before there's deaf people? Deaf people that want to participate in this. So they're making tech the same way they can face recognition or gun recognition. They're making better and better closed captioning all the damn time. So as soon as you close caption it, not only is it accessible, which is fucking very nice for deaf people or for blind people.
Do you want to? I don't know if you're down to go off on a complete tangent here.
Let me just close it. AI is going to be able to read all that. That's all I'm saying. So even whatever we say in these things, at some point is going to be extrapolated to text, read, and incorporated into the matrix. Go ahead.
I was going to say, on that note, it's a lot closer than you might think. There's a company out there, and it's called Barrett CX. This was someone that I got a bid for a work project on analytics. We didn't go with them, but they were on some Big Brother stuff. So what you can do with this technology is you can actually send your customers surveys, right, that they take on their phones. And when they look at their phone and write the survey, or when they give a video response to the survey, which is something that they do, they can actually see your facial expressions and determine if you're happy, sad, disgusted, like any of your micro expressions. And they'll read that from your phone's camera, and they'll associate that with the feedback for the analytics. And that's the type of level that like cars do. And all that stuff. But it's kind of crazy how Big Brother things have kind of already gotten in the advertising space, or in that consumer feedback space. I think we're kind of already there, and we've been there for a minute. That's my opinion, anyway.
I don't really keep up other than TED Talks and whatever Netflix feeds me kind of shit. And I haven't played with the Netflix logarithm yet. I need to start. I guess I can't play with the Netflix logarithm. Netflix feeds us whatever stream of stuff they're going to feed us, and I watch whatever's next on the thing. So I guess I'm being fed regardless. Anyhow, so I'm no expert, but one thing that really blew my mind was thinking about AI, right? Okay, giant supercomputer that doesn't necessarily have to be as big as a house, but just amazingly smarter than anything we can think of. When I'm thinking quantum, I guess quantum mixed with AI is nuts. That's like Star Trek stuff, at least compared to where we are now. That's reading the whole internet in a moment or two and getting interpretation or getting results out of that, right? Making equations and getting not just equations, but getting extrapolating data. I guess what I'm trying to say out of that. At least that's what I understand. And when I thought about all that, I'm thinking, oh, that takes until everybody can afford to do that. Just because it took, I guess you think, car revolution until everybody gets a car, so that there's a need for highways and blah, 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 driveways and all that, and gas stations and all that. And then you get to the computer revolution. It's not really a revolution till everybody has a computer in their house or their own computer, their own phone, their own cell phone, right? Their own smartphone. But with AI, it doesn't. With AI, you can come up with, I got this great thing, and then compared to AI, that's like a fraction of a moment. So you can go up to Amazon AI vending machine, put in your quarter, have an insane amount of compared to today, like having the whole resource of the world in harmony, choreograph, do something for you, give you a result that's just unfathomable today. In the future, a kid will walk up to a vending machine and take a slice of that. Maybe it's expensive time, but that slice of time that it takes AI to come up with some crazy answer for him. Can you imagine if a kid today can go find out the answer to a question? What's the future? Like,
Yeah. I mean, right now, like Target, I don't know if you heard about Target's machine learning with marketing to pregnant people, to pregnant women.
where
I don't
like
know.
you buy stuff if you're pregnant or something?
So
Or you
they would.
market to you because it figures you're pregnant.
So yeah, Target basically could figure out from your shopping cart if you were expecting. So they would see what what items say pregnant women crave or what they're likely to buy early on in the pregnancy, and then what Target would do is start sending them ads for diapers and bottles and binkies, right? So the practice kind of got called out one time because there was a dad who came in. I think it was his teenage daughter. I might be getting the story wrong, but it was his teenage daughter comes in and says, hey, to some Target manager showing the ads, like, why are you trying to sell my teenage daughter diapers and pregnancy tests? What are you telling me? And the manager's flabbergasted. He doesn't know what to do. He replies to corporate and he's trying to work on an answer to give this customer that's upset. And then the customer comes back in a few days later and is apologizing profusely. Turns out his daughter was pregnant. So,
yeah,
like,
but should he really be apologizing? I mean, doesn't he not have the right to be taken out of a loop that he didn't even realize?
I agree.
You were in?
And I agree because I would be like, why are you sending these to my child? Like, I control what my child sees. Why are you sending this to them? That would be my first question as a parent, right?
It couldn't happen. I'm offended by, or I would think like now you have that emptor, right? Now it's time for you to decide if you need to be using whatever app can follow you around and see what you're buying at Target or whatever. Because that was either the Target app or using Facebook, and Target had a little AI chunk that comes in and drops. That's the kind of thing that would figure out, like you're saying, oh, you're buying chocolate and you never bought chocolate or whatever it comes out to.
Yeah. Well, and I would wonder too. A lot about, say, the future of policing with this kind of technology as well, because they have crime heat maps already. I'm wondering if they can predict like city blocks where the next shooting is going to happen or where the next mugging is going to happen or whatever, right? I would wonder how Minority Report this kind of goes. And it might be 10, 20 years, but we could be in a world where, the government's trying to just predict our actions and then do something about it with how administrative our state is, and that's a big fear of mine, because I don't trust the government in the slightest. I think we're probably on the same page there. I don't trust the government one way or the other.
I don't have a problem with government. I have a problem with people that use the bureaucracy to be evil and to do things that are, that would cause people to be distrustful of all government. But I have I'm with some of as much as I'm libertarian-ish or hands-off-ish, I understand having an army or whatever you want to call it, like a defense. I can understand having some national level things so that states don't have to waste time, or that they can all pitch in and do stuff more efficiently. But then I draw lines really fast on that, right? And so I'm not that's why I would like to see nuance in parties. I don't want to have this set of options or that set of options, and I really don't want to have just a third set of options, which is weird, some weird hybrid. As much as anyway, so we get in all kinds of stuff there. So shit. Sitting here, well, we were talking about getting what the ads.
Yeah, we came, yeah, just on this.
Whatever. So anyway, I was just saying I don't want to see government intervention or nothing. I just want to see smarter consumers that go, great, I got a phone, and we have social media. I've had a computer, but I didn't always, or we didn't always, right? We didn't like it when people would call us on the telephone. I don't know how old you are, but people would call you on your telephones way before cell phones and shit. You'd be sitting down to dinner and somebody would call you, a telemarketer. And that was a big thing when it first started happening, because for a long time there was a monopoly on the phone lines, let's say. In other words, one company invented shit and then distributed the shit they invented, and a bunch of people had a fit about it and said there's a problem with that and made them chop up into like 5 pieces. Divestiture, when AT&T had to chop into like 5 pieces. And that's so much better. So as soon as you chop into 5 pieces, you got all kinds of capitalism happening and stuff, and long distance rates and shit. So as soon as you stop it from one company says, don't bother each other, like leave each other alone, because there was just no option. You couldn't buy a machine to bother people. That wasn't a thing. As soon as there was divestiture, capitalism, growth, everybody was happy that the monopolies are ended. Oh shit, now that you can buy a machine and just call every number, you can do stuff that you couldn't do before because there's just different set of circumstances, right? So we've had problems like this in the past. There's just, it's not a different thing to human condition or nothing. It's just the way that it's happening. And whether or not we've been taught that there's going to be cyclical, maybe that's what I was looking for earlier, because there's cyclical shit. I was just thinking about this earlier. I was always thinking that, how the 70s turned into the 60s, turns into the 70s, turned into the 80s. And then I wondered what the 90s and the 90s almost kind of turned into the 60s, kind of weird reversion of the 60s in a way. And then you get into the 90s and they were kind of like the 70s in a way. And then, they're not identical, but they've got sort of cyclical kind of, soft people, hard people, good economic times, bad. I mean, obviously other things have influenced it. But anyway, so I was thinking about how there's these cycles and stuff. So some of this stuff is, we get all offended, like, oh, blah, blah, blah. But if you've never looked back or you haven't had the chance to experience a whole shit ton of waves, then it might seem like the first time we're getting hit. It might seem like it's getting worse than ever. But have you ever looked back at like the 1930s politics when people had to stand on the back of a train and yell? Like, holy shit, were they mean and horrible to each other? And they pay people $2 to vote for them, and everybody was drunk, and you could kill people in the forest and no one would ever know. We think that it's horrible now? Give me a fucking break. You know what I mean?
Oh, totally. Like Western society has done so much better. Like society across the world, generally speaking, is so much better. Like poverty overall, if you look at like the past few centuries to now, poverty overall trending downwards, world hunger overall trending downwards. Yes, we do have events like Corona, right, where we have this situation, and then we see some other effects like, hey, there's a possibility of widespread food shortages and poverty on the resurgence, but with that said, these things, there are some small, seasonal kind of cyclical behavior, and that's to be expected. And overall, we are doing so much better. To that point, I think it's I think it's a great idea to tell some of these people that are freaking out, a lot of these alarmists out there, like, hey, calm down, breathe, take a second, right? Because life moves in ways that sometimes feel out in the weeds, but in reality, we've traveled this road before, and for a lot of situations that can be true. So I'm with you on that note.
I grew up in the Cold War, where I can remember actually having a drill because of nuclear bomb threat. Like we would go out and sit in the hallway, and I think I can remember that. So it would have been like a little kid type of thing, but it was like the end of that kind of immediate fear. And I can remember at some point, because I enlisted when I was in school, so I was probably like a lot of people when they enlist, getting ready and waiting and bullshit. Well, no, a lot of people, some people probably enlist at a place and they're old enough and they can just go in like that weekend or something. I had to enlist and then wait. So I had all this time to wait, and something probably happened that got me all upset. And I can remember some advice given to me from a friend's dad, who had lived through Cuban Missile Crisis. And that was, you know how it is. You've been in the military. There's what actually happens in real life. There's what's top secret and what everybody knows about at some level. And then there's the story. And then there's the speculations, which if you drew one of them bubbles, they cross over each other all over the place. But, you know, there's some real thing. There's some versions of it. And then there's generally some fluffy version that everybody knows. And it's just easier to remember and keep down through history or whatever, right? So this guy was at a level where, you know, he's talking to a kid who's whatever, you know, upset, or I remember, but whatever, you know, I was somehow antsy and he's trying to calm me down. And, you know, he gives me some advice that, you know, about what it was like. And he was, I can't remember, he was something on a bomber though. He was like in a unit where, I mean, they were in the air. Like, you know, he was telling me like, it got pretty fucking close. And this isn't the first time, in other words, and this ain't going to be the last time. You know, there's a reason that, you know, you got to do a bunch of stuff until the last minute, and then it's a different story. But don't get upset when you have to do a bunch of stuff, because sometimes you got to do a bunch of stuff over and over and over. And this is Cold War veteran, right? Somebody who's lived through it, understood that it was ending and that strategy had worked. Now, you know, in a different world, maybe that wouldn't work. But in this world, that was some decent advice. And that's something that, I don't know, I just had with me. So through Y2K, I think was a big one. You know, of course, the, what do you call the Gulf shield into storm. Mm-hmm. And will that turn into the, you know, a blowing embers, or, you know, re-sparking the Cold War, right? No, it ended. Okay. Y2K, shit, right? And then, what do you call it? 9/11, right? Oh, the world's going to spin into chaos, right? I don't know how many riots, and I'm not trying to dismiss shit. Everything's got the potential to spin off into chaos, and you can't fucking suggest that I wasn't concerned at any one of those, or I'm still not concerned. But that's all I'm saying is, yeah, we live in a world of cycles, and when you look at it in the big frame scheme of thing, the amplitude, right, the frequency, the amplitude, all the things, what we see is a big wave that's getting smaller and smaller and less frequent, and you know, it's never going to be smooth. That would be some kind of Star Trek future. But you know what? If aliens like Klingons came down here and took out something, or the bugs came down and took out Buenos Aires, you telling me we wouldn't, you know, whatever, let's get rid of these bugs, right? Let's get rid of them Klingons. So there's things that could change us on a dime. Big meteor comes down, Pacific Ocean is now the Pacific hole in the ground, lava's pouring out of it. I don't think everybody's going to worry about which way they pray and when, and you know, what color that is or what. Everybody's going to be worried about that lava coming out of that hole. So there's things that can change us on a dime, and you know, they don't happen all that often. But anyhow, we got the potential of not having to repeat our past and being aware that we have these cycles and that we don't. Man, here's the other thing. I'm going to be repeating a lot of stuff. That's why probably a lot of people are dropping off. But one of my things is that I'm looking at things again. Let me keep using that perspective. Back in the day, people came in with newspapers, then you got radio, then you got television, eventually you got VCRs, you can record your television. Now you don't got to be home at Thursday or Saturday. You can go live a life and then still watch your shows and talk to people or watch your sports maybe, right? Then you get cable, and then that turns the world around, because all of a sudden I'm growing up and I'm watching the same movie like 50 times in a week or 50 times in a month, because it's the only thing that's on that isn't a cartoon that I've seen 50 times, right? And you can't go rent a VHS every day. Maybe you got one of those on the weekends or something. So, you know what I'm saying? And then you get to cable, where now you got anything you want to watch anytime. You got cable, you got, you call it internet, phones, smartphones, blah, 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 right? We evolve. So we're not stopping, we're not done. But one of the things we do have is what used to be, you owned a newspaper, you owned a television station, you owned a cable channel, you owned a network. What are we doing? We're just sitting here in our rooms with a computer that costs a couple $100 on an internet connection that costs a few bucks a month. And we're having conversations that might be sparking the next person who starts Citizens Committee to Keep and Bear Arms, because he's figured out a way to do something on an app that we're all too dumb to have seen as obvious.
Yeah, and Barbecue brought up something on that note, right? Which is like people do listen to these conversations, and even if we go, we might think we're droning on, or we might think that people aren't paying attention, but the surprising thing is how many people do, and how powerful it can be, right? And I was having that conversation, the same exact conversation, with a friend of mine recently, when he was talking about not feeling good and feeling like he wasn't doing much in his life. And the reality is that this is one of my friends who was able to help me find work when I needed it. He's been able to perform music and do podcasts and do a bunch of stuff. And the reality is, these little conversations, they can trigger other people for big change. So definitely something that I think is worth continuing, because you never know who you are going to influence. You might, you don't know if you're influencing the next president. So it's definitely something.
I mean, that's a thing, and it's optimistic, and it's not an irrelevant facet, and I'll champion that concept. But as well as, additionally, you're laying down content. And like I say, even if it's just chatting, even if it's just the rants, roll call will do rants and stuff, even if it's just whatever you want to discount it as, you're laying down content online. And that content, there's no reason to believe technology is slowing down. That content will be available in the future, and it'll be compiled in the future and be used as a portion of the decisions in the future. You can discount that all you want. I like to use the no single drop thinks it's responsible for the flood analogy all the time, but it's fucking apt. Like, nobody thinks that their contribution is worthwhile. However, void of your contribution, the other side, for example, Bloomberg is throwing $5 million at Arizona. Is he giving me $5 million? No, because that would be ineffective. I would use it against him. He's going to give that $5 million to marketing agencies that know all the stuff we've talked about in the AI portion there, right? Who knows what they know how to do to make you buy a yellow shoe instead of a red shoe, right? So he's going to buy those marketing organizations. His strategy in the past has been to buy, to come into a town or a state and say, which are your best, 5 marketing companies? These 5, and he'll go, okay, I'm hiring all 5 of you. You do this, or however he does it. He owns that chunk. What are we coming back at him with? I get challenged because I'm trying to do this full time.
Yeah.
We've got organizations whose goal is to get, what do you call them? Like defendants or, perfect defendants, so that they can take cases up through the courts, which can at any time be dropped, right? So they have to start another one. So they have to have, I don't know how to call it, like balls juggling at all different stages. They've got to have somebody team's feeling for what's coming and what is possible. And then they got to have cases. You don't dream for cases. You don't hope for cases, but there are cases in a country of 300 and something million people. And then they'll decide which ones of those. That takes time and effort. All of this stuff happens. And then you get to the end. And how often do we have even a conclusion? Twice, 3 times, I guess, in our lifetimes. And that's 3 times in pretty much the lifetime of any of our relatives too. It hasn't been since the 1800s or some shit, since they actually ruled on the second or the Supreme Court level. So there's these organizations that got their hands tasked, and then what? You're giving them $30 a month. You can go, and then just, I'm justified in bitching when something happens in Pennsylvania, or now might happen in New Mexico. What the hell? I give my $30 to an organization, right? So we got 5 organizations like that. We got FPC, which is kicking the shit out of it from California on out. How'd this happen? Then we've got, what did you say, FPC?
Firearms Policy Coalition.
My screen glitched as soon as I said FPC. So then it distracted me. I was just going to finish with DOA, Second Amendment Foundation. Those are the 3 big ones at the national level at this point.
Are there
it is still kicking.
Are there any organizations that you would say, so I know that there's a lot of animosity right now towards the NRA. So I guess my question would be, what organizations would you recommend people kind of avoid or people be wary of? Are there some that are just hit or miss?
Yeah, so I try to keep track of all the Second Amendment organizations over here on, I'm talking type same time, on Minuteman University. So I have them in chronological order. They started out with the NRA in 1871, and then I won't try to read them all here, but as you go through, there are a couple that are in my list because they exist, but that, right, I don't know for a fact, but I know that they've never, for example, attended a gun rights policy conference in, I shouldn't say 34 years because maybe they haven't existed that long. But, you know, they haven't, there are a couple of organizations that will take money from the community and have offered very little in return other than memes and like snarky Facebook posts and stuff like that. And for a while, it was possible to have like, you know, to hire a sponsor, what do you call them, a hire face, and then get people, hey, Woods, this is Woods, the guy we were talking about, I was alluding to earlier. You're going to want to rewind this show, Woods, and listen to, I don't know, somewhere around whenever, I don't really even know. It might have been an hour ago, but you're going to want to listen to chunks of this show.
I think so. We've gone over so much in this actually, and I was thinking I was just going to jump on and say, hey, we're going to go to subscriber prizes and Patreon prizes, and that was going to kind of be it. And we launched off into this wonderful, you know, discussion just on communication and how to approach it all. I love it.
I don't want to name any of them because I don't like to promote any of them that do stuff, but I'll suggest that this one, for example, brags about raising $12,500,000 in 2014. $12,451,000. Can you tell me that you've heard of them before and what their results were?
Yeah, I can. I've never heard of them. They sound like, and this is the thing that I've noticed with so many activist organizations, is that they'll do very similar names to others so that they feel legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
but
like
the reason I put the icons like this, because you're right, like basically when you look at them chronologically, you got NRA as a banner, a ribbon around a thing with an eagle, and then you got an eagle that had something to do with military or army. Probably there's the rifle, like infantry. I don't even remember because I wasn't around back then, which those symbols they even had infantry. I don't know what they called the different divisions of the military. But anyway, you can see some symbolism there. Obviously, these are wrong. These would have been different symbols back in the 1900s. I just don't have I couldn't research what they were. But yeah, once you get into the more modern ones, 1971 Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms was Alan Gottlieb in 1971. That's the first of the like modern ones that was an actual rights group, as opposed to, you'll notice everything before this was either industry or state. So it's either collecting, industry, or state until you get to 1971, which 1968 Gun Control Act, right? Alan Gottlieb is like 20-something years old, 24 years old, 20-something. He's in his early 20s. The Gun Control Act just happened. He waits a second, looks around. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm assuming this is how it went down. 68 gun control happens. He's like, what the fuck? And then he looks around. Nobody's doing shit about it. So in 1971, he says, fuck it, and starts the Citizens Committee to the right to keep and bear arms, and then starts kicking ass. And then Second Amendment Foundation a couple of years later, because you can't educate in the same organization as you lobby. You can't do this in the same organization as you do that. And that's his summary. Anyway, so you see his logo in 1971, and then you get Gun Owners of America. Their first logo was a black and white version of this.
Yeah.
With friends or what the fuck. I know that Gun Owners of America is from Gun Owners of California, and I don't know if this was their first logo or not. This was, California says, hey, you know what? Fuck handguns. Let's get rid of handguns. And this senator is like, fuck no. And he starts Gun Owners of California, successfully resists it. But he says, you know what? That's about to happen nationally. So he starts Gun Owners of America. I think that's the summary there. They both happened in 1975. So it could be that they were all like, hey, cool, yeah, whatever, use the exact same logo as us. But that's the first instance of it. Virginia, all right, what the hell? You change the guy around a little bit. Students, who really cares? That's a website. But then these guys come along. Okay, we put a bell in there instead. And
I mean, it's a fairly common practice across industry, right? Like if you were to say, high school mascot logos, and you were going to just like do a Google search for those, right? You would find a lot of similar art styles and a lot of similar
right, and then
like vectors getting used and stuff. So it's like I get it, but
and then there's trends, right? They're all kind of weird looking at the beginning because they're like woodcuts or whatever, right? And metal or like engraved, and then they get to where there's like internet and they start to get all fancy and whatnot, and then
The USCCA one, I think, is a beautiful example of like more modern design. So I like that a lot. I like their design a lot.
They are 2001 or something like that.
Yeah, that whole like shield design, very modern and
How
very.
have you followed this organization since 2003? Have you followed them at all?
I've been following them on social and what have you. I haven't. And this is the fun thing too. So I'm out here in Placer County in California, right? And I'm waiting for COVID to kind of blow over so I can get a little bit more range time in. As soon as I have the opportunity, I'm finally in a financial position where I can afford a concealed carry, like the classes, the license fees and everything. I'm finally at a place in my life where I can start to do that and start to go really down into this road, which is part of why the YouTube's starting up again for me. So I'll be excited to be kind of more in tune with them and paying more attention to what's going on. It's exciting being new. I will say that it's very exciting to finally be able to participate in something I've wanted to for so long. So I'm looking forward to just learning more. Just why I ask all these questions. I like to kind of get to know the space that I'm in, you know?
Yeah, no worries. Like I say, definitely, there's lots of people, like if you consider this a table in that saloon, there's lots of tables, lots of people that have regular discussions, lots of people that'll have like one or two people that are regulars and others show up and, you know, for a while or don't. Periodically, when we had a community called Gun Channels for 7 years, we had quite a few people that worked like Flath would work on pipelines and stuff. So he might be gone for 6 months and then be back and be really into it for 4 months and then start looking for a job, be gone for a while, and you know, that kind of thing. Back in the first version of all of this stuff, we did a thing called Gun Chat back when the forums sucked, and I decided to just start my own forum. And we had sort of a friendly alternative to the garbage forums that were mean. And we had a guy that worked on an oil rig, and it was amazing. He would go out and be gone, because back in those days, it was like 2005, I don't remember anymore, 2007 or something. Back in those days, you couldn't just go online, even on an oil rig. These guys had tons of money, but they couldn't even do that, right? It was just the tech wasn't there. But anyway, he would come back with ungodly money. You can't even, I've met a couple of people with more money, but this guy had a lot of money and he was young. So he would come back. It's
lawyer money for sure. It's like, it's doctor money. It's crazy.
Oh no, but more like, if you've known guys, like I knew firefighters, wildland firefighters. You go work all for a couple of months, dangerous, hard work, you get paid well, you just live for the rest of the year. That kind of cyclical type of thing. So these guys work, but they're not seasonal. They can go anytime they want. I don't remember what his schedule was. It was a long time ago now, but I do remember him coming back, kind of checking in on the forum and going, what should I buy? And everybody could go, oh, here, buy this, buy this. Imagine if somebody could just buy whatever you told them to buy, and he would. And that would happen. So like that guy, like I Kermit, anyway, yeah, there's all kinds of, I don't remember where we were going with that, but now you got me thinking about fucking, anyway, I'm going to start switching over here to Woods. Everybody can roll up their sleeves. I'm going to suggest, if you're able, go grab a cup of coffee, because I'm going to show you this part of Minuteman University. First off, this is Woods, the guy we were alluding to earlier. He's a bacon aficionado out of the Pacific Northwest.
Hey, folks.
And we were chatting earlier about having conversation, effective conversation and negotiation rather than, I guess, argument, right? Or maybe
yeah,
I'm
we've talked about this dozens and dozens of times. Yeah, this is my wheelhouse right here.
So whenever I got into guns, was in like, well, I should say that. Whenever I got into doing this stuff as media, with let's say 2005, whenever SHOT Show told me I was media, I was like, well, fuck, I'm media now, right? I'm going to take care of this in a totally different way. Instead of just being a kid putting stuff online because I got nothing else to do between clients, I'm going to act like this is something to do. And instead of like just doing what I can experience, I'm going to go butt my nose into stuff and figure out what I can do with a press pass, right? Because you can do all kinds of neat stuff when you got a press pass. So I got into all that stuff in, let's say, 2005. You get fast forward, all kinds of stuff happens. You know, I'm that new kid at the bar in 2000. I got a new analogy, Woods. The internet, or the Second Amendment, is this old saloon in the olden days, and I've been using that as my analogy. So 2004 is when I figure out, fuck it, I'm not just going to go hang out at the saloon. I'm going to get a job in there. So I'm the new kid, and I'm polishing the spittoon, and I'm hauling beer, and whatever the hell you have to do in a saloon when you're young, right? And I'm doing all this shit. And then we're going to fast forward to 2015. I go to the first gun rights policy conference. I've been there, done that. I've done everything. I've pulled triggers on literally everything you can shoot. Everything I've ever wanted to shoot, I've pulled triggers on. I've had access to the basement of NRA. I've been inside of Barrett where only kings and fucking pharaohs and shit get to walk into. Like, I've done it. I've met people. And then I've also, additionally, 2015, I've reached out to fucking every YouTuber to try to get them to get together. I'll just fucking say it. Every fucking YouTuber who was worth a shit and got them to get together. Guess who came together? They're still together. Let's put it that way. So 2015, I'm like, what the fuck is the point of all this shit? I go to the gun rights policy conference. It's like, if your psyche, if you're like, your worth, if like the reason you have a reason to do stuff has a battery level, I went from like done, like get me a new battery or something, to I'm in this again. Like, I'm going to take everything I've learned and apply this. That's 2015. I become what we call like the media guy for Arizona Citizens Defense League. The people that 4 dudes sat down in a Waffle House in 2001 and go, we don't have great gun laws here. I moved here from another state and I thought Arizona was going to have good gun laws. It started like that, and 2009, we get constitutional carry. 4 guys sitting down, constitutional carry. A little bit of effort in between, right? These guys want me to be their media guy in 2015. I'm like, right on. So roll up my sleeves. I'm the fucking shit. I've already like done. I've done this all. Like, what do you want done? I'll do it. It's like walking up to a bunch of babies and saying, I can do shit on like a network server. What do you need done? They're like, I don't know. Like, I know how to poop and I know how to like be cute and like get shit done. If I need that lady to come to me, I can make her come to me. So I'm using a bad analogy there. I'll try to get that back into the bar analogy. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just apples and oranges. Like, I'm like, I can do whatever you need done. And they're like, awesome. Goodbye. You're like, they just don't give a shit. They're doing it. And I'm not going to bitch. Where's it for me to say you're doing it wrong? Like, I've got a million things in my toolbox, but shit, you got us constitutional carry. 4 fucking dudes, 8 years, constitutional carry, unprecedented. Every other fucking state pretty much starts banking on us, right? Other citizens defense leagues happen because of what those 4 dudes did sitting at a Waffle House. I'm not going to tell them they're doing it wrong. So I start looking around and going, instead of trying to fix, well, I actually did try to tell them they're wrong and try to fix their mousetraps, but it didn't work for a couple of years. So I'm going to fast forward past that. But eventually I figure out, after trying that with a couple of National 11 organizations, you can't fix what is working, right? And why would you? Like, in the opposite, you should incorporate what's working and mix it all together, right? So with that end, they go, let's do Minuteman University and let's make that happen. And then what happens? We're fast forward to 2017, where I'm getting disillusioned again. And I just said, fuck it. They're never going to use this old rusty hunk that I've got sitting in my backyard, and they don't even remember I got it. I'm going to start building it. So that's where this project comes from. That's 2017-ish. I don't know, 2019, 18, Woods comes around. And what I'm trying to do with Minuteman University is offer skills and resources. So what to do and resources. In the skills section, how to do the stuff I can do, create firearms content, build projects online, that kind of bullshit. But then communication, the stuff that, as I'm sitting in the bar and getting disgruntled and watching shit happen over the years, what do we all suck at consistently over time? This one. None of us have, otherwise we'd have changed stuff by now, right? Like, it's not even up for debate. We do not communicate good. So how do we communicate good? Shake everybody by the collar until they communicate good, kick them in the nuts until they communicate good, con them into buying yellow shoes until they communicate good, or lay down a bunch of fucking tools and acknowledge that they're smart enough to figure out how to communicate good once they know how, right? I think that's summarizing it. And me and Wood and Smeggy tried this for a couple of times. We looked at something called verbal judo, which is what cops use to de-escalate situations and kind of take over through mindset. It's not totally what we want. We don't want to dominate, although we should have that in our skill set. So what we've got, that's the summary. It's a shit-ass long summary going from bird's eye view down to this mess on this page right here. But this is the result of not having, I get $1,000 a month thanks to these Patreons over here. And this is what I've been able to do.
Well, and this is where I think you have to get granular, right? You have to get into the detail, because when you go into communication, there's not a one size fits all. You know, the de-escalation skills and the transitioning skills with the verbal judo school, I think, are really valuable. and I've seen sales guys in the past, right? And I've worked security and I've worked in sales, and I've seen a lot of different right communications approaches with the Army. They taught me like tactical questioning and things like that. But no one skill alone is enough to just make it through every conversation, right? And you have to have an arsenal. And I could see that's why I can see a lot of value with continuing to develop resources like this. And I think when they do find their way into the right hands, and I think that when people do take these and they're able to leverage this stuff, it's for the best. It really is. If people are not constantly drilling on their skills to hone that craft with communication, there's problems. Like we have to.
Well, and you can't. I don't want to. I hear you. I'm just going to say some people just don't even know, right? Like until you know that it's a skill set, then you're like, if you've been showed the skill set and you decided, I don't like it, or fuck you, it's not worthwhile, then but whatever. I think a lot of people just don't even realize that it's something they can learn, and once they do, at least for me, it's frustrating when you want to have effective communication, but you don't know how, and it happens really quick. It's just like I'm assuming a lot of situations would be a car accident. You think you're a great driver, so you got 2 seconds to figure out what that just happened, right? Like, yeah. So when you get into one of those conversations, it falls apart really quick. So having awareness and some practice, you get better at it. You're more confident. You're willing to jump into conversations and hopefully take somebody. I mean, imagine if you got to the point where somebody was foaming at the mouth, anti-gun, and you got them down to calm their fucking jets. It's got, that'd be a great accomplishment. So if you're able to do that a couple of times, you'd be able to, what I'm saying? Like it much more effective.
Yeah. And, and to that point, and I know just kind of going back to that Chris Voss book, The Never Split the Difference, that was actually what he got told to do in the book. So like a short summary of what got him into negotiating was that he saw the hostage negotiation teams and thought that was just really cool. So he wanted to try it. And his boss said, I'm not going to put just anyone on the team. Why don't you go volunteer at a suicide hotline and then come back to me? And he actually did it. And because he did it, his boss said, oh, well, I tell everyone to go do that. And they always say, yeah, okay. And they never do. You actually did. And, that was his method of getting trial and error, was through volunteering in a space that gave him the opportunity to negotiate with people in an extremely difficult emotional state. One thing that I really like about my security background and what time and experience I have there was being able to de-escalate situations with all the training that I've gotten throughout my life and everything, and learning those skills. And also I could see and I could compare when other, say, like security officers would be responding. I worked at a casino for about a year and doing security there, and other security officers would respond and they'd want to, get in a fight with someone. They'd want to roll someone up and perform an arrest or whatever, and they would look for that. And the good officers, the experienced officers, in my opinion, they were the ones that were going to be there talking people down, making it easy to work with them, and getting them in a place where they were agreeable enough to go. And you had people that were mentally impaired. They were impaired by drugs or alcohol all the time, right? You had people that were just irate, just upset. You had people that were in fear of anyone coming in contact with them. And, I consider it good that I only had to go hands-on twice in that job with how crazy things got at this casino. I only ever had to go hands-on twice, and I never was the initiator of that. But those kinds of skills were absolutely critical to making sure that not only you make it home safe, you make it home without getting cut or shot, which is something that happens, right? But also, like, you do the best thing, you do the right thing by everyone. Like we had guys in motorcycle club jackets that we'd have to ask them to take it off. So I don't know if you're familiar with like Vagos or Hell's Angels or anything like that. The dress code for the casino was, hey, no motor club vests in here, no motorcycle club vests in here. Who wants to be a 21-year-old security guard walking up to 14 Vagos and saying, hey guys, management said that we can't have the vests on in here, so you either turn them inside out or you got to take off, but we can't have you in here wearing those. Like, who wants to have that conversation, right? But it's when you have that conversation and you practice it that you start to build that confidence. You roll that in later to other aspects in life after you've rolled that conversation, those really difficult, really scary conversations several times. now suddenly you have the skill set. Now suddenly you have the confidence, and it just takes time to get there. And then you realize once you've made it that you can handle yourself, and it's all about building that confidence.
Well, yes, but then so you there's skill sets from experience, right? There's skill sets that are technical or like functional, like that aren't going to change, like body dynamics and I don't know how doorways work, right? And you got to master those and be capable of that stuff and the verbal analogy, parallel to all that. But then the nuance or the kicker is that just like gunfighting or something else, just like anything, if you then say, I'm done, and you walk away, yes, you have a bunch of abilities, but you're not able to implement or apply them, right? Because then the nuance, or I don't know the right word, but the next thing is knowing the jargon and knowing that now it's different when you put the thing on that way, or, don't touch them on the shoulder because of blah, blah, like knowing all the stuff that changes. And I think that there's been tools out there. And the tools themselves, the way you communicate, the tools you use probably have to evolve and change too, either to be appropriate or just be useful to whoever the next level of people are. Or, I'm thinking of this as like 2A and trying to move 2A forward. Some of it is if the tools are rusty and useless, then the traditions that go with those tools get discarded and tossed away. And it's not always tied together. Just because that shovel's rusty doesn't mean the way that you apply a shovel can't be used on the thing that you're using today that looks kind of like a shovel but ain't, or something. I don't know if I'm using too many analogies now, but I'm just saying there's I think it was what I was saying before, like there's the way of doing things, but then you got to allow for new or the unpredicted and allow the unpredicted to incorporate so that you're not rusty. And the other problem is tactically, if we just all learn here's the parry and spar and techniques and all that, then the other side learns the anti and we're ineffective. But if we teach each other Jeet Kune Do, fuck them.
Yeah, I think it's all about that give and take, and I think probably the best way to describe it is that there's a dichotomy, right, between the old and the new, and there's times where the old way is good, and there's times where new ways need to get explored, and it's okay to accept it, and it's also a dichotomy in relying on experience in your skill set as well as just expanding your knowledge base. And maybe we could treat those as two separate things. They're kind of all parts of this communication skill set. So there's knowing the jargon, the rhetoric, what the common objections are, right? There's the debate skills with that kind of knowledge. And then there's the conversation skills, which are, how do I talk that makes someone feel listened to? How do I respond in a thoughtful way? How do I ask a thought-provoking question? How do I make sure that I'm meeting this person where they're at, right? And so we can get into a lot of nuance on all of that, and it's warranted for sure. And I'm super happy that you and Woods have been working on this. Like it's great to hear because I didn't even know that resource was out there. So
and it's not hardly a resource. I'm gonna let Woods say something. Yeah, I mean, we're really just our notes from attempt, getting together with this goal and then trying to figure out, hey, welcome. Thanks, let's talk. And then now how do we dig in? Where do we leave it? That kind of, when it's not an existing recipe, we're not just following the steps, it's what we came up with. But Woods, I don't know, like say you've been here and you've done a lot. I don't need to say that.
I like everything Walt said. Good to meet you, by the way.
Pleasure.
Like he knows my background. I teach kids with behavior disorders, and I have for about the last 15 years. So a lot of those techniques I've used for children when they've had that amygdala hijack, and that's something that I've looked up in G, and I think you and I haven't talked about it. I've been reading a lot of brain-based research lately, and sometimes I think I've had conversations with people about 2A when they amygdala hijack because guns as a topic make that fight or fight for them, and I have to wait that out before I can have a legitimate conversation. So it's the same thing kind of Walt was saying. Like if you're talking to somebody who's really amped up, you can't really have a reasonable discussion right now. And we need to see that.
To understand that, to know that it's ineffective right now, that, and if you do this, you can get maybe back to a better mindset so you can keep going.
Right. And then because of what I do, I mean, I've got a ton of, I don't want to call them anti-gun. They're not anti-gun. They just guns aren't part of their lives and they don't really care that much. So they bite on the media. But like guns aren't really a thing for them one way or the other. It's, they don't care and they don't really see like, the fact that they need to stand against tyranny and self-protection and stuff like that, to where you can better lead them if you watch your affect. I think a lot of these discussions are all about your affect, and Walt can probably back me up on this. If you seem calm, they're going to be calm. But if you're a little agitated, like you talked about the guy that was kind of looking for trouble, he's going to find trouble, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, every time.
But if you're kind of coming in like, hey, it's more of it's a back and forth. It's a more of a give and take, or maybe I'll ask a little question that's a teeny tiny question. I want to get to a further point, but I can't just sit there and try to drive all my points home. So I make sure I get all my points out and not respect the fact that they're coming from a very different place.
Yeah, some people need to be kind of handheld, and then all of a sudden you say, and now look up and look where we are. And other people need to be told, okay, this is where we're going to go, right? So you just have to, a part of this would be understanding a way a person understands, or whatever that word is, and then have an inventory of stuff out of your toolbox to be able to.
Yeah, because we used to call it the playbook we were going to work on.
I don't even remember. Now that I'm looking at this, I'm like, wow, it is a mess.
We were thinking about making a set of cards that you could carry with you that had a couple of data on it.
So so verbal judo, I kind of talked about that as because it's the top thing on the page or whatever, but we heard about that, like somebody had brought it up and we looked at it, but then pretty effective. I mean, it's a good technique, obviously, for carrying and stuff. It's a great thing to look into verbal judo. It's effective techniques to command a situation verbally, super useful and effective if you carry a firearm. Right. Sidestepping now to Second Amendment debates, theoretical, how do we have conversations with people, and effective negotiation with gun prohibitionists. So verbal judo is hardly effective there. It's used maybe once in a while, but unless you're, it's just not, we don't want to manipulate them. We don't want to have a gotcha where they walk away and go, wait a minute, because it's designed for a different type of, it's not a conversation. It's designed to manipulate and own the conversation, or own the communication. Anyway, so I just wanted to put that out there, the verbal judo, even though I talked about it, it's not an emphasis. We kind of looked at it and I stuck it there just because there was nowhere else to stick it in this website. But Woods, why don't you try to describe, because that is where we originally kind of started the concept of conversation, was from these ideas of the cards, which I don't know if Jimmy's still out there. I think he was standing there when that whole thing happened.
Yeah, we thought about making just a few cards that you could kind of carry with you that maybe had the top. We were trying to figure out like the top 5 arguments. I have a notebook somewhere in my office that had because I went through a lot of the anti-gun arguments, and the ones I would keep saying, I actually made a data chart on the ones I kept seeing over and over again, because those are usually more often than not are going to be the ones that I'm going to use non-gunner, because I don't like anti-gunner, because non-gunners just have a different point of view, and using that to say, hey, have you thought about this? And then you can hand them the card, and then they can go off and they can do their research. Or G has brought this up. If you get in a good argument and they're and they try to prove their point, and you hand them the card, and then they go home and they check it, they find out your facts are true, are they going to come back and say, wow, I never really thought of it like that? I've done similar things to that.
And I'm with you on that, because it definitely sounds like the contention here is on the flip between getting them out of that defensive fight or flight. You use the term amygdala hijack. I love that term. I think it's a great way of describing exactly what's going on. So often, even in casual debate, right? Because we get defensive around things we're passionate about very easily. Right. And so while there is a note I'd love to come back to, which is preventing that hijack for ourselves. And I think that's worth noting, because it happens to everybody.
100% true, yes.
Yeah. But the other side of that is, how do we transition down from an amygdala hijack into a normal conversation? One way that I like to do that is mirrors and labels. So, and this is, again, I'm plagiarizing Chris Voss. When I say go check out that book, it looks like you found the entire audiobook on YouTube for free. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's 100% legit, because it's some computer voiced, but a lot of times when people are just assholes, they're not going to make it available for people who have ability issues and can't see it. So I'm kind of down for it. But I posted a link, yeah. The book was called Never Split the Difference.
Never Split the Difference. And that one is so Chris Voss, and a lot of his content on YouTube, it's Black Swan Group, I think, is the channel. But he posts and he'll have seminars and things where he reviews basically all the content in the book. So if you really didn't have time or the money for the books, just check out the channel and you'd get the idea, right? But the basically what he'd go into is say it looks, it sounds, it feels. So you preface any statement after someone tells you something with those. So I could say it looks, it sounds, it feels, and if I can, bonus points if I can mirror at the same time. So if I can use 1 to 3 words that you just said. So an example of that might be Woods brings up amygdala hijacking, and I could say, hey Woods, it seems like amygdala hijacking is something you've done a lot of research on. And then Woods might say something like, yeah, I've done some cognitive behavioral therapy for several years. It's a subject I'm very passionate on. I work with these kids. I'm like, hey, Woods, it sounds like these kids really matter to you and you're concerned about the future. And then I can start, probing down those ways, and I can get to his values in about 5 minutes if I'm being productive, if I'm applying these well. So that's the kind of strategy I would use because it's so disarming. And people like to talk about themselves, right? So like you get to know them and they like to be heard. You can pull people out of their rhetoric so quickly with that, and they don't see what comes when you do it. I had a communications professor who we had debates and in that class, right? It was just a college class and we debated whatever. And I told the opponent at the beginning of the debate, my role, my job today is to aggressively agree with you. And just by saying something like that, right, and then working to agree with him, working to find common ground, shifting the attitude of the conversation, it threw him completely off his game. We wound up walking away closer in position than he thought. He wound up moving closer to my position than I did to his. But it was just an incredible thing to see because people don't know how to, they don't know how to get around that. We want to be heard. We want to be respected. Everybody has a voice. Everybody wants a little bit of empathy, right? So it's just like, give it to them, see what happens. Spread the love. It's magic.
Yeah, I've heard that. What does it sound like? What does it look like? How does it feel with cognitive behavior therapy with kids for most of my career? Like it's in some of the version, like there's nothing new under the sun. Like even the guy, the author, he took it from somebody else, so if I see further, I'm standing on the shoulder of giants.
Totally. And just on that note, if you don't mind, what type of, are you in like applied behavioral analysis or?
Yeah, that's what I do for a living.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I'm loosely familiar, and it's phenomenal treatment. I respect it a lot. I've seen the difference it can make. It's great.
Yeah, my kids are like, if you take all the kids in a district and you take the worst behaved kids and they separate them out because they're dangerous to themselves and others, those are my students.
I don't know much about it technically, but I know Woods, he seems like a good guy, so I approve of it.
It speaks a lot to you, like, and I can say this, I was in that industry for about 2 weeks. And I was not getting paid well, and I was having to drive about an hour and a half to go work for about $9 an hour at the time. I've worked about probably 23 different jobs in my life. I'm 28 years old, so but yeah, so I have mad respect for people that have stayed in that industry and provided that consistency to those kids, because it can be economically challenging for those people, but also those kids need that therapy. It is so valuable. It's powerful. Like I think it's like 80% improvement on most cases where you see it applied. Last I checked, and it's been a while since I've been in the industry, so I could be wrong, but it's phenomenally effective from what I've seen, and the evidence lends itself to like really helping with autism and some other disorders there. It's amazing.
Yeah, but with behaviorism in general, it works really, really well. I mean, it just is. It's either function or behavior, but I won't get off on my soapbox. But don't use it versus your wife. They don't like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but if you do it to your wife the right way, they might not know.
No, my wife's pretty smart. She's like, enough with your behavior stuff and knock it off. You're not trying to shape my behavior here. But kind of going back to 2A, the place I've probably used this the most is, I work in elementary education. Most of them are between 25 and 50-year-old white chicks. They don't really have guns. But the only gun person they know is me. And then all of a sudden COVID comes. I get 9 phone calls on, hey, Woods, what gun should I buy? These are the same people that told me for years that guns are terrible and they're going to kill everyone.
It'd be neat to see an established conversation that evolves, that's modular enough to incorporate a situation that creates that cause, or maybe I picked the last word wrong, but the situation that creates that necessity that gun owners are going to need to talk to non-gun owner friends from real life. And then to provide something like a Pinterest where everyone can pool their strategies. This was effective for me. This wasn't. This worked with this person. This wasn't. Now, number one, there's a resource. People can, this isn't working for me. This isn't working for me, but that worked for some guy. This guy used bacon and that worked for him, right? You got that. Plus, when somebody's like, hey, I'm new to this, oh shit, maybe I should get ready to talk to my non-gun owner friends in case this ever happens again. And the next time it happens again, we're not standing around going, hey, guess what? New gun owners. I don't want to be a dick or nothing, but guess how many times we've had a conversation about, hey, new gun owners and what opportunities do we have? And I'm not bitching. I mean, everybody's got to experience shit. But again, sitting that old guy at the side of the bar, everybody, how many times somebody come in and go, hey, it's winter again. You ever heard of some cold weather? And like, oh, fuck. Like, come on. Write something down. Like, understand that things have happened before.
What would you think the most productive attitude towards new gun owners would be? Like, what would you envision as the best thing to cement them in our community so that we don't get those guys that flake on us when a mass shooting gets sensationalized and politicized in the news or some other tragedy happens? Like how should we be approaching new gun owners and getting them into this conversation in your mind? What do you think would be best?
This is 2.5 hours into a Friday night chat, but I think if I was going to, when I listen to this, make a note, and anybody else who's making notes for show topics, that's a great one. My answer is obviously it's going to be the fucking Bruce Lee one, be water. You can't have that. You have to have experience level of a bunch of things and be able to read all the stuff we've kind of been talking about. So a new gun owner who comes in out of fear or terror is different than a new gun owner who comes in under an investment opportunity, under a new gun owner who decides my old line of business wasn't profitable because I couldn't con people into doing whatever Yahoo scheme I heard on YouTube. But in my neck of the woods, there's nobody doing XYZ. So ding, ka-ching, cash register sound. I don't really want to help that gun owner, but that's a new gun owner. So sometimes we don't think about all that shit. And then I can't, I've talked about this too many times. Which gun owner becomes which gun owner? I think the only answer to that is some kind of a cool, and I'm down. I mean, I've got everybody sitting around. What did you do during this pandemic? I mastered fucking Photoshop, which, wasn't hard once I've already mastered all the other ones, but I actually did master Photoshop finally, and a couple other ones. So if you guys want to do something where what's that diagram called? We have circles and you can do this, and guess what? Somebody can be in the middle and do both.
The Venn diagram. And actually,
okay. I'll never remember. I'll always ask that. But if you want to do that, that's how I think you have to answer that question. If, when, then. That's what you bring.
I love to document and create stuff like that too. I've got the creative suite as well. So if you have any arguments like that you want to lay out, or any logical structures you want to lay out or work on, feel free. I'd love to help.
I kind of described it in my long rants there about where I'm at. Come into it, figure out, hey, what the fuck, and then at some point go, wait a minute, how often are we going to watch this same Groundhog's Day shit happen, right? And then after 13, after the resistance to Obama's 23 executive actions. So, everybody minding their business, something happened. Couple of weeks, days later, 2 weeks later, president says at the second day of SHOT Show, I'm using executive powers to do XYZ. I have no idea where 2013 is to any new gun owner. I guess that's 7 years ago. Holy shit. So, you know what I mean? That might be when y'all were 11. I don't know what the hell, right? So this happens, and it's not like anyone had ever heard of an executive action before. So this was unprecedented. And how do you react to something that's unprecedented? Unprecedented way, I guess. And it was, I don't know if it's roll of the dice or it's because we're fucking awesome human beings who come from other countries who got our shit we got sick of what was in those other countries. We came over here. We tried to do a better way of creating a new country and didn't do it perfectly, but learned our lessons and licked our wounds and pretty much lived through a civil war and 2 world wars with a shining example and not profiteering for the most part off all that shit, right? We're the descendants of those people. And that might be why, we didn't need any instruction on how to resist tyranny, but we fucking resisted tyranny pretty damn good. So anyway, when I'm coming out of that, and seeing apathy and seeing reruns, and I'm seeing Groundhog's Day, and worse, seeing people that either retired, got old and died, that happened, got sick of it, got sick of the bullshit. I mean, you got to be callous. I'm a fucking dick because I don't give a fuck. Like, we don't even know with 100, I had 100 and I don't even know anymore, 180,000 subs or some shit. It's down to 160,000. You don't deal with people the same way when there's 160,000 people wanting, 100,000 different things from you. Like, you got to deal with things differently. So there's just a lot of different shit that went on. And the result of it all was that we're seeing Groundhog's Day. At least I'm seeing Groundhog's Day. And I'm not done. I'll fucking keep being 2A till I've got like nothing left. And I'm the guy in the cardboard sign going, hey, fucking remember the fucking 2A. Right. But so I'm not asking for money or nothing. I'm just saying, like, I don't have the ability to do too much more than fucking watch anymore. And I've kind of lost too much interest in trying to persuade. I'll help. I'll assist. I'll fucking inspire the shit out of you if I can, but I can't make it happen for you. So I think the answer to that is my long ass way of saying that best we can do. Or what were you asking me?
I'm just asking, like, about the attitude and approach to new gun owners with all this in mind. Like, what would be best?
Coming at it, you got to just be able to. We got to come up with something that's like a system, right? I'm going to take us in another fucking direction, and because I think it's applicable to the reaction to 3 Mile Island. That was an interesting thing that's helped me come to where I'm at. The reaction to 3 Mile Island and the what's the word
The fallout or
afterwards. Well, the investigation afterwards, and that's, I guess, where they came up with the idea that, like, instead of blaming somebody for doing something wrong, let's figure out the systematic problem here. And it turned out that everybody came from the Navy, and the Navy submarines, Navy nuclear reactors work in a different way. So it was just a system-wide thing that no one realized there was this issue. So it wasn't that an individual performed poorly or wrong or whatever, as much as the system had adapted. And anyway, so it's this concept of not blame, but to understand. And that's where I figure, instead of like a debate, because for years, trust me, I've been involved in too many more debates than y'all can think about. What's the best way to talk to a new gun owner? I mean, come on, what's anything? You get into cars and you want to figure out how to get more people into cars. You start eating freaking barbecue chips and you want to tell people about barbecue chips. It's just the way we are. We want to tell people, and gun ownership is the fundamental foundational level. And once you get a gun, I don't even know what this is like because I've lived like this, but let's say you get a gun for the first time, it must be pretty interesting. And then you go, it's mechanically interesting, and there's all this law behind it, and it's super politically blah, blah, blah. And then you decide you have a position on it, and yeah, you want to go do something with that. But hell, there's a lot of people who have been doing that already.
Yeah, and that was one of the struggles that I had, because I know, like, just coming into this space, it's like, okay, well, you could do gun reviews, but how many Glock versus 1911 videos do you want to watch, right? Like,
I got a chance. I just watched a review from Gun Freedom Radio. Cheryl Todd, you know her?
I'm not familiar. I'm still learning a lot, man.
You're gonna appreciate Cheryl Todd. I suspect you're gonna really dig Cheryl Todd. Yeah. She has a gun shop and she has an auction house, and she and her husband Dan do a podcast, radio show, whatever you want to call it nowadays, interview format, conversations with 2A, mostly gun related stuff. And so earlier today, I think, or maybe yesterday, I've been binge watching a bunch of Gun Freedom Radios. It's the name of their podcast over on Gunstreamer. I've been watching Gun Freedom Radio's interviews, and they had an interview with Barbecue jumped out. I don't know if he jumped out or if he just got kicked out again. Sorry about that. I'm trying to remember. It was the one. Which one was it?
Well, I'll talk while you're thinking there, G. One thing I know for me, just in the couple of years I've been around G here, I've learned more about 2A just knowing G than I ever did for the 25 years that I carried a gun before I met these guys. So
I listened to an interview. This channel is less than a year. This channel is less than a year old. I don't want to bring it up on the screen because I don't want to say too much about it. It's less than a year old. They're already on IMDb. You know what that is? You know, the internet site.
Yeah.
Like I've been in 2 movies. Technically, I was, what do you call it when you bring a prop to a movie? Like I want to call myself a prop master on 2 movies. So I've explored it, but you got to do all this stuff to like get into the thing and blah blah blah. And I'm not going to pay nothing, obviously. So right, so I've just been like, all right, whatever. So I never pursued it. But this is a channel that's less than a year old, is already on IMDb, and has, well, I'm sure they're making a good living. And well, I'm going to leave it at that. But yeah, you can, anybody who gets frustrated, the last thing I want to do is suggest that you need to look up and go, oh, dang, somebody already, or how will I ever? Fuck all that. Like, this ain't the world of like, you have to do what somebody else already did. And you don't necessarily need to always come up with something new either. Just start doing, let it come to you. It's like riding a bike or something, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure I can come up with the same bar analogy somehow, but you know, you can go enjoy yourself for a little bit. And in this case, if you want to do good, you are creating content, no matter what it is you're doing. If nothing else, you're giving yourself drafts of what you're going to do next, but you're leaving something behind that can be inspirational or useful for somebody else. You're going to find people that hate you, I hope, because we all are. I should say, I hope. I'm assuming you're going to find people that hate you, and they're going to pick up your shit that you leave behind or that you're real proud of, and they're going to do it way better, or they're going to accidentally do it way better. That'll happen quite a few times if you keep going. But why not? If we're all on the same team, then that's what it's all about. So, yeah, I hear you. Like, it might seem taunting, but fuck it all. This ain't the old days. And the goal isn't to have, what are you going to want to be, Hickok? What does he do? Like, what the fuck? You're going to be FPS, whatever? What do they do? What is that other place? Any of the big YouTube channels that act like they're guns, what do they do? Like, so if your goal is to be them, why? And if you think you're going to be them by following their path and then turn around at the last minute after being, you know, carried up that path by the same people that want to see what they did and change, I don't think that's, I haven't seen anybody do that yet. Let's put it that way. I think anything's possible, but I haven't seen anybody willing or even attempt to try something like that.
Well, and I think, you know, and I know a lot of people talked about YouTube and money last time when I was on YouTube doing the gaming side of things. And I will say that on my end, I'm good to not worry about it. Like, my focus is on trying to just move a conversation forward and to try to keep a conversation productive and to try to bring in people that, you know, haven't been party to that conversation before, haven't felt like there's a reason to engage in the past. So with that said, you know, and to both of you guys' credit, right, there is this everything under the sun, you know, has been done. There is to an extent nothing new. So it's finding fresh takes and new perspectives or interesting perspectives to take on different subjects, and I think that might be our holy grail, if you will. So
yeah, well, realizing that, right, like understanding that we do understand that it's in our whatever, it's how we exist, right? Everything is that, right? It's, you've got, like you say, everything under the sun is the same way as saying, like, you know, it's all versions of, what do they say about literature? There's only so many plot lines. Like, everything is in the same 12 plot lines or falls under them. So
yeah, like Shakespeare did everything. The Simpsons did it before you did, right? Like,
well, no,
the Bible had the story before anyone else did, you know, that type of stuff, right? But
I'm thinking more like just in general from back in the olden days of school. Like, when I was a little kid, they would tell us that, like, of all fiction, there's only so many plot lines. Like, there's man against man, there's man against nature, like that kind of thing. There's only so many things, and it's because I think it's because we look at things as patterns. So sure, there's a ton of literature out there, but we start to organize it. This is fiction, nonfiction. This is about this. This is about that. You know. So anyway, yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. Everything's been done. Things have been established, I guess, is what I'm trying to compare it to. Like, you know, we've got a lot of maps that have been successful or not. And there might be new stuff. A lot of times it's just hybrids, or, you know, somebody was looking at the map without their glasses on and they misinterpreted it and it worked and it turned out to be the best way to do it. You know, there's that kind of happenstance, but understanding that that's it. That's what I guess I'm saying. I think, and that's the thing that I don't know, like I don't know how to judge this. Like I don't know where the metrics are, but if you follow the innovation level of innovation, or if you follow like um, the size of processors, or if you try to map something on a timeline, how fast are we figuring things out? I like to go back and look at the evolution of communication. So I keep going, press, figuring out books, talking to each other, writing stuff down, doing that with the press, getting that into magazines, getting that into radio, or going to radio, going to television, cable, internet, phones, walking around plugged in all the time, whatever's next, right? Like we've got those kind of like evolutions. We've got that with everything. And it's just understanding that back in the day, you could say, yeah, here's your way of doing it. And, because of tradition or because of law or because of whatever, because, that whole story about I cut the ends off the ham or whatever, this is the way you do it. Well, going forward, instead of fighting about this is the way to do it, just, who's that rigid anymore? We're going into a more open and willing, right? So if we go in there with solid tools and intent, then we're not doing anything enough. We're not promoting violence. We're promoting leaving people alone is all, and hopefully educating people that. And that's one of the things from way before. I didn't want to sidetrack you from way before, but I hardly ever use the argument of self-defense. I don't want to. I try everything I can possibly do to never bring self-defense into a Second Amendment argument, because I don't want to depend on. I don't have any opinion on it, self-defense or not. I don't care, but I'm never going to talk to a gun prohibitionist about self-defense. I can only assume they don't agree with us on that. And why try to do two things: change their mind and get them to change their mind about guns, but get them to change their mind about like life values and then guns. Like, nah, let's just not even come at it from that angle.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case, right? And the reason this is what I would bring up as the counterpoint. Probably the most common thing I've heard from the non-gunner or the anti-gunner, and I think that's actually a really good distinction to make. Someone who's just not in on the community versus someone that's actually against it, right? But the most common argument I would hear is, oh, well, just call the police, or I'm just going to use a baseball bat, or that's generally what I'd hear in America. I would think that maybe in Britain, maybe in Europe, you might get more of the, no, you don't have a right to self-defense. That kind of goes down that pacifism as a moral philosophy outside of war, right? But that would maybe get into.
Oh, I got you. As far as
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it from that angle. I just mean as far as useful position to, and in
like
other words,
persuasive.
Just a position, yeah, an angle. I don't want
Gotcha.
to have. I think we are going towards a future when there will be no crime. Right. Once there's available resources and no one's trying to push anybody around, there'll be very little crime, if any. Right. And when we have that, when we achieve that, I don't want them to then wipe their hands. I would, except I'm trying to eat something here. I don't want them to wipe their hands, look at us, and go, "Okay, now turn in your guns." Right? Because no, they're not the equivalent. Guns have nothing to do with violence other than they're an effective tool to equalize a lethal force situation. But my reason I said that is what I'd rather do when someone wants to have a discussion about firearms and whether or not self-defense is pertinent or not is not talk about the idea of a gunfight or the idea of someone carrying a gun, but instead talk about a society where there is no ability to defend yourself, and in a society where like government is tasked with that. And we only have to, I live 100 miles from there. I don't know how close you are to it, but I only have to look south. And if I stood on my roof, I can see mountains in a country where the government takes care of that for you. Firearms of most calibers are prohibited. And what you got is cartels that literally run cities, that it's lawless. And it's because whenever there's ineffective law enforcement, unless you have a bunch of people that are hippies and communes and you've got a very such weird situation where everybody's happy with each other. As soon as you got influences that aren't happy with each other and there's nobody to stop them from doing mean things to each other, and you got somebody willing to be mean, what you've got is an ineffective government and all kinds of chaos. And I literally can look at that from my house. Like, I'm just like, what's her face? I can look south and see Mexico from here. So don't tell me that, I'm saying we can have a conversation where we talk about, yeah, you want to tell us that you're afraid of us carrying guns, and we've got all the facts on our side. People that own guns are less likely to commit crimes than a police officer and all that kind of stuff. And that's all correct. But asking them to change their whole life and everything, where I'd rather, and I haven't successfully done this or nothing, this is just my opinion or my concept, is to not even bring up the guns in schools or the gun fights or any of the specifics that they get to come up with, because they get to come up with all kinds of craziness in their heads, and who knows what they think guns can do, or who, I don't even want to think about what they think we are or what we would do. So instead of bringing any of that up, I go, what you want is Trump to have all the guns or something to that effect. And that's what Woods was talking about with the cards. Some quicker way to get to a different point of view, so that most of the time they're just regurgitating anyway, but so that they think about it from a bigger perspective. You're saying you don't want good people to have guns. So in a place where good people don't have guns, only the police have guns. You trust the police that much. In an environment like we have today, it's a very difficult position to defend. You only want the police to have guns because you have such faith that they're going to keep everybody pleasant. And that's a very difficult position. So that's where, instead of saying, I have a right to self-defense, and if you don't want to defend yourself, that's fine, but you can't tell me where I can carry my gun. I'd rather say, you rather have, I'll just repeat myself.
No, I think there's a good point there, right? Because there's the argument that Sam Harris would make, and Sam Harris would make that argument that you described, which is a gun is the best tool to defend myself, and there's no other viable, less harmful tools to use. In a world where those less harmful tools exist, I should use those because that would be more ethical. It would be more ethical to do less harm defending myself. However, those tools aren't reliable. So he's referencing things like stun guns, right? Tasers, whatever, pepper spray. So it's like those aren't reliable self-defense tools. They're nowhere near as reliable as a firearm. So if you were to talk to Sam Harris, he might make that argument that, hey, one day when we get the stun ray from Star Trek or whatever, and you can just stun the attacker and the cops can come and pick him up and he's on the ground for 10 minutes and he's safe, then that's the ethical weapon to use.
You don't get
so you're wary of it. Sounds like you're wary of that.
You don't get to put it in a theoretical playing field where you can just pull guns and there's no consequence. Like, you just get to pull this out of the picture, and now the life is the way I think it'll be. No, like, why don't we talk about that? Like, you're going to remove guns, and maybe another way to say, oh, you want to remove guns? Okay, so there's as many guns as there are cars. Are you going to pay people for that, or do you put them in a dump truck, or make them start thinking about it? And if nothing, I don't know. And this is just for shit now, and it's 3 hours into a long chat, but you know what I mean? Like, the idea, I think, was to get them to spin a bit. And then I think the idea was to have a couple of cards in your, like, business card type things in your pocket. Because this all started from, we went to an anti-gun or a gun prohibition rally in Phoenix that had, they say 18,000 people. I don't know how to count good. So let's just say a lot of people, more people than we've ever had at a gun rights rally, times 20, like way more, right? And filled the streets. It was like a craziest parade I've ever seen. And we went there. Jimmy, who was in here earlier, was there, I think. We went to it and we experienced it. And we had been to that exact location in the prior to see pro-gun rallies, which were probably 15 people at one of them and a couple hundred maybe at the next big one. So this was dwarfed us. But we had all been there before, so we knew where to stand. And we were standing right in the right spot. The rally goes around this parade, anti-hate parade thing, goes around in a corner, comes around past us. As it passes us, we're all looking at each other in amazement, just how big it was, and like, wow. And then, imagine a parade of people and the cops that are kind of shooing them in, keep the crowd moving so they can open up the streets. Imagine that, like, going off into a block away from us towards the capital of Arizona, the Capitol building, the park and all that. And then we see the crowd dissipate, as it's walking. And then there's this kid standing there. I don't know good at ages, young 20s, late teens, kind of young kid, right? Out of high school, probably in college, maybe. I don't know, something like that.
Gotcha.
Could get there on his own, but he's not an old guy yet. He's standing there with a cardboard sign that says "Guns aren't the issue. Change my mind." And then somebody was standing there, and that's we saw the parade walk by, and these two are standing there, and we're like, "What the hell is that?" So we walk over there, and I was like, "Wow, this is awesome. This kid is not weird. He's just a regular kid, and he's trying to have a discussion with these people who are obviously crazy." And by then we could figure out this was an anti-Trump rally. The guns were the catalyst, and the guns were the rally call. But if it would have been, like, we don't like milk or whatever, Trump likes herpes or whatever the hell, they would have been anti whatever they would have told to be. It was an anti-Trump rally. And you could tell it was so obvious. So this guy was getting yelled at by this old guy who was older than me, I think. I don't know. And anyway, and I was just, I was trying to shut up and experience it, and I don't know if we were filming it. I don't remember. Probably. But then at some point, the guy was being mean and he was just being abusive to this kid. So I had tried to say something like, oh, I'm a fucking expert. I know everything about 2A and I blah, blah, blah. I talk all the damn time. Let me just shove this guy down his place. And I failed miserably and look like a fool, right? Of course. So I'm like, dang, I suck at this. Anybody can think they're really fucking good until the first time you actually got to do something. And this wasn't even on the spot or nothing. This was some loudmouth being mean to a kid in a parking lot. So that's where I was like, it would have been nice if I would have been effective. And if I would have, I think that's where we came up with, I should have just said, so you want Trump to have all the guns? And that would have shut him the fuck up, I think. Because that's what he was really complaining about. He's like, blah, 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 you shouldn't have any guns, and you're always wrong. And
right, that's actually it's a good line for a lot of reasons, right? And I think the biggest reason is, hey, look, let's say Trump is this fascist. Let's say that Trump is everything that you say he is and worse, right? Let's say he's worse than we even know. Why would you arm Trump? Why would you say that you would give up your right to resist? In fact, why would you say that you're resisting and then give away the weapons and the tools you need to effectively do so, right?
And now we have the evidence to boom, we can back that up, because they think, oh, you're going to take your M16 and you're going to take out Washington, D.C. No, we can show them. Here's a bunch of people who were pissed and had a rifle in front of themselves, and they were left alone and were pissed and went home. And here's a bunch of people smashed. Did you see the guy with the umbrella smashing glass? I don't know. I get into that stuff. Yeah. There's something going on. And you know what I'm saying? There's just different things. People are treated in different ways when they are aware of their rights. Let's put it that way. So anyhow, where was I going? I had this bad conversation with the guy. We had this as a therapeutic way to after action, the whole thing, right? And everybody, the key players were here. So we were all talking about it and we all experienced it, and none of us came away. It wasn't a good negotiation. It was bad. So we did come away with you want Trump to have all the guns thing. That was short and sweet. But the other thing was, let's say you have a more effective communication. Let's say we get better at our skill sets and we have an effective communication with somebody. Then, or maybe you don't have effective communication, but we realize that we're preparing for a conversation with the brother-in-law, but we understand that the mom and the sister and the kids are watching. We understand that we're having a fight with this guy who's being mean to a kid in a parking lot, but there's the press, there's representatives, there's cops, there's other people watching, right, that are experiencing this. If it goes online, are you the low-hanging fruit, or are you Diane Mueller in front of Congress, the 20-year plus veteran of Tulsa Police Department, mom, creator of the DC project, saying shall not be infringed, right?
Yeah, it's
excuse me, I don't want to misquote her. Will not comply. Legitimately, you got that there.
Yeah, and I think to that point, right, there are some things that get memed out, and sometimes you can make a brilliant argument that's right and completely factually correct, completely founded in reality. One of the great examples of that where you just lose the narrative is 30 to 50 feral hogs, if you remember that meme.
Mm-mm.
Oh, so someone said, and I think it was I forget if it was on Twitter. I'd have to look it up. But someone said, "Oh, well, why do you need an AR-15?" And the guy says, "Well, I own a ranch in Texas, and my kids play in the yard, and out of nowhere, 30 to 50 feral hogs can come charging at them. I need a semi-automatic centerfire rifle to be able to handle that threat. There's too many. It's a swarm of them. If they get on my property and my kids don't make it inside in time, my kids can get trampled, right? So I need to be able to defend my property from 30 to 50 feral hogs." Actually, something that can happen, right, in those areas if you ranch, right, that's something that is a threat out there that you might have to use an AR-15 for. That's a really good, not that you need to justify it at all. And we can talk about the need argument, by the way, because I think that's one of the more common ones too. But that idea of, this is literally one of the best examples of an AR-15 seeing daily use in America that is textbook. And this is a big part of that Second Amendment right, that ability to defend yourself against the tyranny that sometimes is Mother Nature, right? And I know the Second Amendment is referring to government. I get that, but if it's going to take away your freedom, in this case, your freedom to live or your freedom to have your children live, that's a great use of it. But the internet made a lot of fun of that argument. They're like, oh, 30 to 50 feral hogs. Yeah, right. I live in New York, right? Or, oh, I live in California. What are you talking about, feral hogs? There's like 2 in the state, you know? And there were a lot of people that fell on deaf ears because they don't know or understand that world of that rancher. They don't understand that, you know, your quote unquote flyover states experience things vastly different, have a completely different environment than, say, the more liberal non-gunner or anti-gunner states, right? And so you could have a great argument that fails to convince them, and that's important to note as well, I think.
All right, well, that's just because why not? We're 3 hours into it. I'm just going to go into a different direction from there. So I'm going to keep going. Napping. I guess he'll jump in again. Well, I don't think I clicked him out of here. I'm sorry if I'm clicking you guys out of here. I think that's just he was on a phone or something, but I might be not used to it and clicking the remove button accidentally. Anyhow, looks like Black Cat was going to jump in here, but I was going to take that on a turn. So if I'm using that analogy that I've been sitting in this bar for a while, and I do appreciate Walt you jumping in here, Woods jumping in. It's been a while. I do this show and I've been doing it for 1,000 episodes. I don't think people realize how long 1,000 episodes are. You know, look at some kind of clock. It's been a while. So, you know, I do it because every once in a while there's an episode like this one or a conversation like this one. And for all the things we said before, you know, that's obviously worth it for me. So, but, right, you don't need training wheels. So you're jumping into this. I appreciate you're new and tell me to slow down if you need to, but I don't think you need to. Understand that I think I've expressed that I've seen people come in that are the long range. I've seen people come in that are the bandit. I've seen people come in that are the crazy shifty poker guy. I've seen people come in that are the you know, the virtuous farmer or all the different chick versions of those different things, right? And I'm not saying I'm an excellent judge of character. I've been screwed over. I've been rewarded unnecessarily in all kinds of different situations. I've been around enough times to know that, you know, I'm not doing it right or wrong. I'm just interested, so I'm still here. But so I'm going to go fast forward. What we've been talking about is details, and I've been trying to be, you know, I'm trying to express this, but I've gone through those conversations countless times, like whatever, a million times. Because of this changing of the guards that'll happen, and for all the different reasons, you know, right? People come and go, so we have to have these conversations over and over and over. So I've done efforts. I've created over the last 7 years attempts to archive and attempts to put things up, right? I showed you the Minuteman one. That's one of 350 websites I manage. So I've got a lot. I'm not going to say I'm one of these people that starts things and never finishes them, but I am not afraid to let something die if it's worthless. I'll put effort into whatever's necessary, and I'm not under some delusion that I'm going to cure everything, but I'm going to give as much support and effort as I can. I'm going to use what resources I have as efficiently as possible, and I've made some decisions that are poor and good or whatever. So we're talking about tonight a bunch of specifics. Going forward, though, I'm sick of this. I've kind of expressed that I got into this a long time ago, and in 2015, I got into the 2A end of it a lot. And after about 2017, I was like, fuck it, this shouldn't be this hard. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and really get into it, to the point where I'm like, you know, spending insanely too much time probably on it. And it's not that I think that there's a solution, but I do believe that we're coming at it at the same way a lot, over and over and over. So is there a way to backwards engineer? Is there a way to go, here's the world without the NFA. Here's a world where people aren't afraid of guns. And maybe use examples like the olden days when people weren't afraid of guns, so there wasn't an NFA, right? And then obviously there's going to be differences because of the climate change, but how do we backwards engineer it? What do we need to have accomplished in order to get to there? And then turn that into 7 steps, and then turn those into approachable pieces, and then maybe gather resources and work towards it. I've kind of randomly done stuff, and I've set up nets, and I've run out and gone up to people and shook them by the collars. Say, hey, what the fuck? Do something differently. You're running into a trap. You're running into a trap. This is a fucking pointless thing. It's going to wear you out. You're going to hate this, and you'll be gone in 4 years. And then I've watched so many people do that, and now I'm like, fuck, how do you make people do something? So I can't. So maybe I'll write a map and leave it on the table. Maybe they'll read that map, right? No. So how do we do something where we affect a different change without having to bring everybody up to speed. Like if we were on Groundhog Day, how do you get out of the fucking Groundhog Day loop? How do we come out of the Groundhog Day loop with no NFA and everybody calm in their jets?
It's a big question for one. I have to think about it.
We're just our first chat, but I do expect.
Yeah. I'll take a crack at it. I'm going to leverage my PSYOP background a little bit. So the first thing that I would do in any in the U.S. Army, we'd refer to it as product, right? That's any media that the U.S. Army produces to accomplish desirable changes in attitudes, thoughts, behavior, opinions, right, of the population that we're trying to influence. So the first step is to receive your objective. So in this case, the objective is how do we normalize, or the objective is to normalize firearms again, get them back to being common, being acceptable, being desirable, and if anything, maybe even being a non-issue, right? And those might be some ways that we describe it. So,
well, no, and I think that's possible, but that's 100% exactly what I was trying to say. The shitty way.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, and this is why I think like taking the time, like, so like, having a conversation as long as this one is great because we get that time to be really specific. So thank you for having me on for sure, because I love this format. It's how these conversations need to happen. So I would then say my second thing would be my target audience analysis. So what do I know of the people that I'm trying to convince, and who should I be trying to convince, and who is susceptible to being convinced? What are they going through? What are they experiencing? So when I keep going back to that empathy note, that's kind of what I'm referring to. I want to know who I'm talking to really well, because just like most people don't buy things because of television commercials, right? Most people see a television commercial to become aware of a product. They don't go to that television commercial over anything else. They go to like a salesman. They go to the store and talk to the sales rep at the that's working in the retail, right? They do other things to get that influence. What that salesman does is he takes really specific knowledge on that person, what they want, what they're trying to accomplish, right? And from there, then he has that really localized conversation. So the broader the net you cast, the less effective you generally are going to be. That's kind of a ground rule for media. The more specific you are, the less people you impact, but the more powerful that impact is. So it's just like a bullet traveling. It's a lot of force on a really small surface area versus punching someone. It's a lot more it could be arguably the same amount of force, but it's spread out over a larger surface area and overall does less damage, right? Don't quote me on the physics there, but it's kind of the same principle. So once you know that target audience, then what you move into is developing your communication series and plans. So when you talk about forming a content plan like what you've done already, you would formulate it around that. You'd formulate it specifically to cater to that audience and all of their needs. And then moving from that, then you develop the products and you pre-test them. So you run trials, right? And you move from those trials into delivering your actual product and getting all of that out. You take it back, you assess your efforts, you refine them, and then you literally rinse and repeat. And that's where your cycle begins. So that would be how you'd kind of take control of that information operational level. That would be just the macro process. So perhaps we'd have to say, where are we in this process right now? So are we in a place right now where we feel like that objective is clear? I'd argue you feel pretty passionate that's what the objective should be. So maybe the next step here is, okay, now what I do is I really get to know the people that I'm trying to convince and who can be convinced, if that makes sense. So that might be the next step here.
No, I appreciate that. And you're kind of slicing it in general pies, but yeah, it's kind of, from what I understand, like that's kind of what I was thinking. I just didn't put enough thought into it. But in other words, there's only a certain amount of people that are going to be super anti-gun, and they're going to be of a certain type, and then know how to talk to each of them.
Exactly. So your idea is going to be, let's say that and the more specific the audience, the more specific your appeal can be, right? So if I isolate that by, I could do that by demographic groups. I could do that by interest. I could do that through any kind of marketing kind of strategy, right? To localize that audience. If I just said I need to talk to everyone in America, then what I'm going to say is so general that it just falls flat. People that agree with me are going to be the ones that kind of continue to agree. People that disagree will continue to disagree. So what I need to do is get more specific. Okay, so I'm running into March for Our Lives protesters that I want to flip. Okay, well, they're pretty emotional and heated in the moment. They're coming out after school shootings for the most part. They have a powerful organization structure, right? If you're talking about a lot of those kids, you have like David Hogg or whoever else. So you have powerful voices in that space, or relatively powerful voices in that space that have that passionate emotional energy. What else do I know about these people and why they're supporting that movement? Well, they're supporting it because they're particularly bothered by school shootings. I know that they're, so I would just go through all of that calculus and figure out why they're doing what they're doing. I would figure out their core values as much as possible. What are the painting in with still kind of a broad brush, but what are the commonalities in that belief set? What are the kind of niche things that I continue to run into here? And then how can I challenge them and bring them over in increments, as opposed to trying to just give them one argument that just trumps everything?
Mm-hmm. Well, right. and just by systematically, I mean, you're coming up with, obviously off the top of your head, and I appreciate it, but a strategy, right? Like a way to answer a question or whatever. And I'm sure everybody who wants to is going to pick it and go, oh, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't work for this or it doesn't work for that. Or, we need to do that times 100 or whatever. But then hopefully in future chats, we'll delve into that kind of stuff. In addition to the strategy, where was I going to go? That the fact that right now what we've got is organizations that tend or are focused on historic or existing situations. What we don't have that I'm aware of, and we could easily, I seriously understand, like anything, as soon as you start digging into something, you realize how much you don't know. So if there is one, I desperately would like to know about it. But do we have, what is the word for a forward-thinking strategy organization? Somebody that's looking into the future, so that when there's something like a gun rights policy or a conversation like this with key players, they can say, what is the forward thinking, whatever that's called, what is the futurist thing? And
like
then
the end game, right? Like how do we want the board to lay, at the end on the last move?
To the end game, somebody who's looking at just a giant strategy. I've heard of situations where organizations will intentionally put somebody in there that's the devil's advocate, or you're going to intentionally do it the hard way. You're going to intentionally do it backwards. We're going to do this and you're going to fight us on it, because they know that it's better, right? It comes out better when you got a resistance to it.
That's almost, it's so funny because that's almost my job at my work, right? So my job is to kind of advocate for our customers and what they're going through, because there's so many different, I don't want to use the term like competing interests, right? But there's so many different moving pieces in business, and everyone's focused on their piece, right? So someone to come in and be like,
ever, but they're screwing the department they don't even realize out of toilet paper.
So like you might have, you have, sales who's really focused on making sure that they're communicating clearly to customers and that customers are on board, and then you have like an operations team, and they've got concerns about how are they going to actually deliver the product to the customer, and these are the obstacles we're encountering, and and so sometimes these things can just be at odds with each other, and it does take someone just sitting down and being like, hey, let's hammer out how we can make this work, because I'm thinking about what is the customer going through and what is the customer thinking, so that's in the forefront of my mind. So at least there's some kind of broad plan that we have, and we can continue to refine it, and that's kind of what I do now professionally. So and I would say that what I gave you with that PSYOP process, if you will, what I kind of gave you with that wasn't so much a strategy, it was how to build a strategy. It's very foundational, right? And it's very general,
or like the elements of how the pieces move, maybe.
Yeah, and it's literally just a process for refining your approach.
Maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe that's a better way I should say, is we need to teach each other how to play chess, understand what the moves are, the different pieces right now, not yesterday's, but understand how classical chess players played. But then, I don't know, start playing Go or something, start playing checkers on them. Like, I don't want to keep playing chess, but I want to consider, I want to think outside the box and whale on them. But maybe that's the way to explain it. And I kept saying a Erector set or Legos before. Maybe it's more like, let's all figure out the pieces and the moves. And then even if, and then go play. Like, our goal here is all the same, go play. And then maybe have a couple organizations or people that are aware that want to take that role. Back in the day, we would try to talk about this in a different way. And Clover would say, I think it was Clover, it would say, be in the mortar between the things, like being the glue between the communities, let's say. If you want to appeal to everybody, you're never going to appeal to both a hunter and a collector or sports shooter or self-defense or tactical or whatever, right? You might miss somebody there. But if there's somebody that straddles, then they can help keep everything on track, even if it all doesn't align, right? So somebody can take that role on to be the observer, or what's the spotter, right? If you want to think of it tactically or something. Or drone. What the hell is it called when there's somebody up there with that airplane with a frisbee on it, right? Somebody's sitting up there watching everything too. And that doesn't get to be whoever gets voted in or gets paid for it. We're in the days where we can fly our own drone up there and watch the playing field, right?
Yeah, and tracking the metrics on not just like satisfaction or dissatisfaction or agreement or disagreement on certain issues. We're in an age where that's incredibly easy to do. So we can put out surveys, we can put out for information, we can get all those analytics, and we can take all that data back and come up with strategies based in data that are refinable based off of additional data as it comes in. Actually, to Wood's credit, this is quite literally his job, right? He does it. He has a smaller target audience. He has a group of kids that he works with behavioral therapy, and then and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Woods, but basically what you're doing is, my understanding of ABA, right? You'd be like applying, like, okay, so we're here, so this is the action we're going to take, and we're going to see what it produces, and we're going to look at how that impacts the environment. We're going to take from that information after we've run that trial so many times. We're going to take back, refine a plan, and then institute a better plan, and we're going to keep refining and keep moving this until we get to the end game, which is, this kid has the skills that they need to do XYZ, right?
Yeah, 100%.
As opposed to like, here's the map, and you will take them on this tour to get to there.
And then definitely having goals that are achievable and measurable.
Yeah, so like you could say, like, and when I was on my deployment, we had several dozen different objectives that were relevant and several dozen different target audiences that we had to be prepared to understand. So like, the same thing could be here. So like, let's say that we took the March for Our Lives protesters example, right? So maybe a goal that a Second Amendment organization would have is, how can I decrease recruitment to them? Right? Because if I can slow the rate that they can spread their narrative, that makes it a little easier for me to fight and compete in this space. So maybe someone does something like that. So then, okay, well, what can I do? And then, you start to get ideas. Have they been involved in scandals? Have they been involved in some dubious things? Are they backed by certain unscrupulous donors? Whatever. And you could come up with things like that. You could also just make their ideology seem less desirable, and you could maybe approach it without attacking if that was important for reputation, right? So you could maybe focus on how your ideology is more desirable to accomplish those problems or whatever, right? And you can go through those different conversations and go through that assessment. What it takes is, to do that, it takes a lot of sitting down, it takes a lot of Googling, and it takes just a lot of thought. And if you're ever in target market research, that is your job, is to just master the different strategies and techniques to do that, provide that information to the teams that are going to be creating the media, creating the campaigns and the content, and then driving that out. So generally speaking, these activist organizations should have someone doing that. If they're not, my opinion would be that they're falling short from a perspective of controlling the media. That is something where if you're one of these big, like the organization you showed me, I already forgot their name because they looked like everybody else, but that $12.5 million organization,
Right.
It's like you have $12.5 million and you're not doing research on the target audience. Like, what are you doing? Like, you don't.
Yeah. Let's not assume, but yeah, exactly.
But you know what I mean? Like, if they weren't, right? So I should, you're correct. I'll preemptively apologize to them because I don't know what they've done, but
yeah, they're going to draw a line right next to it. But no, exactly. I don't want to divert too much. I was waste time, but I agree with you. And shit, I guess I was going to say, you can't look at it. And I'm glad we're talking. I hope we can have more people. There's this guy that I met at the Gun Rights Policy Conference at AmCon this year, the third year of AmCon. So the third repetition of the same thing in a different state. And there was this guy that showed up from Colorado. and I might have been a dick to him because I was a little jaded. But fuck him. If you can't handle a pro gun guy being a little jaded, then get the fuck out of here, right? Like, come on. You gonna think Bloomberg's gonna be better than me being jaded? But anyway, so this guy comes in and he's all like, "Hey, I know all about tech and shit, and I'm gonna change." I hope so. If he is listening, then join the fuck in. There's a link. But otherwise, I'm just talking about some shit that some guy that came and left. But he comes in, and I'm not saying his name, so I don't remember his name. But he comes in, and the gist of it was he knows all about tech, and he's gonna incorporate everything. And I'm like, dude, this is awesome. And I don't remember how I said it, but basically, I was like, I've tried this before and I thought it was awesome and I didn't do it. So I wish you all the luck. If I can help you, let me know. But, don't try to keep going what I did. It wasn't successful. And I'm certainly not the networking schmoozy guy and make it happen or nothing. Like, I'll give you my Rolodex. I tried to encourage them the way I do, but, I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to do it for you. And I'm not wishing you ill, but just to be realistic, you're not the first person to try this. Like, but I hope you can fucking do it. But at the same time, I said that because I was trying to be nice to him. I'm thinking, do we really want that? Do we want everybody walking in lockstep? Then you got the genetic problem where you kill it and you kill it all. So if you can tie together everything with its uniqueness and let everything thrive from the uniqueness, I don't want no Borg situation, and I don't want no, we all turn into the same thing either. But you know what I mean? Like, if there's some way to do some sort of, I don't know, some other analogy that's better, but get everybody's contribution and keep them alive and separate, but united, great, like the United States maybe. So Georgia can be Georgia and Florida can be Florida, but Washington could be Washington.
Yeah, and that's important for any strategy like this to be effective, right? So if you're going to target things, if you paint with a broad brush, you definitely don't get all the cracks, right? And so you do need to be very specific. My preference is to go as far as like cities, townships, suburbs, things like that, get community specific, because there's hot issues in each community, and it's very easy to engage your neighbors. These are people that you generally know intuitively, or you can assume what they would do relatively intuitively. Typically, if you ask yourself what you would do, it's you'd probably get a similar answer from your neighbors on a given topic, right? So because there's generally a more homogenous group, that's something that tends to be more effective. This is also why companies can spend so much on advertising and fail. They'll assume everyone is the same and has the same needs. And they'll say something like, "Oh, well, I'm selling mattresses and everybody needs a mattress." Well, my needs and what I'm interested in when I purchase a mattress are going to be vastly different than my needs in 20 years when I need a mattress. My age is a factor. My income is a factor. I might need a really nice mattress in 20 years, but right now I need a budget one that's just better than what I have, So how do you market to us? We're entirely different groups. Or how would you market to me if I was making $1 million more every year? Like, you could sell me a different product that I'm more interested in. So it's just like paying attention to everything. Every nuance is super, super important. And whenever you talk about mass communication, in my decade or so of experience, I have not encountered anyone who has done a perfect job mastering that level of nuance. The Army is about as close as I've ever seen that, and they're working through interpreters in a foreign country, so it's not going to go well.
Cultural trends, I don't know what the word would be the right word, but like just things, the phenomenons that happen without an intent, or at least without manipulate, or without a choreographer, or whatever the word would be. Because there's things that can happen. Like, let's say, for example, the AR-15's modular platform.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody forced that. Nobody's foresaw it. Otherwise, they would have capitalized on it. It happened. And it happened because of the end of the assault weapons ban, the lack of availability of parts kits, a change in law that changed the way the parts kits could be imported, barrels or not, with the innovation in smaller and at least less expensive milling machines, which enabled people to mill aluminum, the material, into new parts and accessories, and then training. Devolved from strict military surplus and police, export into self-defense, its own thing. which, became its own thing and then wandered off in all its crazy directions. So, for example, that concept, that phenomenon of the AR-15 and it's how it spun off and did so much influence on other stuff, you know what I mean? As opposed to a marketing campaign, because I think I'm assuming you can find things from both and maybe get some of the, I don't know if it's called spontaneousness or something from, when a thing happens, as opposed to when it's engineered to try to happen and is successful. Because I'm sure there's a lot when, you try something, you fail, you try something, you fail, you try something, you succeed. You can learn a lot from that series. But I'm saying if you got the other stuff, if that does offer data.
Yeah, and so this is where he also gets into a little bit of art and a little less science too sometimes, right? So you do get those beautiful moments where something happens in current events. What we refer to those as is conditions. So you have internal conditions and external conditions, and that generally refers to, and I don't want to butcher my terms too much, it's been a while, but it refers to what's within the target audience's control and then what's outside of their control that's impacting them. So an example of an external condition might be like the stock market and like where that's at. That there might be something with the economy at a macro level that's beyond the local population's control that influences a trend, and then those people are attached to that. There might be an internal condition where people begin just making viral. There's a viral video, and then a challenge or something like that, right? And then everybody does that.
And out of nowhere, that dwindles the supply of baking soda out of nowhere, and
and so you get so you get these different things that impact the audience, and
but those can usually be expected in a bigger bird's eye view or whatever the word is, like in a bigger scope. That something's going to come in and throw in the works. You don't know what it's going to be, but something's going to come in and throw in the works at some sort of frequency, and you can incorporate that at some level, right?
Yeah, totally. So you want to be leveraging that. So anytime that you do a target audience, any target audience analysis work or any market research, you want to treat any document you create as a living document. So if you're not updating that thing frequently, and depending on where you are or who you're talking to, that might mean weekly, that might mean monthly. Like if you were talking on Twitter about trying to control a narrative on Twitter, you would be updating the knowledge base that you have super fast, daily, hourly, even, right? If you're talking about a slower medium, let's say like something like Jordan Peterson's new website, the Minds thing, where it's like you have 150 word minimum in order to post, right? Not a maximum, a minimum to post.
So make it extrapolate on what you're saying and not just be short and bullshit and vague.
Yeah, so like you have to be very deliberate, very well thought out. The posts are designed to be debated and engaged critically, so it's kind of a more pseudo-intellectual to intellectuals preferred website. That's kind of what they're going for there.
But the evolution of the platforms and the way that people interact with platforms and what they expect from a platform and how they're using it as a tool as opposed to entertainment. Like kicked in the ball videos turned into profitable businesses, and then they've turned into manipulative engines.
Yeah, so it works a lot differently because they want you to engage differently, right? So that's why they're trying it. So it remains to be seen how successful they'll be because attention spans are short. People only have we get it, but knowing that medium and then what you can leverage there, like you might update a document on a certain target audience or community there because it takes them so much more time to produce content. So if that online community is there, you might update that document with like a monthly summary of, hey, this is kind of where the narrative is shifting and these are the conditions and news, basically things happening in the news that are impacting them. Not to mention, you also have, are you familiar? You're familiar with demographics, I'm sure. Psychographics is another one. Psychographics are basically the.
Let's assume that I'm an idiot because I know the word demographics, but I'm nothing more than.
So demographics refers to the like socioeconomic, ethnic, race, gender, that type of stuff, right? So psychographics refer to that, but like the mind. So they'll generally refer to more of metrics of the psychology of that population. So like, what are they thinking and feeling? How do they perceive things? So like you would assess both. You would assess both their psychology as well as their background, as well as what they're currently going through in their environment. And you could have everything from like, hey, the bridge is out getting into town, so supplies are low, to, like you take that into account. And then you might be able to leverage that. You might not. You might also take, You might also take something like symbols that are important to them. So like, what are symbols that are important to Americans, right? You're like, oh, well, money is an important symbol. If I want to show something as like official, right, I might use like an eagle or a presidential seal style logo, because there's some things with stars and with the eagle holding the arrows and the olive branch that I can use, right? You might go through like, oh, well, what would be a symbol to these Second Amendment organizations? And they're going to say, I know, a Minuteman, right? I'm going to show a soldier from 1776, and that is how these organizations are going to know what I'm about, because that's a staunch reminder of American values and freedom and fighting for freedom and revolution. So I'm going to use that symbol, right? Black Lives Matter uses a fist, right? Antifa also uses a fist. So you have these revolutionary groups that have that balled up fist, and they'll use those kinds of symbols. So it's like you can pay attention to those and then craft messages with those as well, or leverage new symbols that get introduced to further your benefit. So there's a lot of different ways that you can manipulate the media, manipulate your message to do that. You also want to look at the susceptibility, which was something I was super excited they talked about during the Second Amendment Foundation Zoom call there, when they talked about like, hey, text instead of call, write into your newspapers, because those editorials go out online. It's like, yeah, people check out different content from different things, making sure that you're meeting your target audience. I've had target audiences where everyone advised me specifically not to put out any mailers. Don't put any product in their mailbox because nobody reads mail anymore. But then we do a little bit of research and we find out only 50% of this population has internet access. So guess what works? Sending them something in the mail, because they check it, they read it, and we see sales. Yeah. So every target audience, you have to meet them where they're at, and you have to meet them with what's impacting them. So in that case, and basically, without getting too detailed on it, we found out the prices for what they were paying for products in their area on average, because we could figure out the county's price on average. We talked about their mortgage payments, and we talked about what they pay for their utilities, and we talked about what they pay for whatever else. And we bring that together and say, what if someone could offer you a way to pay this instead, given that this is the average for your area? What we found was over a 30% increase in sales sit downs, because we put out one advertisement, literally one advertisement, not even a campaign. We just did it in a medium that worked with a localized message. It was incredibly effective. So that's the kind of success story that I like to tell. It's the type where you get it right and you really pay attention. And like I said, this comes back to empathy. It comes back to understanding. If you focus on understanding, you make huge progress.
Well, that's like a specific of whatever campaign, like say, but the concept that you've got a local grassroots, whatever, like aware group that are talking to people that they actually care about, that are, their immediate whatever, location or family or whatever. So when you've got that and it's effective, a couple of things. We've got the potential going forward to not have to rely on, we no longer need to rely on national level organizations, state level organizations exclusively. So that we've got that concept, right? Like that's already happening. It's not so much that it's a statement as much as, that is everything that exists or whatever. I guess it is just a statement, not so much a revelation. But then, just I guess going back a second to the bigger picture, Bloomberg can't pay for that. So we not only do we have that, but we have that. Like that's an advantage to us. You can't pay for that. Or if he could, it would take a lot of his money, and it would,
paying for it with inequality is very difficult. The only reason the army could do it is because they have the budget of the gods, right? Like, so it's like you have literally hundreds of people working on that.
Yes, they have a budget, but it would happen no matter what, unless it got crazy, and we've never been in that circumstance. They have the finances to do it, and they have the incentive or the necessity to do it. But they're good. That's what I was going to get at. Is they also have the will of the people, or they've got the understanding, they've got the tradition, and you know what I'm saying. When you get tapped, everybody's going to react a little bit differently, but you understand what it means to get tapped. So they've got that, and we have that. We're a country. I mean, I heard a really, really good synopsis of it, but we're a country of people where the gun is not just another accessory. I mean, like that's ours. And I think that there's some serious I don't know if you watch on YouTube some of these quick history things that are really highly well produced history things that are like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Like the infographic show and that type of stuff.
It kind of depends on what you're into. If you're into boats or planes or history or just general history or food, or I mean, I've seen them on everything. I'm really playing a lot on YouTube lately to mess it up. I don't want the algorithm to know what I like, so I frequently tell it to quit showing me something, quit showing me a channel, quit showing me a topic, because I'm curious to see how it reacts and what it comes up with. And then I'll open up different browsers so that I can compare. Because it's trying to feed you. You got to remember, this is the new programming. It's not stupid. So anyhow, when you get into some of these history shows, they can be very effective, and they're out there. Most of them are out there to make money. So they're interesting and they're neat, but they're never going to bother you, and they're there to make you go buy some whatever corn flour or something. But if we used them for good and used them to illustrate something else I was going to say is use them to deconstruct some of the programming that the other side's using. I think when you de-evolve some of the stuff that they use, it shows the people that are getting brainwashed, like, hey, wait a minute, what kind of tactic are they using on me? Yeah, like I'm snapping out of this and now I'm offended. At least I hope that's possible. But anyway, if you do some multiple, focused, like effective use of those kind of things, then what you get is something that's, anyway, as powerful as like what you're saying, when you got some kind of client with infinite resources or something, which Bloomberg has a lot of resources, but I suspect he's really clunky about it. He kind of cares, but this is a way that the 14th richest person on the planet virtue signals, right?
And also lost a presidential election. Like, don't forget too, right? Like he couldn't win a primary with all that money.
Well, I don't care. That's not an excuse. He's bringing $5 million to Arizona. He ain't done. He's the 14th wealthiest person on the planet. He hasn't even put weight into this. He hasn't even shoved. We did the math one time, a long time ago, when somebody threw around a bunch of money, and we just said, you can figure out, like, when you're just a billionaire, what is this equivalent to for us? So far, doing that kind of concept, and this was years ago in a conversation like this, a million iterations of these conversations ago. Let's talk about how much Bloomberg is actually spending on this, because I think it came out of Bloomberg spent something like 3 times more than guns on like carrots in New York or something. Like he had spent a ton of money on something that would seem like kind of dumb. And I went, hey, why are we worried about him spending $50 million on guns when he can spend $200 million on fucking radishes or whatever the fuck it was? Like, when is he going to really put some weight into this? And we did the math, and for him, what he spent on guns in like 2018 or 13 or 15 or whatever that was, it was like $200 or something. Like, he did not spend any significant amount of his wealth. And when he gets to a point where his only goal is his legacy, what the fuck? Are we going to wait? I keep hearing this fucking argument that we need another billionaire. Are we going to wait until a billionaire really pushes in? Or are we going to figure out that we've got what he can never buy? And once we create what he can never buy, we've facilitated something that's like a wax. It's like a repellent surface that he'll never penetrate, because we've convinced people that they're under the fear of garbage over here. Anyway, we were kind of alluding to it before, but I really think big media is slipping away, and we see not an escalation in violence or anger or any of this shit, but we see a desperate attempt to focus on it, what little there is anymore, and as infrequent as it is, we see a desperate attempt to focus on it, to show our divisions, and to a hell of a lot of manipulation. I'll let you talk here, and then I want to talk about it.
And that's absolutely the case. So when we talk about media manipulation, we talk about how the media is constantly slipping now, and we're constantly going to other sources. So people prefer to get news from not only people like them, people that are accessible and attainable. Like if you're talking like maybe on the left, right? People are kind of done with MSNBC for the most part. People are kind of done with CNN for the most part. Where do they go? They go to like the Young Turks affiliates out there, right? They're going to like the new media, all this YouTube podcast stuff, right? The everyday Joe is going to go to Joe Rogan, for instance, right? It's like you're going to go to a big podcast with someone that's credible, that seems like a good person, and you want to talk to them. That's the type of person that people want to interact with. And that's what we see overall. The thing I would say, yeah, the big advantage between us and Bloomberg, we have localized conversations with real people. We are not just a marketing dump budget where you pour money into putting well-produced content together and getting a bunch of kids to just walk with each other. That's not what we do. What we do is we try to have substantive conversations. At least that's what I try to do. What I try to do is have substantive conversations. What I try to do is get to know people really well. And no amount of money is going to change that approach. No amount of money going into doing that disingenuously is going to emulate it. It just won't be reality. You can't make that happen.
But no, you fuck people around because they did that in Washington. But it can only be effective if they don't have if they're not held to their consequence, right?
Yeah.
Because if you let them, and they're fighting it in Washington, so I'm not saying that it's happened in Washington. They're in the midst of it in Washington State. But that 1639, forgetting.
Oh, yeah.
The one that got through on ballot initiatives, that's a Bloomberg strategy that was successful in California, Oregon, and then in Washington. I don't know what the hell Oregon, they're just sitting there, but Washington's fighting it big time. And then you've got Nevada had it happen to them. Nevada, they did it like a dollar. And I think that's what I don't want to rest on it, but I think when he tells them to hate guns, he's like, oh, go hate guns. I don't care. Just hate guns. It doesn't matter what you do because you're fucking with them. Because I think his strategy isn't to eliminate guns. His strategy is to make money somehow or legacy. And he makes more money stirring a pot than he does actually feeding everybody or whatever he's trying to do, right? Or whatever he's trying to accomplish. But anyway, so without getting into it, it's the ballot initiative thing that has been successful or whatever.
We could test this to an extent as well. So when I'm talking, I'm not referring so much to the Washington side of the equation, which is absolutely critical as well. Because if we see the politicians' voting records against what people want versus what like their donors want, right? We see that donors win, say, 66% of the issues, and the people win the other 33%. So we know that politicians, for a fact, we know that they tend towards where their money goes. I think that's fairly statistically well backed. If we were to turn our attention to say like the public narrative, the issues shift, right? And how we approach that problem has to be a bit different. So when I was talking earlier, I was referring to that just to be clear. I think I'm with you on this. We do have a billionaire problem when it comes to the regulation itself. Like, and I'm not sure how to address that, because that's like we have money in politics. We have the ability for these people to basically just steamroll. We have lobbyist groups that draft legislation to hand to these guys just to go ahead and pass and move forward. I think most
all that stuff. Yes, right. At least there's my desperate attempt to respond to that is that we've had all that, and I won't deny it. And if we do nothing, it can 100%. Right, continue to be the same. However, we live in a time where there's openness and communication, democratization and communication like we've had never before. And it's real difficult for these people to be scoundrels and hide in the bureaucracy like they used to. And all it would take is something. And we've seen lots of different things. I just don't have the examples off the top of my head. I don't want to divert it too much, but we've got a situation where it's been that way, but it could switch, and we could get representatives in there that champion themselves on how they can make things efficient and remove burden and taxes and extra bureaucracy, and it could get calmed down really quick, right? I don't want to rule that out or anything.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get the right people in, and especially with the I think my biggest issue, like what I've long said, and I'm starting to shift on it. What I've long said is I don't really care, I have shifted on this. What I have said is, I don't care if we have anti-gun or non-gun Congress, Senate, president. What I care about is the Supreme Court pick. Because if that's conservative, or if that's 2A friendly, and the rest of it, I don't really mind. Because my big issue is if I was a one issue voter, it'd be on 2A. And that to an extent is an ignorant voting strategy, and I fully admit that. But when you look at the totality of it, it's like, actually, how does the Supreme Court do on Second Amendment cases? Well, like, they have 10 in front of them right now. What are they doing? Like, they've kicked the can, twice? It's like, what are they going to do? So we can't just rely on one branch of government. We've got to win at least two, right? Like,
I don't know, because really, if you think of it as like a working tank. Yeah, but if you just don't want to stop the tank, no, you just got to screw with something. So if you get something in there and it starts to dislodge the status quo, right? The greased wheels of the scoundrels that are hiding in there, then you start to see leaks and it's all becomes clear. And the thing is, none of that stuff is hiding anymore. And we've got people that are literally going to die off, not because of any violence. They're just old. All the horrible old people that are doing the worst things can't last forever, unless they have robots underneath them that we don't know about, right? Like things will change. We're getting into different tangents a little bit. But here, I wanted to take it into a different angle. Do you know a channel on YouTube called Smarter Every Day?
I think I've watched a couple of their videos.
He's a super huge channel, so he's often just offered as a video to watch or whatever, especially if he's doing something trendy or interesting. He'll get some really big viewed videos. He's known, I think, in our world most for shooting the AK-47 underwater in slow motion.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Really well done. Like, he has a lot of money. He's like literally one of the largest channels on YouTube, and he's been that way for a while. So ultimate resources, he doing it well. Obviously, he's attained that by doing it well, and he does it well. He's almost never talks about guns, and sometimes when he does, it's bad. So I'm not saying he's the greatest channel or nothing, and I don't even hardly watch him. But somehow one time I found a video of his that talked about, it was one of the three. He had a series of 3 videos. One was Facebook, one was Twitter, and one was YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. He's the kind of channel with the clout and the views and everything to get into the facilities and talk to the actual people in charge of doing whatever it was. So he's just some guy minding his business who is like, one of the largest dudes on YouTube, and he notices that what we'll call a robot video, a video that is obviously created by an engine, like an AI, is trending well, like it's succeeding and doing really well. And it's incurring interaction, which is the worst part when people interact with those things, because then they succeed and they learn. So it's winning, and he's like, and then he started looking around. Anyway, I won't get into it because it's really neat to watch. I encourage you to watch. That's what I'm just trying to soup you up to watch this series of 3. It's now 4 videos, but at the first it was 3 videos. He's expanded it to Reddit as well now, recently with this whole COVID thing. So it was near the beginning of COVID. And it's basically about, in general, he discovered this weird video. He found out that it's definitely possible to fool the algorithms by basically taking any piece of content at all, anything, a wedding, a dog thing, kicking the balls video, whatever. You take that, you put it into an equivalent of a hamburger mangler, and it comes out a bunch of weird bits. And then you put those back together, like when you see the newspapers where you get the letters from all the different fonts glued together on a new piece of paper, and it technically says something, but it's gibberish. It's the equivalent in video. And you just tell this thing some parameters, and you give it some food, and then it just endlessly kicks out videos forever. It makes sausage forever. And these engines exist that plug into YouTube, and these are the videos that follow the simplest of equations: thumbnail, bright colors, satisfying videos within 30 seconds, under 5 minutes, 10 minutes to hit the logarithm, making millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. And he's digging into this. That's fascinating. He talks to the people at Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. No, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. The people that are involved with the deleting 1 million accounts a day for stuff like that. 1 million a day. And people are like, my channel is shadow banned. And there's like, when I was at AOL, I worked at AOL in 97 to 2000 or something like that. It was crazy what AOL could see because they owned their whole thing. Your whole experience was it was crazy. It was Orwellian, let's say.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine what it's like now, because computers are just better and there's more people and they've had all this time to worry about it. So anyway, it's interesting. He's talking to these people and they're talking about all the different ways. So it all comes down to money or influence, money or screwing with you. And it can literally be as simple as people who understand the math. And trust me, it's so easy. Like, it's so easy. We just talked about a channel that is on IMDb. They followed an equation and they pursued it and it worked. And if you're only trying to find a goal and you don't care, you can get to that goal. Now, whether or not you stay there might depend on if you have any ethics or core, but you can get to places. And before you're found out or before whatever, you've seen that, like that can happen in all different kinds of places. You can act like you're something and be there and get a picture and then act like it the rest of the time, but it's all it is. Anyhow, so there's these people that understand how to get tons of money, and that's where, if they decide, or if someone who has that ability, who has that knowledge and interest and intent, they talk about in that series of 3 videos, and this was done a long time ago. I'm going to say a year ago, maybe more than a year ago at the time I first watched it. So it's not current or anything. It has nothing to do with whatever's happening now. But it was something, in fact, it's definitely not what's happening now, because I'm about to say it was talking about an instance, though, where somebody in Russia, and they totally tracked this down, like somebody in Russia had just said, hey, we should go to this side of the street and complain about XYZ. And then they told a whole bunch of other people, hey, on the internet, hey, let's go to this side of the street and complain about these people that are complaining about XYZ. And they literally created a situation, period. So it's like, I watch it like Ferris Bueller type of shit. Like, I'm just going to make that happen. Or like a war games type of thing. Like, I'm just going to play around. Oops, it happened in real life. Intentionally doing it in real life. And because we live in an evolving tech where we're used, we had newspapers, and then how long was it before people figured out, oh, because there's an ad in the back of the newspaper, you don't send that guy $10. It has to meet a certain set of criteria before you actually send $10 to an ad. It took people some time to get savvy to that. I read something in a newspaper. That editorial pissed me off. I burned the newspaper and kicked my dog in the nuts. Like, oh, I don't need to do that just because I read something in the newspaper. Like, what I'm saying? It takes people time to adapt. So we just all got phones. We all got broadband. We all figured out that Facebook exists and is better than MySpace. And YouTube evolved from kicked in the nuts to selling you blue shoes and yellow shoes. So nobody wants to make you leave that. That's a nice, comfortable hot tub to hang out in. Like, now you're getting it used and people aren't familiar with. Like, we just need time to figure out what's next. But I think that the problems we're having is because all this shit I described, I've lived. And my parents are the people that invented all these tools we're talking about, but they left them for us to figure out how to use the software. They left all that shit behind, right? We're the people getting suckered by some of that shit. The kids that are voting this year for the first time, I've said this a billion times before, if people are listening to this, for me say this. People that are voting this year for the first time, never not known Amazon, never not known a smartphone, right? Like, they're voting for the first time in a national election. It's a whole different world, whole different life. I'm totally confident that they're competent to make decent decisions. I don't think they're as manipulated as people think. We'll see. I mean, I know there's a lot of weird Sanders stuff out there, but I really think that this is the last. I got into this whole thing saying this is some of the last desperate attempts of media to just yell and scream about anything they possibly can while they still got a little bit of influence. But as soon as we pop out of that, and the old people ain't watching networks no more, and Netflix is already bigger than Disney and shit, right? Like, once people ain't used to the old way of doing it, news ain't gonna be fed to us. We're beyond that. We're gonna, it'll be whatever the next platform is that gets people their authentic next, right?
Yeah, I think there is something to be said about the next high. Like, we're always pursuing it, and I guess actually, and this just brought up an interesting note, because I'm just curious about your opinion. If there was like a social democrat candidate, so like, let's say like a Bernie Sanders who was actually vehemently pro-gun, what would your reaction be to that? Like, let's say if you had Bernie Sanders, but he was a Second Amendment absolutist, and you put him up against Donald Trump, would that be enough to earn that vote for you, or would you? I guess the question would be: are you, like, for me, I'm pretty much a Second Amendment only voter. Like, that's my big issue. So I guess my question would be, if you had that same type of candidate, someone who maybe had a whole bunch of policies you disagreed with, but was stronger than everyone else on Second Amendment, would that be enough for you to move forward? Or
Probably not, because I don't think that you're going to find that. I mean, hypothetically, you're going to have to find a Democrat that gets way into guns, so that's going to alienate too many people. They wouldn't be the Democrat pick, right? So the way they got it now, if you want this stick, then you got to pick up all them other sticks too. So if you're talking a third party, then they have to stack up with issues that you'd want to stack up with, right? And what the hell is socialism? That's not going to appeal. There's no way socialism is going to be in the same pile. If you had to divide all the Democrat sticks over there, or all the Republican dominoes, or however you want to look at them, what I'm saying? Like, the ones that fall with guns are going to be individualism and less government. They're not going to be, You might find it with choice on abortion or something because it's libertarian, right? Leave me alone. But I don't think you're going to see it fall down in that stack. If it did, I'd be skeptical. Don't you think people would be skeptical if somebody was like, "Oh, I'm about big government, except for guns"? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I've been interacting with a bunch of those people recently. So just some subreddits that I'm in, I'm fairly active in now, is 2A liberals, and then also liberal gun owners, and then gun politics. I'm starting to pick up a little bit in there, but those are just some of the subreddits, and you'll find straight up like we're talking like. I don't know if you ever saw those cute training videos of the Antifa guys that are like the militant Antifa. There they go around with like the AK-47s and they'll crawl through the pipes and whatever. And I remember seeing similar propaganda videos for like insurgent organizations when I was on my deployment. And I think they're kind of laughable when you see those training videos. But there are people that are very left wing. They're like, nope, I want Medicare for all, and I want to have a gun so the government can't take it away from me. Or, that is an ideological camp that exists. I'm not. I think my issue is I don't know how big that group is. So I don't know if that's a minority of them because the Democrats overwhelmingly don't represent the left wing position all that well. Like if you were looking at the Overton window right now, right, the Democrats we see them as maybe far to the left, and we see the Republicans as far to the right. But in reality, like they're both generally more on that right wing authoritarian scale, at least who comes to power. Like I don't see them as that different. Barack Obama has admitted as much, that he's not that different from Republicans. And so like when you look at that, you do get some socialists out there that are actually super pro gun, and they're Viva la Revolution, and they've accepted the argument that Trump should not have all the guns, that they need them, but that that they still want to have their utopia given to them by the government, which is I agree, it's interesting and it's inconsistent, but it's kind of fascinating.
It's either a facet or a division or a branch, or I don't know how to call it. It's either something that's happening or it's shifting, whatever the words are, right? But whatever it is, if it's hindering a cohesive gun prohibitionist stance, then you got to be for it to that extent. Not that you don't have to be for it, but you got to be, it's going to be a positive for our side that it exists, and it's creating, a decision that has to be made over there.
So yeah,
unfortunately, anytime you got pain or constriction, you get strength and resistance from it. So it's only going to be a negative to them for a while. It's foolish to think it's crippling them forever. It's just going to be something that they overcome and become stronger. So, I mean, to some extent, if that is a division, then I don't know. I'm sure. Here's the thing: you talked a moment there for a couple of things. You said you're either part of, or I don't know how familiar you are with, or how much of part of you are with the liberal gun owners thing out of California. It's, from what I understand, out of California, gone national, and I don't understand it. I've seen things like in 2000, pink pistols came out, and because of the whole pink, because it's for gay at the time and whatever it's evolved into now, right?
Oh, yeah.
They be discreet and they wanted to be private. So out of that, I suspect out of that necessity, or I think they even said out of that situation, Pink Pistol, when that organization created in 2000 at the beginning of the internet, right? A bunch of people who understood how to use the internet did, and created a thing that was an awareness campaign, an organization that you belong to by saying you belong to it if you want to, or you don't if you don't. It's your business and it exists. There was a little bit of coordination if wanted, or needed, when needed, if need, that kind of thing. Like there was a little bit of structure, and that's it. They weren't asking for donations. There was no membership. So you can find things like that, right? Like where people can be part of something that has basically like a loose structure that doesn't need to be an organization or something.
Yeah, and I will say, I've pulled up just the numbers right now. So like I looked at like the gun control subreddit. So this is just kind of giving you an idea of the population on Reddit. So gun control has 6,300 members. And then when I type in liberal gun owners, I'm pulling up the subgun.
Are you on the computer, or are you?
Yeah. I'm on my PC. So I just went to Reddit and I typed.
Sorry. Can you screen share? Or are you,
yeah, I think I can. Um,
I don't want you to screen share anything that's going to have like private information or anything. It's just
yeah, I'm closing my email right now just so that there's no issue. But yeah, let me.
Mark, you'd rather do it off air. I'm just personally curious. I noticed that you had Reddit on your whatever you call it.
Yeah, I try to post most of my texts there because there's enough interesting stuff, and I try to do at least a few comments a day. And
it's a format or a platform that's, you got to know what's the word, like the terrain and the
yeah,
not the
very
vocabulary, but
very
the-
niche platform for sure.
Yeah, so that's one of those ones where I'm curious because I'm not a big Redditor other than to not hate it or love it, right? So I'm always curious though because it's one that is massively powerful, massively useful, and massively useless and massively powerless somehow all at the same time, right? And that's why I'm still learning what people who find it useful, how you are able to use it. So you're saying Liberal Gun Club is a Reddit-ish type of thing?
Yeah, and I've got it up. I think now. I think I should be screen sharing it. Yeah. So if you look here, right? So 57,500 members for liberal gun owners. So that's yeah, it's a small group in the big scheme of things. It's not like a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel or anything like that. But that's a fair amount of people, right?
I don't know. Is that, I mean, fair amount of people for the world or fair amount of people for Reddit?
For a subreddit, that's a pretty decent number. Like there are subreddits that are much smaller than this for sure. The majority, I would say, are. But like you see them here. Hey, I'm looking for a leftist progressive gun club.
Now, in general, Reddit is like a giant forum that's connected to a shit ton of other forums, and they're all
right.
open. You can look around at anything you want, but you're basically like, if you think of it as a giant old forum, you're in a thread called Liberal Gun Club, and then inside of it, there's a billion subreddits.
Yep. Like each individual post is based on whatever.
Conversation will come out of nowhere after 6 months, or it'll stay hot for a week. And it's unlike a forum where here's your topics and here's your either chronological or something. These kind of migrate based on the up, down, and length of time. See,
yeah,
that's a different interface. It's a different way of maneuvering and understanding it. I think is foreign, and people get frustrated. Plus, the people are a bunch of fucking assholes. So
yeah. Yeah, and so if someone so it's so funny because I had a post get taken down from our philosophy. They said that my post did not have a thesis that was coherent. So I'm like, okay, you're saying that I didn't make an argument with my post, and I literally provided a logical argument in syllogistic format. I said premise 1, premise 2, conclusion, and they said that I didn't make an argument in my post. So I'm like, okay, so some of these they're kind of dickish, and I don't agree with how they're moderated. So I don't interact in those. I interact where I see that I have a niche and I'm fitting in. So right now with my Second Amendment content,
Facebook, where it's one guy or maybe a group of people and it's their law, unlike a YouTube where it's pretty much one person and all he can do is make videos and reply to them. It's sort of this weird hybrid of a forum mixed with Facebook, but is this also the anonymous one, or is that 4chan?
This is you're anonymous behind your username. So mine is Walt Anderson Official, right? So anyone can go and see anything that I post if they know that this is me. So if once you've kind of verified yourself, that's kind of something. I'm not technically quote unquote verified or anything here, but just like this is who I am on YouTube. This is also who I am on Reddit. I'm clearly logged in, so you can this is me. But yeah, so you can be anonymous. You can create a username by your own name, but it's whatever username you want to go by. But it's not quite like 4chan where everybody's anonymous deliberately, right? So your username, people will track and look at other things that you've posted, and people will respond to things. So
and you can get a reputation that can be valued, and people can start to put trust or credibility or whatever because you've been there a while, and people can thumb you up basically.
Yeah, so if you look at my profile, right? So I've talked because I've been specifically messaging to this group. So I'm saying, hey, the gun community needs to support minorities. Why? Because we're seeing these shootings and things happen. We're seeing violence against minorities. My belief is that the perception of this problem is enough. Whether you agree that hate crimes are an epidemic or not, regardless of where you fall on the stats, the mere perception that it's a problem is enough to easily warrant someone being like, hey, my group is being oppressed. I think I should be armed so I can defend myself. I think that's a perfectly legitimate thing. Personally, so I'll
about an argument where in a world where an individual is not able to, then how do you stop road pirates from a situation like we just had from road pirates just coming in? Because the police either can't or won't have the ability to stop every road pirate from just taking the few resources that are left.
Yeah, like there was I think it was months ago, there was a Mormon family that got robbed by a drug cartel and I think brutally murdered and everything. Down
Unfortunately, there are examples of like the bad part of that. But I was going to say, hopefully, again, without even having to get them near that part about like, well, I don't want to have a gun and I don't want you to have a gun. You can just say, well, look, the presence of guns. There doesn't even have to be a gun. It's just the fact that there's probably guns means that there's not cartels like we got in Mexico. They know there's no guns, so they can set up a roadblock anywhere they want. And what are the police going to do? So anyway, so I'm just diverting you there. But anyway, you were talking us about the liberal gun club. I guess what I was going to say is, well, one I was going to ask you is if they're, is it like a newsletter? Is it like here we get together a bunch of times, or is it like a forum post? I guess it's just sort of an active area of a social platform. With a bunch of people who are less interested in kicked in the balls, or definitely less interested, I'm assuming, in, because I don't see a lot of pictures. Like you're not worried about what sites work best on what holster or what the hell brand ammo.
This one they'll bring it up. So like mostly this will kind of work as like a hybrid of a Facebook feed with the old forum format. So basically if it gets more upvotes in a faster period of time and it's more recent, it's prioritized to be at the top of the page. And then if it
not influenced by Facebook deciding we want to show you this, not influenced by I'm paying for this to be there, influenced by people are talking about this, so here.
Yeah, like there's ads. Like I'm sure we can run into an ad if I scroll down far enough. Like Reddit does allow people to sell ad space and it will just appear, but they look pretty distinct. Like you can tell when it's an ad because it will say promoted.
But I'm just saying, as opposed to Facebook, where you just get a feed, you get what they decide. Either
so like I can search for things. I can also go check like, hey, what's new? Like regardless of upvotes, just what's new. So this guy is new, first time gun owner help. So like we can look into what he's saying, right? So this is users /minimal tripping. So longtime pacifist, came from Juarez, Mexico, and I know what drug violence is. I need to learn and know anything and everything about owning a gun. I no longer trust cops, white people, and the government. Where do I begin with owning a gun? So actually, this looks like it's probably going to start off to be a good comment. Well, I would start first with a safety course. That's reasonable advice. Once you have the basic safety down, go rent guns and try what you like. Safety's key. Go check out Hitcock 45 to go see some other guns. He won brownie points speaking out against the NRA. Okay. With that said, as a white male, I'm deeply disappointed and outraged at what is happening in this country. So please don't lump us all into one negative group. I've got your back. So like, in my mind, I see that as a pretty positive conversation and interaction with someone that has a big fear of like racial violence, right? Like this is someone who is really motivated to be in our camp because they see violence from other races or like a racial prejudice as a reason to be able to defend themselves. So they're kind of the Black Panther gun owner, if you will, right? I think that's really
people that are at the like poorest or whatever. I mean, people can just not pay attention if they want, but when you're at the poorest level, any bully can come around and push you around and shake you for your money. So having like any little gun allows you, or whatever, brass knuckles, like standing up, having the force multiplier allows you to go leave me alone and leave my wife alone or leave this little guy alone, and allows you to get a couple of bucks together so you can get that bicycle and you can move your shed a little bit further away from that bully. But yeah, people don't necessarily, well, whatever. This is interesting, but that's the thing. There's nothing to say. This is that person decided Reddit was the way to approach it. Now they could have gone to YouTube and posted that comment, and depending on whose channel they posted it on, they would have had a good or bad, thing. So yeah, the thing is, what I'm seeing is the liberal gun owners coming out in the last 3 years, even though they've been around longer than that. They've been coming out of the woodwork, so to speak, making themselves known. And that's what I'm getting at, is that is something that's being added to the playing field. And for me, and I'm going to go ahead and just say it in case anybody's listening to this, you're going to have your feelings hurt. most of these people, I'm that guy at the end of the bar again, and go ahead and challenge me. I don't care if there's somebody who's been sitting at the bar longer. Let them give you their attitude. Tell me if I'm misunderstanding this or misrepresenting this. But everybody who's doing good comes in and goes, "Oh man, I'm the first one doing good," or like nobody's been doing good yet. And that's the shitty part, because all the people that already did and then dried up and went away don't even get recognition for it. And I think that it should be the opposite, where people can stand on each other's shoulders and be like, "Oh shit, look what these people did. Here's what they did wrong or right. Oh man, this was unprecedented thinking. We just didn't have an internet yet, right? Like, holy crap, he did this with telephones and like an answering machine, and he couldn't have done that 3 years early because of divestiture or whatever. You couldn't buy that machine, right? Like, so that was new tech. That was somebody who was using the TikTok of 1976 to get a shit ton of NRA people to wear an orange hat. I'm speaking of our 77 revolt that we had, or the anniversary of the 77 revolt that just came by. But anyway, yeah, so Reddit's doing something an interesting way. But I was just curious about the Liberal Gun Club, because they're coming at it with not just another perspective, not just another resource as far as humans and perspective and shit and a set of tools and all that, but they're coming in with We the Female, right? Carrie, you know her?
No, I don't.
Washington State, Instagram centric, but then grassroots. She runs around doing stuff. She's got some kind of fancy job where she built a business and can run around in her private jet or whatever she does. So she'll show up and she'll attend things like, you know, KD, Kevin Dixie.
I've got a lot of names to learn, so I'm very new. So
that you might have heard from like gun rights policy, because that's what they're kind of talking about at Second Amendment Foundation. But you know, let's say she travels around and shows up at places, and you know, that's a different kind of thing. So we've got the liberal gun owners emerging not as a brand new, like, I am an infant and I need to be my handheld. And some, like you mentioned that article right there. If you put that article down in front of, I could pick right now without even thinking hard. I could pick 8 people that if I put that article in front of them for the next 6 months, they'd be picking apart that fucking article, because the NRA sucks ass. The NRA is falling apart, and you can get people that debate back and forth and complain that it's not the membership's fault, right? That it's somehow all Wayne LaPierre pulling a bunch of fucking levers that made it ruined. Anyway, the NRA is ruined. So that suggestion that anything about the NRA would be the worst thing to talk to a new gun owner, especially in a brand new forum by an organization that's cutting edge on the opposite end of the NRA. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just picking apart one little onion layer of that thing you could rip apart. But that's just because that's how anybody is. If you sat that down and somebody said, I want to buy a car with a turbocharger, what should I buy? Hell no, you shouldn't buy a pickup. You should have bought a blah, blah, blah Nissan, right? Like, that's just the way we all are or whatever. But what I'm saying is I like the fact that liberal gun owners is coming into the playing field with everybody to an environment that is kind of used to it. It's just that they're used to people coming in, treading water, and failing and disappearing. And unfortunately, when that becomes the tradition, what do? You get calloused maybe, or maybe they just don't understand, or maybe they're a little greedy and they want to do it. Or, you know, if somebody comes along and does something about awareness, I'm just going to leave a vague awareness, right? And somebody's already been doing it for 5 years poorly, but then somebody comes along and is kind of really good at it and kicks the butt out of it and brings it, you know, they don't work together. And all of a sudden you got this weird division, and that kind of stuff I think is disappearing. So I'm saying I'm really looking forward to the next couple of, I don't know how long it's going to take, hopefully less and less time, but I'm looking forward to the next, because it'll be a whole bunch of people come into the playing field, and there's no resistance. I guess that's what I'm really trying to say, is to a playing field that isn't unfamiliar with change and is totally willing to change and is about to drop the baton. I mean, they're dying. So literally they're old. Like, they're more than willing to hand the baton on. So it's not like it's going to be a tearing away of power, except for a couple of people at the NRA, right? And there's a couple of organizations where they could probably use a kick in the nuts. But for the most part, when we start seeing things like Kevin Dixie, riding shotgun with Charlie, Kids Safe, right, I could go on and on. There's a whole list of them.
And I'm just
grassroots one kicking ass. Then people are going to come out of their woodwork. So I can do that better. I can do that better. I got a machine that can do this. So I can make a machine that can make you do that better.
Yeah, and I'm trying to just like dig through here, because These subs in the last couple days have been, and I'm seeing if I can find a post. Oh
You're
God.
saying the Reddit, the subreddit.
I'm trying to see because they did have
and try doing a control or hold down the control key.
Oh yeah, just like zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
How's
Sorry,
that?
I'm no tech, so it's easier to say it. Yeah, thanks for letting me explain.
I'm hopefully literate enough.
Let me explain it. Plus, I kind of like the doing it because if you tell people what you're doing online, tech-wise, they learn it instead of having to go watch some stupid video on how to do it. But if people don't know that you can hold down your control key and wiggle your scroll wheel, that it's going to magnify what you see on the screen by changing the zoom of your browser, then they don't know that. But if they know it, then boom, for the rest of their life, they have a browser that actually adapts to them instead of them squinting all the damn time.
I have blown minds by teaching people that Control C and Control V will copy and paste for you. Like it's kind of funny how it works, right? Sometimes people just need a basic, because there's so many features our computers have now.
People don't know, and people don't know. I learn shit constantly. I've been dealing with computers a long time. I learn stuff constantly. Yes, and it's all about.
Yeah, I learned 2 weeks ago that there was a magazine-fed revolver. I did not know that was an actual thing that existed ever in history.
Sort of a one of a kind, like.
Yeah, it was like a Norwegian make that fed from the magazine into a cylinder system. It was just like I showed it to a friend. He called it stoner engineering, and I couldn't agree more. It was just like you made this a little more complicated than you need to, but it was actually like it's quite marvelous in a way, But it was like, yeah, this is just kind of fascinating. But back to Reddit, though. So here, black and white gun owners protecting small businesses in Minneapolis during disturbances. Meanwhile, MPD confiscates guns from similar owners, peaceably assembling and exercising first and second. And then they go to show the video that went viral, right? So you have black gun owners standing side by side with quote unquote redneck gun owners. I think in the video they actually called themselves redneck gun owners. So you have the stereotype, and you have them standing with the new school here. And I think this is like beautiful. Like to me, this is what it's about.
And what you also get with Reddit, from what I understand, is it's I don't know what to call it, an accumulator. So because there's people that'll sit there, is this the one they call the front page of the internet?
Yeah, that's Reddit's slogan. So if I go to my front page, mine would look different. But
if you say there's like people constant, and I'm mansplaining this to people who don't know how Reddit are, but there's basically a ton of people that are hanging out on Reddit, and when something happens on any platform, they're going to be aware of it, and they're going to put it on Reddit, and which will in turn put it on every platform. So what Reddit facilitates is the distribution, because unlike a Facebook where, I don't know, I guess it's possible you could, I just don't see Facebook doing it. There's just too much other shit going on Facebook that eventually stuff will fall out of Facebook. But it's the same way that eventually it'll fall out of YouTube. When those people are YouTube centric or Facebook centric, they stay there for the most part. Or maybe they go back and forth between the two or three they like. And I'm the same way. I'm not saying I'm different. It's just that, we stay on the platforms we're familiar with. So Reddit, I understand, is sort of the grease in the wheels. They'll put it on there. And there's somebody undoubtedly that's watching Reddit and Instagram, watching Reddit and YouTube, watching Reddit and whatever. And then it's on all of them if they're watching something like this. So more than likely, when you see something, it's coming out of Reddit, like second stage out of Reddit. Or it was, you might have found something first, but more than likely it bounced out of Reddit into whatever platform you're watching it on.
Yeah, and I'm looking at oh my God. Yeah. So I'm looking at Reddit's combined desktop and mobile visits from May 2019 to February 2020. So in February of 2020, it looks like, and it's in millions. So 1,305 million views. So that was for the month of February of 2020.
Oh, wait, how many? For a month, it was 300 million?
All right, so it was. So let me. I'm busting out my calculator here because it's late, and I'm I'm trying to do this math in my head. So
month is good.
So yeah, so and the data is actually fairly close to that number as an average, so it's actually a good month to kind of sample. So that would be 1,305. Or sorry, 1,305,000,000 views. Or visits rather. So yeah, 1.3 billion visits
in a month
in February.
Oh, okay, 1 billion in February. Yeah, that's a shit ton. So
yeah, so this is definitely definitely a viable platform in my opinion. So like one of the things I like about it is that you do get to your point, right? You have those people that are watching, multiple sources, including Reddit, and those people that are watching it are your BuzzFeed writers, they're your SourceFed writers, they're your Vox writers, right? Like all these different journalist outlets, many of them left leaning, right? But or non-gunner / anti-gunner, but many of them leaning that way. And yeah, you get those people watching these, and you get those people freaking out over stuff like this, where oh, how dare a black man stand in solidarity with a white man to protect a small business in his community? How dare he? Right? And then the public sees that and they're like, what are you talking about? They're trying to protect people, right? so
I mean, this is another, like I said, I've seen these kind of things. We've had a couple of riots and stuff online. Ferguson is the last one, but we've had other situations that, happened and everyone was online in these live conversations while it's happening, depending on which ones you're talking about, like literally staying up all night to witness it kind of thing. Because of, if we're watching it, that means that was the beginning of people with cell phones broadcasting it, right? Like, because there's one thing when it was on TV and helicopters, right? The riots of the 90s were because the television helicopters were like, hey, the police just left. And look, there's nothing going on. Oh, look, now there's a riot. Like, well, the police are still way over there. Like, that was the situation. Now it's people got phones and they're running around and you're watching a feed from this guy's Instagram or that lady's YouTube or some news channels, whatever. But yeah, when the news channel is showing, here's two guys threatening people on the streets and somebody was killed at a store, and then you have a Reddit where it pans out and says, you're standing here with 5 other people and here's the circumstances. It's our parents and our parents' parents, depending on how young you are, that are watching the news, that are watching that news camera that's there, right? The garbage. Yeah. And then it's the youngins that are watching it pan out. They've got nothing but skepticism for the old time stuff. So yeah, I hear you. This stuff is what the next hurdle is I think, is to see, I don't know, to be comfortable with whatever the next is. Because right now we're just really comfortable with the big platforms. We're really upset when the big platforms aren't comfortable enough for us. And, they're doing all they can to keep us comfortable so we don't hightail it, turn YouTube and Facebook into MySpace and AOL. Because if you've never lived in MySpace and AOL, remember, these kids haven't. They don't know that you can change into something else. And YouTube and Facebook don't want you to think that there's anything else. Remember AOL? I worked there. So I remember, I mean, it didn't need to make you feel like there was nothing else, because there was nothing else. They had to put everything in that mall because the internet was this big ass nothing, a big parking lot. And AOL was this big Mall of America looking thing. It was like this big mall right at the entrance to the internet, because the internet was still being built. So AOL gave people a place to hang out where otherwise they wouldn't know what to do. But people have emulated that, and they've mastered to keep people inside that mall when we don't need to stay inside that mall. And there's really no purpose in staying inside that mall. It's a great tool to have. It's a faster way to get videos around. But we need to know when we're being manipulated on these things. We're going into the same mall. If we realize that we're looking at the same ad as we walk in, we could walk in a different door. We don't have to walk in that door and be told to buy those color shoes.
And on that point, I think that's where you start to look at what platforms have really high organic reach, right? So you want to get content that, like for me, I want to see what the people are talking about. And I want to see what people are actually talking about, not what the algorithm wants me to think they're talking about, right? And I think there's a distinction between the perception and the reality of a conversation. So to that end, one of the mediums I've been thinking about a lot recently is TikTok. You have 60-second videos that reach young people very consistently. If we're talking about, some issues, right? Young people don't vote as frequently. They typically are less passionate about the actual behavior on voting. And if you had to look at the average, I'm going to stereotype Bernie Sanders here. Odds are Bernie Sanders voters were more busy watching reruns of The Office on Netflix than actually getting themselves into the booth during the Democratic primaries. And that's going to factor in as a big reason why Bernie lost. The young voter base, it tends to participate less, right?
But you can't think on that. You can be aware of it and understand it, but that doesn't mean that equals in the next election.
And you also can't ignore it. But what we can do is, and I think we should do, is still reach out to these young people. And we still want to make sure that that, they're aware of, the benefits firearms have to offer, why this right is so essential, why it's so important to be able to defend yourself, why it's so important to be able to use, to your broader point, getting outside of self-defense, why it is so critical that the government doesn't get to tell you that you don't need something so you don't get it. Like, because that's an insane argument if we want to go down that road. And I wanted to actually touch on this a while ago. That need argument is insane. Well, you don't need to vote. Like, that's my counter to it. You don't need to vote. You don't need to. You don't need free speech, right? You don't need. You don't need to be able to work the job you want. You can work the job that we assign you. You don't need anything.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Like, what do you mean need?
What is the overriding? Like, I can't think of the word because it's so late. But yeah, when the needs of others come over yours, then yeah, if you're tall, then I don't care if you want to do that. You're better suited for picking apples. You might be smart, but we need somebody to pick apples. We don't need enough smart people. We have too many smart people already. So
yeah, it's like a utilitarian argument, right? It's an ultra consequentialist argument, which is why I reject. That's part of why I reject any ethical philosophy in their entirety. Like, I'm a big fan of the harm principle, and that's probably about 40% of my ethics. But there's certain areas where the harm principle is not good enough to address things. So that's the idea that harm, the definition of harm under the harm principle, essentially, is anytime freedom is removed. So you're physically harmed when your bodily autonomy is taken from you. So, like, if someone breaks your arm, they harmed you because you can't use your arm anymore. That's why that's harmful. If you look at, psychological harm, someone induces psychological trauma and takes away your freedom of thought, right? Or financial harm or property harm, right? Someone steals money from you, so now you can't use your property the way you wanted. So anytime someone removes your freedom, that's harm. So getting to that point you were talking about, where you can be libertarian but still acknowledge that there's certain needs where you have to say, I'm not an anarchist, you can do that through a vehicle like the harm principle, which is really cool. But the problem is that you're leading all of your philosophy through an idea of like, I'm trying to just minimize harm versus I'm trying to maximize good. So it's like I'm minimizing evil versus maximizing good. And we still want to maximize good. Minimizing evil by itself is not good enough. So we still need some tools to get there. But if you went consequentialist or utilitarian specifically, you just go, are you familiar with that trolley analogy? Like, there's one guy standing on one side of the train tracks and there's 5 guys on the other side of tracks, and you're standing at the switch. The trolley won't stop. And if you pull the lever, you can kill the 1 and save the 5. But if you don't, the 5 will die. I don't know if you ever heard that analogy.
Maybe not that way, but I think I've heard of the 1 versus 2. How do you make the decision type of thing?
Yeah. So if you're a utilitarian, no matter how you reskin that scenario, if you're being philosophically consistent, you would always pick the 5. So there's problems with this. So what if you were a doctor that had 5 sick patients, each needed a new organ, and then a patient that was perfectly healthy came in and matched their blood type? Do you get to throw him on the table and chop him up and pull out his organs and stuff them into these patients that need his organs? That patient will die. He doesn't have organs anymore, but all these sick patients are going to make a recovery. You killed 1 to save 5. Is that okay? So any libertarian in the right mind is going to be screaming no, right? Like, that's crazy. I would never do something like that. Why would you throw a guy on a table and chop him up? Well, we acknowledge that, the consequentialism ends at some point, but there is a utility to acknowledging consequences in some situations. So there has to be a balance whenever we look at our philosophies. We can't be all in on something and ideologically, and then not acknowledge that there's certain limitations or caveats. There's certain places where we have to, apply the brakes on our thinking. We can't just be ideologically possessed, because then we cease my opinion, we cease being a human being when we are. We lose our freedom of thought when someone can just assume what we would say and parrot our arguments without us being present.
Strategically, that's bad, but you can have a goal that is still with that foundation or whatever and work towards it.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. So,
well, I was going to say, okay, so that's interesting. And again, hopefully we'll have more conversations. Like I say, I go live every night. I don't usually go live for 4 hours, but I will. especially if this attracts other people who I know are decent, who I suspect are fumbling around, either haven't ever or have tried ways to communicate, either found that there was no one there that wanted to communicate on an actual interesting level, or the tech wasn't there, they couldn't do it, or like for example, Instagram. I like Instagram a lot, but I don't understand people that use Instagram for video. It seems stupid as hell to me. Now, just the other day, yesterday, I figured out I can watch Instagram on my computer. So now I can be doing something actually useful for the world and in my life in this computer, and then have Instagram over on that computer, and not have to have my stupid phone eaten up and turn it into a hand grenade, right? Or I can still do something on my phone, like get a text or whatever, like live a life that I actually have to need my phone once in a while, take a picture or something. But I can still watch, this sometimes, I'm assuming, interesting stuff that happens on Instagram. But the problem with Instagram is it disappears, right? Poof. So I have no idea if some of the stuff that's been on Instagram is interesting, because if they don't take it off Instagram and move it, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I guess what I was going to get at is, so people have a bunch of different philosophies and stuff. You can't expect to have them learn and change. So I guess applying it to 2A is the idea of the philosophy side, or the understanding of different philosophical, whatever the word is, like strategies or techniques or something. Would the idea be to how to create better tools and techniques, or would it be to understand your opponent, or both? Or then again, is there some way to, I'm thinking again, like I used to say TED Talks, but nowadays and I used to say memes for a minute, but both of those have come and gone. And now you get, for a minute you had whiteboard videos. Now you're seeing a lot of different, I wish I had the time to make them. I could totally make them, but animated explanation type of videos. And as that, and then now there's apps, like something that used to take forever. I had this app for a year when I was still making some money. It cost like too much. It was like hundreds of dollars, but it would let you do those whiteboard videos really easy. I was doing whiteboard videos.
Oh, yeah.
And it's really a pain in the ass without that software, but it's a French company and I hate to pay them. It's like $100 or something. I just refuse them, way too cheap. So anyway, that kind of stuff is going to evolve. Now there's stuff you can wiggle your thumb and you're going to get way better production than even that thing could have done. And I can't even imagine what's next, because as AI figures out what you're trying to do, I've already seen a thing with existing Adobe where if you tell it, I want to draw a boat, all you got to do is start and it'll just create the freaking boat. And you your pen and it turns into a boat in a different way. And you learn how to play with that the same way that, there used to be shells and then guitars, and now I can do.
Bullets as you saw have an incendiary device. Some of these bullets as you saw have
shit evolves. So
yeah. And I think to answer that philosophy question, so we have two different things. So one thing that you talked about was, is this to understand our opponents, our conversation partners, right? And that's a big part of it. So if I understand your values, now I can have a conversation inside of your worldview, right? So if I come to you just with Walt's position on everything, you and I don't share a background necessarily. We have some things in common. We like guns. We're for gun rights. We're for self-defense. We're for a better America. But I grew up in California, and I went into the military at 17 with a waiver from my parents, and and then I went about my way and fumbled around. And your background, you were born in a completely different era than I was. I was born, a millennial. I was born in 91, so like we're a generational gap, right? The experiences, the technology, everything has evolved so much and changed. And we've both witnessed that from very different perspectives. So if I want to convince you of anything, I have to meet you on your level. If I don't understand what your philosophy is, I can show you my philosophy, sure, but it's not as effective as meeting you where yours is. So I had a friend who's a consequentialist, and typically if they say consequentialist, and if they say I'm a consequentialist that's a libertarian, that will tend to be, in my experience, they'll be left of center, and they're more likely to be anti-gun in that camp. That's just been my experience. I'm not saying that's true of the whole, just what I've seen. So in his camp, I can go, okay, so you're a consequentialist. So you care about the consequences of an action. That's how you decide if it's good. And he'd say, yes. I'd say, okay, do you want to maximize the amount of good for as many people as possible? He says, yes. Okay, so you're a utilitarian, right? So, okay, so a utilitarian would look at the firearms problem and they would do a simple calculus. Do firearms cause more harm than not? Or do firearms solve more problems than they create? And if the answer is yes, then firearms are okay, right? So if firearms are net better for society than worse, then they're okay. If they're necessary as insurance to prevent an even worse catastrophe, then firearms are okay because you're a consequentialist, you're a utilitarian. The consequences are what matters. If, say, government tyranny was going to kill 20 million people and there was no way to resist it and you had to fight back, say, Soviet-era Russia, you would need to have a way to do that. Or I shouldn't say Soviet era necessarily. I should be referring more specifically to the Stalin regime. But to that point, okay, now I know what argument would make sense. So okay, so if I was a Soviet in the era where Gulag Archipelago was written about, and they just forced all the middle class farmers to stop farming, exiled them to Siberia, and then let the crops die while people who didn't know how to grow crops were given this property that was forcibly taken from these farmers, would I have wanted to resist that regime armed to prevent 20 million deaths? Would that have been worth it in a utilitarian's point of view? And if they say yes, then congratulations, they agree with gun rights. So, when you're able to isolate their philosophy, that's the appeal. Not only do you understand them, but you are more persuasive, and it gives you strategies and tactics and a way forward. It gives you a new lens to look at it. So that's kind of the argument I would make.
Now, are you picking that one? I mean, I've never heard of that one necessarily, but I haven't looked into them. So is that something that is a real thing, or is that just like a theoretical thing that people don't really do, or is it? Like
that's taken from a conversation I've had with a friend. So that's one example. Like what happened with you're free to read the Gulag Archipelago, and it explores that. If you look into I believe it's let me Google really quick because I believe it's Cossacks, were these middle class farmers that were kind of forced out. To kind of talk about that. Or no, I might be referring to the wrong term here. Kulaks, sorry, Kulaks. It's Kulak, and you can read about them. There's a book called The Gulag Archipelago I'd recommend on that effect, and you can kind of get a better idea of the history than what I can say. But basically that's kind of the situation. The Soviets, in the name of the common man, right? They gave away the resources from the middle class and from the upper class. They gave them to the poor. Well, the poor didn't know how to maintain or manage those resources. And then when you forcibly decide who gets to eat, right? Does every mouth get fed? Well, we know the government's really bad at doing things. I think you and I would agree that generally government is going to be ineffective at telling me what my needs are. So if I have a family that needs a little more potatoes than than a single home to eat, maybe the government doesn't allot that properly. Maybe something goes wrong with the potato supply and I'm just out of luck. And my only answer is to steal and hopefully not get shot by the police for that, or find a different way to eat.
But that's got to be a mindset thing. Like you're looking at it and seeing those positions where somebody else is looking at it and saying like, oh, think of the more beneficial redistribution, and think about all the benefit of those people that are saved and what they're going to contribute, and the bigger parades. They're just looking at the belt and roads, and I think they're allowed to.
Yeah.
But,
totally.
But so what we're talking about, I guess you got off on answering the question about sort of what to use, the concept of the philosophies or whatever in the 2A or whatever. I guess the 2A discussion, or I like to just call it awareness. I mean, I guess since, I've kind of described my evolutionist whole thing in 2013 when we saw the end of the need to be active, right? And there wasn't like NRA was doing it. It wasn't like GOA was standing there and just led the way, right? Everybody was taking credit for it by that time, but everybody realized that it was just a resistance. Everybody said, hell no, and then looked at each other and went, right on, and then everything calmed down and everybody started taking credit for it. And things started happening like YouTube and broadband and all kinds of other things in the world happened, and things changed. YouTube became an alternative to the channels, the cable channels that had gun stuff had quit doing that stuff, because at the end of the Aztec calendar, they quit being, quit worrying about that marketing or whatever. So we saw the transition from all those audiences move over to YouTube and all of that, and boom, you have a whole different playing field. So anyway, so with all of that, what the hell? It's getting even rustier. I was saying that, how are we using the philosophy or whatever? And I don't even know where I was going. So yeah, it's getting late.
That's the rough idea though. Is you want to find the ideology that it's kind of their underpinnings. You want to see how they reason to the values that they've arrived at. Those values are generally going to be things that are well shared but poorly articulated. So like you and I would both probably agree that the consequences of our actions matter, right? And we could come to that agreement through a number of ways prudentially. So an example of that might be that you and I agree that we're accountable for every round that comes out of our firearms, right? So the consequences of those rounds, you and I would probably agree that we would hold ourselves liable for those consequences. If we should be in control of our firearms at all times, we're liable for any negligent discharges, things like that, because the consequences of those could be negative. We think that discipline with our firearms is important, which is why we value things like safety training and why we value things like marksmanship training, safe storage, things like that. The things that are kind of less sexy to talk about, but are really important in the gun community. So you and I accept consequentialism much in the same way that these people do. We're driven to those things in part because those consequences are so negative and because consequences do matter. But we might weight that consequentialism that drives them into this full socialist, anti-gun kind of mentality. We might dispute how far we take that consequentialism. There might be other things that we value more, like how did we take the action, right? How we did something might be ethically more important in many cases than the end result of it, right? So like, you might think that robbing a bank to be able to afford medication for someone that's going to die is unethical because you shouldn't ever steal. But it is ethical to stop someone from dying and to get that money to buy the medication. You just need to do it in an honest way. And that would be the right thing to do. So, and like in that case, you would see the how is very important and maybe just as important as the consequence. And maybe you don't, but the point is that we all weight these different kind of moral philosophies a little differently. And so we want to kind of get to where I understand where they're weighting things and what's important and what's not. And then from there, I can kind of go in and surgically address their individual points in a conversation.
All right. So in other words, like their foundations, they're things that they consider, I got to say foundational again. Or
yes, that's a perfect way of describing it.
Their core value is going to have some sort of fingerprint, some sort of like palm reading. This line means they like this line more than the other thing or something. They value this over that. And you're saying that basically paying attention to this concept or this angle is, instead of trying to attack somebody head on with something, understanding their position or their description or something about them, discovering and understanding their, whatever it is, the fingerprint, the palm reading of this value set they've got. And then instead of trying to push that over, show them that like, hey, we both got the same idea here. It's just that you're doing it with a bow and arrow. I'm doing it with this. Like you think that by calling the police or whatever, and I've just thought about it and it's just not practical. It'd be great if that was practical, but since there's not a cop on every corner, this is just a more practical way. The bad guy doesn't know what house might have a gun, so therefore we don't have cartels running down the street. We're just thinking about it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that's totally it. Because when we look at what we want, the end is the same. We want a world with less violence 99.9% of the time. We want a world that's secure. We want a world where we're respectful and loving to our neighbors. We want a world where when we walk outside, we're not living in fear. Like we're all united on the overwhelming majority of people are united on the end products. So when we talked about that end game earlier, overwhelmingly, yeah, we're on board with the same end game. We want the same society where everybody's happy and we have a loving and respectful community. We all want that. We all want a compassionate community where violence isn't on the table. How we get there is a little different. So let's just talk about how you arrived at these values that drove you to a different solution than the values that drove me to mine. Now that this is isolated, you're using different tools to do the job. This is why I don't think that those tools are as successful. Or if you use those tools, you would actually arrive over here. You might be using the tools improperly, right? And so in that case,
Or
it just
they're not
allows you that.
mutually exclusive, or like somebody told you that you have to be either or, but you can be both, and you can understand what we're doing over here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Give 'em
like
up.
exactly. So like you can be pro-gun and anti-gun violence at the same time, right? I'm against having to use my gun in any situation if I can avoid it, but there are situations that would warrant me absolutely using my gun, So, and in those situations, I will use it, right? As is ethical and legal to do so. But I don't intend to use my gun for any unethical or illegal purposes. Like that's my intent. But there are going to be, situations out there where I might have to, and thank God that I have that right.
All right. Well, so here's the deal. We've been chatting. I think you jumped in here somewhere around the beginning. We've been on for
Yeah.
4 hours. and
Yeah,
38 minutes.
almost 5 hours. Wow.
Before it gets crazy, here's the deal. I've been doing chat. I've literally, and I'll challenge anybody. I was sitting around on 2 different platforms before YouTube. One called Quick QIX, and then one called, I forget now, TubeVid or something. And that's when we started doing live conversations in the vehicle, driving up to SHOT Show and doing anything. Is because I've been working at AOL since '97. I'm all about tech. I like it. I really value the internet. The democratization of communication is what's it's the United States, right? It's what we are. So I've been playing with this stuff and acting like I'm cutting edge. I just participate, and it's evolved over the years, and I can remember. So I'm just talking about the evolution of this shit. So yeah, we've been chatting like this for a long time, and I like these kind of conversations or whatever. But so I've done 24-hour chats. Like I'll go. I know that I'm not going to expect that out of your first time jumping in. But here's what I'm going to suggest. You are familiar with Reddit, which alone is a skill set you have, and you have an ability to articulate it without being a douchebag. I can already tell that. So value that ability and that skill set. Very few people, like I say, if I'm that guy sitting at the bar, all right, I've only been to gun rights policy in 2015, 17, 18, 19. And I've only been to a couple or dozen rallies, and then I've only been, online every day. And I don't go on Reddit, so I don't know. There's big pieces of shit. I don't read stuff, right? I'm trying to make a buck, so every once in a while I got to ditch out and try to make money so I can keep doing this. But there's very few people that bring Reddit out of the rest. So if there's any interest and if you're looking for an angle, there's people that'll exploit Reddit. There's tons of people that'll throw fishing hooks into Reddit and bring out the juicy tidbits and make a fortune. That happens all the time. So if you're doing that, we'll talk again. But if you can bring the liberal gun club out of their closet, which is Reddit. I mean, you guys might be super comfortable in there, and I'm glad you are. And I don't want you to change, because that obviously just that one example of that one individual is worth it to have. What some people would consider a weird place, be comfortable there and do it. But we need people that can come in and out. And if you're looking for something to do on YouTube, being whatever, it's a guide or a whatever, an assistant, a coach, whatever that's called, to get people in and out of liberal gun club onto YouTube. What I've discovered over the last couple of years of being aware of now, difference between gun rights policy, the difference between the 3 AMCONs that have happened, the valid attempt, but the identical attempt to do 2A media the day before gun rights policy. An awesome thing, but it needs to be better. But anyway, after watching these things evolve and whatever, we don't have that. We have people that pop up, and I thought the Liberal Gun Club was something totally different than after you've explained it. And I have no idea how many people are in it, but you're the only one that I've talked to, and I'm not unaware. I kind of pay attention, and I know about what's her name and then the other one. So, and I've shook hands with people, and then they disappear into the ether of Reddit, I guess. Now I figured out. So
it's a big world, yeah. And I will say I'm actually just a hair to the right of center. If you were to look at my political compass, my personal ethics and morals and everything are a little more right of center than left. With that said, I kind of line up more in that leave me alone libertarian mentality. where it's just like, I don't care what you do, just as long as it's not bothering anyone else, I'm kind of good. And, so personally, that's where I'm at. But being in more of a
people, you're not going to clash with anybody, obviously, with that. So that's,
exactly.
Still, you're not weird. Like people will take it. You're obviously able. But I'm just saying, if you are looking for something to do, that's super valuable, super necessary, but then super beneficial. Like not just a necessary thing, like in the overall scheme of things, we need that connection. But there's a wealth of knowledge over there, and not that it needs to be on YouTube. YouTube is sort of worthless, but if you want to cut your teeth on YouTube, go for it. You got to start your project somewhere and do something. Check out Riding Shotgun with Charlie. Do you know that guy?
I'm gonna write that
I'll
down.
email you, and I'll make sure you know what I'm talking about. But Riding Shotgun with Charlie is an example of somebody who does about half an hour, 40-minute interviews with Second Amendment advocates, and that recipe that he's created is super awesome. It's creating a valid resource that'll be there forever, allowing people to have insight to these people who've either founded or maintain or now have taken the baton on the gun owners' rights organizations. And he's given us a snapshot of their mindset and their goals and stuff. And he does it in his own way. He has some back and forth and some banter. There's another guy who used to do that. There'll be people in the future that do it. Another guy is Tony Simon, does a regular podcast. He does some boots on the ground stuff as well. So there's some people that, are doing some interesting things. And although they're not following a recipe to make a bunch of money, what I feel what we need is the people that are, I'm going to keep saying hidden because I'm just YouTube and Instagram centric. And I'm going to not say that. I am internet centric. I've used every platform. I've dabbled in every platform. I have opinions on every platform because I give a shit about where we're going. And I do not see us sitting here. I see this as another stone in a big ass path. And I've stepped off of AOL's stone, and I've stepped off a Facebook stone, and I've stepped off a YouTube stone at this point. And I don't know if we need our own stones because that's not magic. And I don't know if we need a boat, but you know what I'm saying? Like we got to be able to realize these are stones. But so I'm going to keep making fun of Reddit or whatever. Don't take it seriously.
No, go for it. I'm not attached to that platform. I've had like.
But you understand that it's weird to navigate. If you're not comfortable, you're not.
Oh, totally.
Then it's alien and hostile. So,
I
but the
struggled with a lot of
they are super valuable because I'm going to give them credit where credit's due. They do a lot of valuable stuff. If they just wouldn't hoard it for whatever the fuck reason, power trip, narcissist, weird shit that they've got, then it would come out. And I suspect there's people that use it just like the people that use Facebook that aren't any of the shit I'm talking about. I'm talking about the weirdos that are mean. You guys are probably not weirdos that are mean, but like just like there's YouTube channels that are pointless, they're worthless, but you still want to know how to use YouTube for things like this, right? But anyway, so that's just the first thing I was going to recommend. If you want something to do, you're kind of talking about having some strategies with your project or whatever with your YouTube channel. That's something that I don't know if you realize that's a super valuable skill set and resource that you've got there.
I think I'll explore that too for sure.
If you have a way to communicate with the people at the Liberal Gun Club, get them out of there. There's definitely people out here that are more than willing to talk to them, and they just need to make their presence known. And if it's a platform thing or if it's just a whatever kind of issue, that's the kind of stuff that we need to just figure out how to eliminate that kind of gibberish. I mean, this is, what do you call it? The age of now everybody figuring out how to use Zoom or whatever dumb thing. There's platforms out there that are gun centric, that are made by gun people. Mike, guy we know, made a place called guntube.org that is literally pro 2A. He has the servers. There's nothing about it that ain't pro 2A, right? And it does the same thing we're doing right now. So people ain't using it. He's not funded. So he's got to sit there in pre-beta type of shit mode, waiting for money to come up. He's not a marketer. He's a guy who gives a shit about 2A and understands the future is we need a place to communicate like this. So if you can bring those people out, those are people that are able and aware, and they see the disadvantages and the problems because they're probably not YouTube centric. They're probably going to be resistant to use YouTube or Facebook. And I want to encourage that because we need to go to whatever's next. We're not going to go to whatever's next by sitting in our fucking comfortable platforms, waiting for the next to happen so that we can just step over to it. So anyway, I'm encouraging you to try to be whatever the hell that's called, person that helps.
I would, and I would love to see if we can maybe facilitate them. I mean, it seems like your platform is pretty open, and you're more than willing to talk to whoever comes by and has a seat next to you at the saloon, right? And and based on all that, and based on just,
I'm not going to fucking hold back. I got nothing to worry about. I'm not trying to be famous. I'm not trying to be rich, and I ain't trying to be nobody's friend. I want to see no NFA. I want to be able to go buy a belt fed whatever the fuck I want. Right? That's all
I'm with it.
And I'm down for whoever can get up to that goal.
Yeah, I'm yet to see an argument on why on why you wouldn't be able to own a machine gun or why you wouldn't be able to own artillery in your backyard if you wanted to.
No,
if you're
we
aiming
need
it safely, if you're aiming it safely, who cares?
Back in the olden days of chats, when there's this other thing called Every Second Matters that came out of the initial resistance to those executive orders. And back in those days, we would debate how do we just get rid of the NFA? Why don't we throw the money on the table? You threw 23 executive actions at us. Let's get rid of the NFA. We're going to take the Second Amendment to the thing, get rid of that stupid interstate commerce shit, eliminate this stuff altogether. Right? Let's lay it all on the table and go hell's bells while we still had the momentum.
I mean, I do guarantee you, I guarantee you, if you had a howitzer on your property and you aimed it down the road, that cop cars would probably avoid it. You'd probably be okay to have that howitzer for a minute.
Well, what I would think is, and I've had, we have 1,000-some episodes of this show, so we've had whole discussions, depending on who's joining in and wants to have the discussion, but without restrictions on materials and size and weight and what it looks like and all that stuff, you'd have new types of firearms technology available that would allow basically crime to be prevented. The way that you small source or reduce and whatever it's called, like you're going to have solar panels on the house as a answer to a nuclear power plant. You have individuals who can resist, and then you see the elimination. It's not practical anymore to be an assault person if you're going to get hurt. And who knows how technology would evolve without stupid artificial restrictions from the 1934, or barely edited in 1968. We didn't have computers when these stupid laws were written, right? But if you look at it the other way, and that's why I say backwards engineer it. Without an NFA, not only do we have toys and bullshit, but what we have is a world where people realize the government doesn't have to micromanage at that level. We're not inherently mean to each other. And although we have the ability to kill each other quietly in a billion different ways, guns aren't magical. And now with the absence of some artificial infringement on them, the world isn't different. And what does that mean? We don't need an artificial infringement on the speed limit either. There can be a suggested speed limit when it's raining. Don't go faster than this because you might not know this curb's slippery, right? But tickets for going 75 because it's sunny, it's kind of, that's the kind of stuff where people start to understand that. And what happens when we get rid of NFA and we don't kill each other? Because name anything when you remove a restriction that we've hurt each other, right? Open carry, constitutional carry, suppressors for hunting. Every game that we've got, they've suggested that it's going to turn into frivolous violence, and none of it has. So obviously that's going to continue on when you get rid of all infringements on shit. So what do you get after that? You get other countries that go, you don't need to do that either. And boom, you got a better world. So yeah, I think that we've got something that is definitely an angle that if you get the right people behind it that know how to sell yellow shoes instead of blue shoes. Right now, we got a bunch of people that like shooting guns, and we try to market and we try to talk to people who don't give a shit about shooting guns.
Yeah, and I think it's all about messaging the right people, getting the right people engaged, and then also realizing there's a lot of hidden allies out there that we don't know about, and it's important to bring them out of the woodwork and give them an opportunity.
Well, let them know that they're welcome, that the conversation here, because that's the thing is I see people pop up, even in that conversation that these guys had, they don't really realize that they're jumping into this. I think in 2009, we started doing live streaming. And in 2011, I think we got it from YouTube. And YouTube didn't barely shut it off until last September. And now 6 months after that, Second Amendment Foundation is going online for the first time with a live session. I mean, congratulations, but what the fuck? I'm ready for the next generation, right?
Yeah, and I'm sure that I'm
not abandoning them. I'll give Alan, who created again the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms in 1971. He was in that conversation that we were in. So all the credit's due. These guys have been on the cutting edge surfing 2A since 70s. But
yeah, I'm sure they want to bring it quicker, and that's something. Do you mind if I ask the chat a question real quick?
Yeah, there's still 9 people out there. Who all's chatting out there? I'm assuming some people woke up and they're chatting now.
Yeah.
Joining us.
I was just gonna say, I know this is the first like real podcast that I've done, I think, ever, or the first real like long broadcast I've done. I've never recorded anything for like 5 hours straight,
They're always like,
personally.
you can do shorter than 5 hours, but it's not, it's not done.
Yeah. But I was just gonna ask, is this do you guys think that this is type of content you guys would like to explore some more? Is this something like where we talk about these arguments and get like really granular on the background and everything? Is this something that is worth it? Is this something you guys would like to see more of?
You got to ask different people. The 9 people that are watching this are going to say yes, right? So number one, they know that that's what I'm going to offer, or they're asleep. A lot of times, I think for people that are in a coma, right, they want to shock them. They want to get them pissed off and get them out of that coma. So they'll turn my show on. So people are going to answer that can answer are going to say yes. The other people are in a coma, but you need to ask other people. Because
that's fair too. Yeah.
The answer is yes. But here's the other thing, and you're going to get this from me and other people will tell you, if you want to win on YouTube, no, run from this. You can't win on YouTube with this. You might be able to win in a blog. Depending on how you work with it, you could twist this a bit and keep a flavor of it, but you got to create fast food. So you can tweak it, but you got to give them a fluffy or a sweet treat. So you can get it in there, but FPC is a good example of somehow doing the best. They got a heck of a lot of momentum now. So anyway, you can't really do this if you want to win on YouTube. However, fuck that. You're not doing it to win on YouTube, I hope.
Nope.
Do it because you're going to do it. You're going to learn. It's just like anything, riding a bike or whatever. You got to do it a few times. Nothing comes easy until you figure it out, then it's easy. But once you're doing that, you're creating drafts. So you can always go back and edit them. If you're the type that doesn't like slop up there, then create something. Know it's a draft. Label it a draft. Apologize for it. Understand that you need to do a bunch of drafts for you can be good, right? And then go back and edit them if you want, or just leave them there. That's all. That's called
Totally.
green, right? Green. Called. It's too late. Long tail. You want to leave it there because it's better to have that shit. It's like a savings account. Anyway, yeah, get on there, start creating stuff. In the long run, the internet's going to keep it all. So yeah, you're just contributing to the conversation. It'll allow you to evolve. It'll allow people to find you and then find the new stuff. And people often, I think, appreciate, right? When you find somebody and let's say you find one of their early things and then, find out that they evolve, or maybe you find them and then you look back and you can say, hey, wow, I can watch them over the years evolve. That kind of stuff is interesting. It might help for our specific conversation, it might help people's mindset. I'm sitting at that bar, I'm watching lots of priests walk up and try to talk to gunfighters and that kind of shit. And it don't always happen. Sometimes it's successful. Sometimes it ain't. If there was a recipe, it would always work, right? So it's all about a bunch of random shit and bumping into each other sometimes. So yeah, put that stuff out there. You don't know what's going to happen and where you're going to learn something and whatnot. But yeah, you just got to ask other people. Hopefully you'll find people that want to join you. And if they don't want to join me because I'm weird or I'm a dick or somebody hates me, I definitely do not like people that exploit the gun community. So there's definitely, I'm sure you're going to, and I'm going to encourage you to go find other people. Don't get stuck here thinking I'm so good because I'm unique. But, I've got my flavor, let's say. You might find somebody's got a much more consistent flavor or you're better, more effective reach with them. But yeah, you're always welcome here. And hopefully
I appreciate that.
If you keep coming back, then we'll see Woods and I don't want to start offending anybody by not mentioning them. But yeah, this is kind of conversations I hope to foster. And the reason I have 1,000 episodes without, just showing you, I make $25 a month off of YouTube with 160,000 subs. I know the recipe. I've achieved how to make money. I made obscene amount of money on YouTube. And I'm now not, because I'm willing to let this thing fall into the water in a nosedive as long as we get that information out there. Because who cares if this channel survives? What needs to survive is the collaboration so that we can evolve the conversation. And we don't need to win people over. We just need to explain it to them. Like you say, we're all on the same side. They've been duped. We are getting better and better at uncovering all kinds of craziness. And this is just one thing that we have to add to the list, but we have so much to gain. So anyway, yeah, you're more than welcome. Hopefully it'll bring more people in, and hopefully these will, again, 1,000 episodes, it's been years. So it'll evolve into a cool conversation for a while. Everybody will get sick of each other, or everybody will want to make money, or everybody will, have a baby or something, or get a girlfriend, I guess, or a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, you're definitely part of the family. Anytime you want to jump in.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah, thank you for having me, and it's been great chatting with everyone. It's been great meeting everyone. Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah, anytime you got a project to promote, let us know or let me know, and I'll help you out. There's quite a few people that you'll find on the YouTube side, at least, that are YouTube centric and hang out in the chats, and they'll often help channels that they enjoy to get the word out there and stuff. Plenty of channels, like I say, are open tables. They'll either send a link, or if you let them know, they'll send you a link in an email or something that you're welcome to jump in. And I encourage you to do so. So much of the time, people just don't realize there's more to talk about, and they get stuck in a rut or whatever. And yeah, open people's minds and have some fun.
I'm all about the basics, man. Thank you so much.
Anytime. Thanks for being in that Second Amendment or the Second Amendment Foundation's chat. That's where we met. And I'll keep throwing links in there. So I'll end it. It's about 5 hours. Like I say, typical Friday night chat. Thanks to the people who we started this whole thing to say thanks to the people that made it possible for me to do what I do. And like I say, you definitely have an acquired taste over here. Feeling Pro 2A. You probably don't like the crap I'm offering. But thank you.
Yeah. All right. Good night.